I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Yuan Yao's request. Don't talk nonsense. Master and Miss Yuan are just ordinary Taoist friends. Luo Hong snapped his fingers again. This time, he was a little heavier. After Fan Mengai cried out ouch, a small bump appeared on her forehead. Brother Luo, your disciple is quite likable. After Yuan Yao covered her mouth and chuckled, she bowed seriously and said, Yuan Yao, thanks you two for helping me this time. If there is nothing urgent, please come to the cave to have a chat. Luo Hong came here just to hitchhike. He didn't want to leave at all, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Yuan Yao's invitation. Han Li also took a fancy to Yuan Yao's formation and temporarily put aside the matter of wind spirit power. Yuan Yao's cave was not too big, but it was elegantly and plainly decorated. In addition, many exotic flowers and plants were planted on both sides of the passage in the cave, which made the cold and dull stone cave bright and fragrant. Walking in it, Luo Hong had a sense of deja vu. By the way, this place was exactly the same as Yuan Yao's childhood residence. What a sentimental person. After leading Luo Hong and the other two to a stone hall, Yuan Yao brewed a pot of scented tea, sat down and said with a smile, Brother Luo, Brother Han, where have you been practicing all these years? Not only is there no news at all, but your cultivation has improved so rapidly. I'm really envious. After Brother Han and I parted with Miss Yuan, we found a way to go to the outer sea and only came back recently. As for cultivation, Brother Luo and I each had our own opportunities. It was just luck. Why did Miss Yuan's cultivation stagnate? Did she encounter some bottleneck? Luo Hong asked with a little concern, after taking a sip of scented tea. Well, this is a long story. Since I came out of Zushan Palace with you two, the forces that are chasing me are no longer just King Gaiang sect. At the worst time, almost the entire inner star sea was tracking me. I was forced to hide on a deserted island without spiritual energy for more than 10 years. Although the situation has improved since then, the secret pursuit has never stopped. I have always been hiding like this, so I naturally neglected my cultivation. During this period, when I learned that the cause was that Brother Han took away the treasure Zushanding in Zushan Palace, I was quite resentful of Brother Han in my heart. By the way, is the Bushan pill really so magical that it can allow Brother Han to break through to the late stage of Jianden in such a short time? Yuan Yao showed her yearning for the Bushan pill without any concealment. When she talked about being dragged down by Han Li, she joked more than she complained. However, she was really curious about why Han Li could practice so fast. After all, it was only 50 or 60 years apart. Luo Hong was originally in the middle stage of Jianden, so it was normal for him to break through to the late stage. However, Han Li broke through 2 levels in a row, jumping directly from the early stage of Jianden to the late stage of Jianden. This cultivation speed was really too amazing. Zushanding? Uncle Han has Zushanding in his hand? Fan Mengai was so surprised that she almost spit out the tea in her mouth and stood up from the stone bench. Why are you making a fuss? Didn't your master tell you about this? Luo Hong glanced at him and said calmly, no way. But master, Zushanding, that is the first treasure of Chaos Star Sea. How can you be so calm? Fan Mengai realized the meaning of his eyes and sat down in a swish, but still couldn't help talking and kept glancing at Han Lao. Han Li smiled dumbly when he saw this. The two women could take the initiative to mention Zushanding without pretending to be polite, which showed that they actually had no desire for Zushanding. As for curiosity, it is something that everyone has, and Han Li did not care about it. But when he thought about the treasure that the entire Chaos Star Sea was pursuing, which was of no use in his hands, he could not help but smile bitterly. It is true that the Zushanding is a treasure, but Han does not know how to drive it, so he cannot open it at all. The reason why my cultivation has improved so much is, as my senior brother said, due to various opportunities, not the Bushandan. Well, what junior brother Han said is true. The Zushanding is a magical treasure that can reach the sky. If you want to drive it, you must learn the exclusive Tang Baoju. If you don't have a cultivation level above the nascent soul, you can't even think about it. After Luo Hong carefully explained for Han Lao Mo, he seemed to suddenly remember something interesting and laughed. As for the Bushan Dan, it does not have the magical effect of greatly increasing lifespan and greatly improving cultivation as rumored. Instead, it can refine the innate spiritual roots of immortal cultivators, making it easier for them to break through the nascent soul, and their future cultivation path can be smoother. Disciple, your master happens to have a few Bushan Dan in his hand. Do you want to try them? Brother Luo, you actually have Bushan Dan, and several of them? Yuan Yao slammed a teacup on the stone table, and said in surprise, which was a little out of control. Even if what Brother Luo said just now was true, this Bushan Dan is still a spiritual pill that many cultivators would fight for. But from Brother Luo's tone, he not only has this pill, but he also doesn't think much of it. Master, are you serious? Fan Mengai jumped up again. She never thought that she, a small foundation building cultivator, could take the pill that the Yuanying ancestors had to fight for. Facts speak louder than words. Luo Hong waved his hand, and 7 or 8 colorful beans that were much smaller than ordinary pills appeared on the stone table. The pill is colorful, it's really the Bushan Dan. Han Li couldn't sit still at this time. He had seen the Bushan Dan with his own eyes. Although these small pills in front of him were smaller, their appearance and aura were the same as the Bushan Dan. Does senior brother have the recipe for the Bushan Dan? If I can get the recipe, wouldn't I be able to refine my innate spiritual roots to the limit? In that case, my success rate in forming a baby will definitely increase greatly. Thank you, master. Hearing Uncle Han say this, Fan Mengai's doubts were gone, and she hurriedly thanked him, fearing that Luo Hong would regret it. Haha, you're welcome, take it. Luo Hong smiled, and with a thought, he made two colorful beans fly to Fan Mengai, and then explained, it's not easy to refine the Bushan Dan, you should take it, as soon as possible. Well, just swallow 2 together. Got it, master. Fan Mengai responded obediently, and swallowed the flying colorful beans directly into her stomach with her little mouth, and smacked her lips after finishing. How does it taste? Luo Hong asked with a smile. It doesn't taste much, oh no, it's a bit salty. Fan Mengai replied in confusion. Does it mean that she needs to hold the Bushan Dan in her mouth for a while longer? At this time, Han Li seemed to remember something. After glancing at Luo Hong's strange expression, he asked with great amusement, brother, did you get this Bushan Dan from that underground cave? Yes, I extracted the Bushan Dan from the colorful corpse that I found with my junior brother that day. However, when I was refining it, I was only a foundation building cultivator, and the impurities in it were not completely removed. However, it did not affect the efficacy of the medicine. Haha. As Luo Hong spoke, he could not help laughing. Yuan Yao, who was originally puzzled by Luo Hong's generosity, could not help but chuckle. Brother Luo was too mean to tease his apprentice with a second-hand Bushan Dan. Well, I have also heard that Bushan Dan is extremely difficult to refine. If that person swallowed more than 1 Bushan Dan before he died, it would not be surprising that the efficacy would remain in his corpse. While analyzing, Han Li glanced at Luo Hong inadvertently, thinking that could it be that senior brother knew about Bushan Dan and Zushian Palace when he was in Xianan? After all, it was the senior brother who took the initiative to take the corpse that day. At this time, Fan Mengai finally reacted from the conversation between the two. It turned out that the pill she had just taken contained the corpse of a cultivator. Suddenly, her face sank, and she sat down dejectedly, staring at Luo Hong with a pair of resentful eyes, as if questioning, Master, why did you murder your poor disciple? Ahem, this is also a lesson for you. Don't be so unruly in the future. Although there are some impurities in the pill, it does not affect the medicinal properties. You go back and refine it now. After you refine it, you will know the good intentions of the master. Luo Hong pretended to be profound. In fact, although he did mean to tease Fan Mengai, after all, isn't this the reason for accepting disciples? But part of it was also for Fan Mengai's sake. This woman's free and easy sword heart physique can increase combat power, but it will not increase cultivation. After all, she is Luo Hong's first disciple. If she cannot advance to the nascent soul in the future, Luo Hong will be somewhat unwilling. Disciple obeys. Fan Mengai left with a grievance. After this episode, the three of them talked about business. Luo Hong asked for the formation diagram of the soul binding formation, and Yuan Yao gave it to him as a thank you gift for saving his life. Han Li also asked for something, not only the soul binding formation, but also the 10,000 year spirit liquid. After his own actual verification, the 10,000 year spirit liquid is really a must-have magic medicine for escape. After the two of them made a deal, Yuan Yao finally made her own request. What? Fellow Daoist Yuan, you want to perform the soul resurrection technique? Do you know that with your cultivation level, if you perform the soul resurrection technique, your pill will be broken, and your immortal path will be cut off? Senior brother, please persuade her. Han Li's expression changed drastically. There is no need to say much about the horror of the soul resurrection technique. Anyone with a brain would not have anything to do with such a magic that harms the harmony of heaven. Luo Hong was not surprised by this, as he had known it for a long time, but when he really heard Yuan Yao say this decision, he still felt a pain in his heart. After looking at the other person for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Is it worth it? The friendship between my senior sister and I cannot be explained in 1 or 2 words. My senior sister was able to block the dying blow of the young master of King Gaiang sect for me at all costs, and I can also save her at all costs. Brother Luo, please help me." Yuan Yao pleaded with a smile, which was so beautiful that it made people feel distressed. "Miss Yuan, where is the soul of fellow Daoist Yan? Can I take a look?" Luo Hong finally couldn't bear to sit back and do nothing. Although doing so might affect the timeline in the future, some things had to be done. "Brother Luo, I use the soul nourishing wood to nourish my senior sister's soul, but it could only maintain her soul power, and could not prevent her spiritual wisdom from dissipating. I have proved that there is no other way, so I finally decided to perform the resurrection technique. If you want to destroy my senior sister's soul, and give up my idea, even if it is you, Brother Luo, I will not forgive you." Yuan Yao looked at Luo Hong resolutely, with deep sadness in her eyes. "Miss Yuan has misunderstood. This is a heavenly demon pill. Perhaps it will be useful to fellow Daoist Yan. Why not give it a try?" Luo Hong took out a pure white pill. The overflowing soul power in it greatly moved Han Lao Mo. "Heavenly demon pill? I must exchange this pill recipe from my senior brother. If I can use the small bottle to refine this pill infinitely, my Dayanju will surely be able to cultivate to the 4th level in a dozen years. I just don't know if the spiritual medicine for refining this pill is difficult to find." Han Li's thoughts came to his mind, and he heard Luo Hong say, "This pill was refined by Luo who captured the extraterritorial heavenly demon. It is a great tonic for the Yuanshan. I believe it will definitely help fellow Daoist Yan." Chapter 277, a win-win solution. It was already amazing enough to refine the heaven repairing pill from the corpse just now, but I never expected that Luo Hong's limit was far beyond this. That was an extraterritorial demon, an existence outside the human world. Can such a thing be used to refine pills? Compared with Yuan Yao's dull expression, Han Li was more shocked. Perhaps Brother Luo's alchemy skills are even better than mine. Han Li couldn't help but have such thoughts. In this case, let's give it a try. After coming to his senses, Yuan Yao's eyes flashed with hope, and he took out a soul box made of a whole piece of soul nourishing wood. Sliding open the lid, a red ball of light was revealed. Obviously, this was Yanla's soul. Crush this pill and sprinkle it on the soul of fellow Daoist Yan. Let it absorb it by itself. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong knew that Yanla's soul was on the verge of collapse. Her remaining spiritual wisdom was about to fail to support her own soul. It won't be long before it reaches the critical point, and then her soul will completely collapse, and there will be no possibility of reunion. To be honest, the current situation of Yanla's soul is very much like an extraterritorial demon that is about to fall from the realm. This is not a good thing. Under Luo Hong's solemn gaze, Yuan Yao crushed the demon pill as he said, and sprinkled the fine powder on Yanla's soul. After absorbing the powder, Yanla's soul shone brightly. Her soul power was suddenly filled, and the surface also fluctuated, as if she had awakened from a long sleep. Such an immediate effect made Yuan Yao's face suddenly show joy, but before she could feed the whole demon pill to Yanli, Luo Hong's sigh sounded in her ears. "Miss Yuan, stop it. What's wrong, brother Luo? Isn't this very effective?" Although Yuan Yao stopped sprinkling the powder as he said, she was very puzzled. It was Luo who thought of something. The spiritual wisdom lost by Dao Yaoyan cannot be compensated by external objects alone. Luo Hong shook his head and motioned Yuan Yao to look at Yanli's soul. As Yuan Yao stopped sprinkling the powder, the red light ball quickly dimmed and finally became even weaker than at the beginning. After staring blankly for a moment, Yuan Yao silently closed the soul box and said to Luo Hong with a smile, "I'm sorry to trouble you, brother Luo. It seems that Yuan Yao is destined to go through this disaster. The matter of the soul resurrection technique. Don't worry, Miss Yuan. Luo will do his best to protect the law." Luo Hong said with a heavy heart. "Hey, Han is the same fellow Daoist Yuan. Just focus on casting spells." Han Li also agreed. "Then Yuan Yao thanks you too. There is no time to waste. I will go and prepare." Yuan Yao stood up and bowed slightly, then turned around and walked to the entrance of the stone hall. Suddenly turned back and said, "Brother Luo, can you? Forget it. You two sit for a while." The atmosphere in the stone hall suddenly became dull after the beauty left. Han Li knew that Luo Hong was in a bad mood at this time, so he sat with her for a while and then left quietly, leaving Luo Hong alone to drink silently. Luo Hong was very clear about Yuan Yao's fate before ascending to the immortal world. It can be summarized in one sentence: the process is painful, but the result is beautiful. 2 or 3 days later, ghost fog will erupt in the nearby sea area, and then all of them will be sucked into the dark land. This dark land is a dead end for ordinary immortal cultivators. All spiritual consciousness and magic power cannot be used. Once trapped in it, they are no different from mortals with strong bodies. However, it is a holy place for ghost cultivators to practice. Its special environment can allow ghost cultivators to practice all the way to the state of transformation and have a mysterious connection with the spirit world. Without taking great risks, to sneak through the space node, they can easily ascend from the human world to the spirit world. If Xiangzili and other old monsters who have transformed into gods in the human world knew about this, they would be so envious that their hearts would collapse on the spot. But the price is to endure thousands of years of loneliness and give up the flesh to become a ghost. The pain and suffering involved were beyond the reach of outsiders, so even though Luo Hong knew that Yuan Yao would be able to reap a great opportunity as long as she followed the established trajectory, he was still unwilling in his heart, so he tried to change it. He finally chose to let go, on the one hand, because Luo Hong really had no means to save Yanli, and spiritual wisdom was too mysterious. Although he had the powerful medicine of the spiritual flame, it was obviously not something Yanli's current soul could withstand, and there had never been a record of this flame being used by a cultivator, so it was impossible to judge whether the effect was good or bad. On the other hand, although Luo Hong was very confident that he could form a baby, his subsequent transformation into a spirit and ascension were unknown. Perhaps because of his interference, he would make things worse, causing Yuan Yao to die in the human world. Becoming a ghost cultivator and cultivating in the underworld was the safest way for Yuan Yao to become an immortal, but it was also the most painful. In this case, is there a way to have the best of both worlds? The underworld, Luo Hao, and the ghost fog. Luo Hong pressed his hand on his forehead and muttered in deep thought. A few hours later, when he read the word space, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. That's right, space. Luo Hong straightened his back and immediately took out the Bushan stone from the Wanbao bag. With a rush of his spiritual consciousness, he wiped out the restrictions he had left with Han Lao Mo. Suddenly, the Bushan stone once again emitted the highest spiritual level of space fluctuations in the human world. An idea gradually took shape in Luo Hong's mind. Just as he was gradually perfecting this idea, he heard Yuan Yao's voice transmission, asking him to go to the prepared altar with Han Lao Mo. When Luo Hong flew to a small valley, Yuan Yao and Han Li were already waiting. Seeing Luo Hong flying over, Yuan Yao said calmly, "There are still 2 hours before the heaviest yin qi in a day, and I will start to cast the spell then." The resurrection technique will affect the yin qi of this island, so it will produce a very obvious celestial phenomenon, and there will definitely be immortal cultivators coming to check it out. Then I will trouble you two to persuade them to leave. Perhaps thinking of the way Luo Hong and Hanli might use to persuade them to leave, Yuan Yao couldn't help but laugh with gloating. Hanli's mood is very complicated now. Since entering the world of immortal cultivation, he has seen nothing but intrigues and deceptions. Only with Luo Hong can he let down his guard a little. The friendship between Yuan Yao and Yanli, who are willing to die for each other, makes him admire sincerely. But after looking at senior brother Luo, who was frowning, Hanli still said, "Fellow Daoist Yuan, don't think about it anymore. Whether the resurrection technique succeeds or not, your future immortal path is cut off." Yuan Yao's smile disappeared immediately, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It's cut off. I'm lucky to be alive today. The time is almost up. You and I should make some arrangements. This is the inner sea, and I'm sure that many people will be attracted here." Luo Hong, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up and flew to the surrounding area of the island without looking back. He was going to arrange a few simple formations. Is brother Luo angry? Yuan Yao suddenly felt a pain in his heart and looked at Hanli in panic. Hey, senior brother Han, can't guess what he is thinking, but he is definitely not angry with fellow Daoist Yuan. A person as arrogant as him should be angry that he can't help fellow Daoist Yuan. Hanli shook his head and sighed, and then flew away. After Yuan Yao was stunned for a while, he suddenly smiled brightly. What a strange man. As soon as Luo Hong flew to the vicinity of the island, he sensed that the yin qi on the island was agitated on a large scale. It seemed that Yuan Yao had already started to cast a spell. "Master, what is senior Yuan doing?" Fan Mengai flew over without knowing why, and asked suspiciously as she looked at the dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky. "You came at the right time. Go and set up these formation flags." Luo Hong didn't have time to explain to Fan Mengai, and immediately told her to work. Chapter 278, a sudden change in temperament. After watching Fan Mengai leave with the formation flag, Luo Hong summoned a spirit boat. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Hanli asked suspiciously. "Aren't we going to help you and Yao protect the law?" "No time to explain. Brother Han, please take care of the law protection. I have to hurry up and refine something." Luo Hong hurriedly explained, then walked into the cabin, and then set up a forbidden method to isolate interference. Looking at the sky repairing stone floating in front of him, Luo Hong used his magic power to force a drop of blood from the tip of his index finger, and with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, he began to carve runes on the sky repairing stone. Outside the spirit boat, Hanli didn't understand why, but he knew that Luo Hong must have something important to do. Okay, one is a law protector, and the other two are also law protectors. I hope that no one too powerful will come. As the dark clouds over the island grew larger and larger, bursts of thunder were produced, and the movement was much louder than Hanli imagined. He changed his mind and threw out more than a dozen giant ape puppets, floating in front of the spirit boat waiting for the uninvited guests to come. Facts have proved that there are quite a few cultivators who love to watch the fun and are curious. After a while, 7 or 8 beams of light entered Hanli's range of consciousness. However, judging from the aura, they are all low-level cultivators below the foundation building stage, so they are not to be feared. These people are also aware of their low strength. Although curiosity and greed are at work, they did not go directly to the island, but stayed on the periphery to observe. After about a day, dozens of low-level cultivators had gathered around the island. After some discussion, several foundation building cultivators finally brought their key refining juniors to fly to the island together. Hanli did not want to waste his mana on these low-level cultivators, so he just made the more than 10 giant ape puppets make an attacking gesture, which scared them away. It's easy now, but when the last day comes, there will definitely be giant and cultivators arriving. Hanli muttered to himself in a deep voice, while using his consciousness to pay attention to the surrounding movements, to prevent someone from attacking or sneaking onto the island. "Uncle Han, the formation that Master ordered me to set up is now complete." Fan Mengai flew over in a hurry, her forehead sweating and looking quite tired. Well, give me the formation plate, and then go to the spirit boat to meditate. Do not enter the cabin. Your master is refining treasures. Do not disturb him. After Han Li gave the order, he took the formation plate and cast a spell to activate the formation. Suddenly, a layer of green light shield rose up. Fan Mengai obediently flew to the deck of the spirit boat and sat cross-legged, but her mind was all on Luo Hong, curious about why he chose to refine treasures at this time. What was more unexpected was that not long after those low-level cultivators retreated, a white shadow quietly broke in, trying to avoid Han Li and land on the island from the other side. After his spiritual sense discovered the other party's trace, Han Li's face immediately turned cold, and he summoned thousands of gold-eating insects, condensed into a golden giant spear, and shot straight at the hiding place of the white shadow. While Han Li was dealing with the white shadow, more than 10 red lights flew over the sea area dozens of miles away. These lights surrounded a gorgeous and exquisite flying car, ignoring the abnormal celestial phenomenon that could be seen in the distance. Stop. The person in the flying car gave an order, and the flying car and the lights stopped immediately. There is someone here who can perform the secret technique of reversing yin and yang. To be able to control such a large amount of yin energy, his cultivation must be above the giant stage. The white light of the restriction covering the flying car dissipated, revealing a handsome and extraordinary face. The person who came was Luo Hong's acquaintance, Wen Xianren, the descendant of the Six Paths. He was able to return to the inner star sea from the outer star sea so early, all thanks to the means of the Six Paths Supreme Saint who possessed the spirit that day. Now, Wen Xianren's spirit is full of vitality and his face is ruddy. Obviously, after more than 10 years of recuperation, his old injuries have been completely healed. However, his cultivation has not improved much compared to before. This celestial phenomenon is so amazing. Why isn't it a sign of a treasure coming out? Next to Wen Xianren sat a girl of about 16 or 17 years old. The girl was wearing a white gauze dress. Her skin was as white as cream, her hair was as white as silk, and her appearance was peerless. It was a pity that she was depressed, otherwise she would have smiled brightly. However, after hearing the beautiful girl's question, Wen Xianren's face suddenly became ferocious, and he pinched the girl's neck without mercy, and said viciously, "You dare to question me? Ahemzi. Zealing, I dare not." The beautiful girl suddenly showed a painful expression on her face, and begged for mercy with difficulty. I don't know if Zealing's begging for mercy worked, or when Xianren remembered something, his face suddenly relaxed, and he regained some of his previous gentle temperament. He loosened his palm, brushed Zealing's still frightened cheek, and said softly, "Is it a treasure coming out, or a man-made secret technique? Go and see it." After that, when Xianren dispersed the shield on the flying car, and got off the car, Zealing rubbed her neck. Although she was extremely angry, she did not dare to disobey, and got off the car. During the flight, Zealing could not help but look at the seemingly gentle Six Paths descendant not far ahead with a smile on his face. This person's temperament was completely different from what was rumored. Not only was he cruel and inhumane, but he also had no arrogance and confidence of the young master of a large sect. I don't know what kind of change he encountered, or what kind of blow he suffered. He even wanted to prove his strength by bullying a weak woman like her. Do I really want to commit myself to such a person? Thinking of this, Zealing couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, Han Li, who was still fighting with Tajinden monks who wanted to break into the island, sensed Wen Xianren's breath, and judged that he was powerful from his spiritual sense that was not inferior to his own. Han Li immediately lost the idea of saving mana. He urged the spirit insect and flying sword to kill the two ignorant Jinden monks on the spot. After looking back at the spirit boat, he greeted him with a solemn face. Both of them were at the late stage of Jinden cultivation, and their speed of flight was quite fast, so they soon met in midair. As Han Li had changed his appearance, Wen Xianren did not recognize Han Li, who had a close relationship with his archenemy, and was very arrogant to take Han Li as his subordinate. This was undoubtedly a foolish dream, and the two of them did not agree with each other, so they immediately started fighting. However, after several rounds of exchanging magical powers and magic weapons, Wen Xianren was surprised to find that the opponent's methods were quite difficult to deal with, which could not help but evoke some very bad memories of him. At that moment, he stopped trying, used his magic skills, and summoned the 6 extremes true demons. But when Shinran never expected that Luo Hong was not afraid of the 6 extremes true demons, but Han was a complete counter to the 6 extremes true demons. Before the 6 extremes true demons could play any role, one of them was struck to nothing by the evil repelling divine thunder shot by Han. When Shinran recognized the divine thunder of the first nemesis of the demon path almost instantly and hurriedly dispersed the remaining 5. Finding himself at a disadvantage, when Shinran's eyes became more fierce, and he did not hesitate to use his best trick, offering the 8-gate golden light mirror and driving the golden light divine flame to refine Han. This time, Han really had no suitable way to deal with it and could only resist with his magic power and rely on the consumption of the 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Brother, this time, my loss cannot be compensated without 5 heavenly demon pills. Just as Han was taking the 10,000-year spiritual liquid with a bitter smile, when Shinran noticed something was wrong and guessed that the other party had a spiritual object that could restore his magic power, and his heart suddenly panicked. After scanning the surroundings, he shouted to Ziling, "You, quickly go and capture the female cultivator on the spiritual boat." Ziling's expression changed slightly, and her eyes dodged, as if she was thinking of an excuse. With the magic weapon given by this young master, you must not say that you can't even deal with a female cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. If that's the case, there's no need to keep your yin. When Shinran glared and threatened nakedly, "I have something to go out in the afternoon, so there is only one chapter today." Chapter 279 Ghost Fog. Ziling's expression darkened. Although she recognized Han through the gold-eating bug, the current situation made her think that Han could only linger on. After all, she had heard about the power of the golden flame. Not wanting to bear when Shinran's anger, Ziling could only fly against her will to the spiritual boat that had been floating quietly. At this moment, Fan Mengai was quite anxious. She was not worried about Han. After all, if Uncle Han really couldn't bear the refining of the golden flame, he would definitely ask her master for help. Now there was no movement, which meant that everything was still under control. She was worried that she would not be able to defeat the other party's female companion, or that the movement of the fight would affect her master. Just as Fan Mengai made a plan and prepared to fight a quick battle with thunderous means, a strong spatial fluctuation broke through the forbidden method outside the cabin, attracting the attention of everyone except Han, who was wrapped in layers of golden flames. Such a strong fluctuation. Could it be that my judgment is wrong and the astronomical phenomenon of this island is related to the birth of the treasure? When Shinran murmured in doubt and his greed rose in his heart, the spatial fluctuation soon subsided, and the next moment, a figure that when Shinran was very familiar with flew out of the cabin. "Zuo Bufan, you are not dead." When Shinran shouted in horror, thinking that all this was a conspiracy against him, he immediately put away the 8-gate golden light mirror and set up the escape light to escape. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not move to chase him. Although he had the 5-element escape divine power, he was several miles away from Wen Shinran, and even continuous teleportation could not stop him from escaping. When Shinran was just responding to this fluke, thunder exploded in his ears, and Han Li's figure suddenly appeared. In an instant, Han Li sacrificed dozens of flying swords, combined into 3 giant swords, and slashed at Wen Shinran. Although the materials used for Han Leomo's life-saving magic weapon, the green bamboo cloud sword, are rare, it was not refined for a long time after all, and its power is not superior when facing cultivators of the same level. But at this time, when Shinran's mana was exhausted, because he had been driving the golden light divine flame continuously, while Han Leomo swallowed the 10,000-year spiritual liquid wrapped in the golden flame, and his mana was restored compared to before. As one grew stronger and the other weaker, when Shinran's strength dropped greatly, and he no longer dared to take the giant sword offered by Han Li. At the moment, although the two were still fighting, anyone could see that when Shinran was doomed to fail, and it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Since Han Leomo could handle it himself, Luo Hong did not intervene. He looked at the horizon and saw a faint black line pressing down, and he had an idea in his mind. Ziling, who was standing aside, felt the breath of Luo Hong, a cultivator in the giant stage, and retreated in panic to protect herself. But after seeing Luo Hong's face clearly, she immediately recognized that he was one of her guest elders. She felt relieved and was about to explain, but she saw that he did not help Elder Han, but instead stared at the distance. Ziling's heart suddenly trembled, remembering the real purpose of her, and when Shinran coming to this sea area, she couldn't help but look in the direction of Luo Hong's sight. Her pupils shrank immediately and she exclaimed, "Ghost fog." Then, Ziling sacrificed her flying magic weapon without caring about her manners, and fled into the distance with all her strength. Her exclamation fell into the ears of many people, and immediately the low-level monks around her who had their own thoughts panicked, as if there was an evil ghost chasing them, and they used various means to desperately fly away. Harley, who had just cut off when Shinran's head and collected his storage bag, also heard Ziling's exclamation. He turned around and saw the ghost fog rolling forward at a rapid speed. His heart immediately sank and he shouted, "Brother! Brother, don't worry about me, just go." Luo Hong pretended that he didn't know that the ghost fog would come in advance. After shouting at Han Lao Mo, he grabbed Fan Mengai's shoulders and flew towards the small valley where Yuan Yao cast a spell. Brother is still thinking about saving fellow Daoist Yuan at this time. There was no time to persuade him. Harley gritted his teeth and fled. Under Luo Hong's full strength flying, the two soon arrived at the small valley. After landing, Fan Mengai finally had the chance to speak. She immediately said, "Master, the ghost fog is the most bizarre natural disaster in the Chaos Star Sea. The cultivators who were swallowed by it, no matter what their cultivation level, have never appeared again. Let's run away. It's too late." While the ghost fog had not yet covered the influence of the magic power and consciousness, Luo Hong took out a pre-prepared same key talisman, stuck it on Fan Mengai's shoulder, and activated it. Fan Mengai immediately felt that she and her master had a wonderful connection, as if the two of them had merged into one. "Take out the flying sword. Stay where you are." After leaving a sentence, Luo Hong flashed and passed through the forbidden magic array arranged by Yuan Yao at the fastest speed, heading for the altar. Just halfway, Luo Hong suddenly felt his body sink, and the magic power in his meridians was all pressed back to the Danshan, and the spiritual energy was completely dissipated. The forbidden magic brilliance around him dimmed instantly. Luo Hong subconsciously wanted to use his consciousness to explore, but found that his powerful consciousness was tightly imprisoned in the Niwen Palace, and could not leave his body at all. The resurrection technique was also naturally affected. The dark clouds with a diameter of more than 10 miles in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the spell was unstoppably interrupted. Fortunately, Luo Hong knew this result in advance, and did not waste any time because of doubt. He used his strong body to perform Qingdang, and his speed was still amazing. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he came to the bottom of the altar, just in time to see Yuan Yao, who was injured and shaky because of the sudden interruption of the spell. Luo Hong dodged and hugged Yuan Yao in his arms to prevent her from falling off the altar. Because of the restriction and the concentration on the spell, Yuan Yao had no idea about the outside world. The ghost fog approached, and the cultivator instantly became immortal. She was terrified by the unprecedented weakness, but the sudden warm embrace calmed her panicked heart. Yuan Yao looked up and saw the face she expected. Yuan Yao's eyes were full of doubts, but Luo Hong didn't have time to explain one by one, and simply said, "Ghost fog." As soon as these 2 words came out, any cultivator in the Chaos Star Sea would understand the seriousness of the matter. Then Yuan Yao's expression changed immediately, and just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Luo Hong mercilessly. "There is no time. Take this thing and carry it with you at all times in the future." Luo Hong stuffed the Bushan stone that she had been holding in her hand into Yuan Yao's hand and explained it solemnly. At this time, the Bushan stone was full of blood-red tiny runes, and the space fluctuations that were originally emitted were now flowing in some form. Before Yuan Yao could figure out what was happening, she felt a huge suction coming, and she flew backwards. She looked at the source of the suction and saw a dark fog covering the entire sky. "Is this the legendary ghost fog?" Yuan Yao couldn't help but look back at Luo Hong, her eyes full of fear, because in the legend of the Chaos Star Sea, ghost fog represents death. Don't lose what I gave you. Luo Hong only had time to say this before he was swallowed by the black fog. A low roar came to his ears. The huge sound echoed in Luo Hong's skull, making him unable to perceive everything around him. This painful torture lasted only a moment, and Luo Hong felt a sense of weightlessness, and the whole person fell straight down. At this time, he subconsciously wanted to mobilize his magic power to fly up again, but the golden elixir in his danshan did not react at all. With a snap, Luo Hong fell into a slippery place. Originally, there was no magic power to protect the body, and forced transmission would have many adverse reactions, including severe pain all over the body, dizziness, etc. But Luo Hong had used his physical body to break through the space wall, so naturally he would not feel any discomfort at this time. Chapter 280 The Darkland. It will take a while to get used to not being able to use mana and spiritual awareness. Luo Hong muttered as he sat up. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw a ball of black fog with lightning rolling up above his head. The next moment, a black shadow fell towards him. It should also be a cultivator sucked in by the ghost fog. As Luo Hong made his judgment, he heard the man scream, "Male cultivator?" Subconsciously, Luo Hong jumped from the side and avoided this person. Seeing him fall into the pile of fish and shrimp, where he had just been lying, Luo Hong raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I really don't have as good luck in love as Han Leo No." This person obviously didn't practice body refining skills. After falling into the pile of fish and shrimp, he fell face down and couldn't get up for a long time. If his legs and feet were not still twitching, Luo Hong would have thought he had fallen to death. After taking a look, Luo Hong retracted his gaze. He still had a lot of things to do. The most important thing was to find his beloved apprentice. The Yinming land is not a good place. There are many bloodthirsty Yinming beasts. Fan Mengai is a cultivator in the foundation building period, so she is not afraid. But now she is just like a mortal, and she is temporarily unable to move. If she encounters a Yinming beast, she will die. Fortunately, Luo Hong was prepared. Because of the same energy talisman, he and Fan Mengai will not be teleported too far, but he still needs to find her as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Looking around, it was pitch black, without a trace of light. There was only the sound of fish and shrimp jumping in his ears, and only the smell of fish in his nose. It is really difficult to find someone with just the 5 senses. Fortunately, the forbidden magic in the soul still has a faint connection. Luo Hong stood there and carefully sensed for a moment, and determined the general direction of Fan Mengai. "Brother, be careful." Suddenly, a scream came from behind Luo Hong, followed by a strong wind rushing to his neck. There was a click sound, as if something broke. Luo Hong felt an itch on the back of his neck, reached out to grab the foreign object that fell on him, and threw it to the ground with all his strength. With a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, a flash of fire flashed, and then went out. Luo Hong took the opportunity to see clearly what attacked him. It was a hideous monster with a body length of nearly 10 feet and red scales like a leopard. The red light was ejected from the mouth of the beast, which seemed to be a means of attack. Although Luo Hong held back, it seemed that the beast was still killed. He kicked it a few times, but it did not move, but he found that its abdomen was abnormally warm. Thinking that this beast could spit fire from its mouth, Luo Hong's heart moved, and his right hand stabbed into the belly of the beast like a sharp blade. After groping for a while, he grabbed a mass of sticky organs. As soon as it came into contact with the air, the mucus burned. It was obviously some kind of liquid with a very low ignition point. Think about it, there is no spiritual energy in the underworld, and the flames that appear can only come from chemical combustion. "Brother, your hand is burning," the voice just now exclaimed again. The temperature of the burning mucus is only a few hundred degrees. Luo Hong only felt a little warm, without any discomfort, just enough to illuminate. He looked at the strange male cultivator who was staring at him from the side, stepped over and grabbed him by the collar. "Brother, slow down. I'm in great pain all over now." The man immediately cried out in pain. Luo Hong naturally ignored him. He rescued him because of the reminder just now, otherwise he would not have cared too much. holding the fireball in one hand and the male cultivator in the other. Luo Hong ran wildly in the direction he had just sensed, and the sound of wow in his ears continued. Luo Hong's speed was very fast. After a while, he ran several miles, and saw a pile of fish and shrimps. Where there are fish and shrimps, that is where the teleportation occurred. Luo Hong stomped his feet, and jumped 10 feet above the fish and shrimps. With a flick of his wrist, he threw out several flames, illuminating the surroundings. Although the fire did not last long, it was enough for Luo Hong to scan the place several times. Unfortunately, there was no voice of Fan Mengai here. After landing, Luo Hong sensed again, found the right direction, and ran wildly again. This went on for the third time before Luo Hong finally found Fan Mengai, who was almost buried by fish and shrimp. "Master, hurry. Pull me out." Fan Mengai was overjoyed to see Luo Hong, and stretched out her hand for help with difficulty. Her body was full of the smell of fish and shrimp, which was simply a nightmare. Luo Hong casually threw the male cultivator she was carrying aside, pulled Fan Mengai out of the pile of fish and shrimp, and cleared a place for her to lie down and slowly recover. "Master, how did you find me?" Fan Mengai, who was in unbearable pain, wanted to use a conversation to distract herself. Master has his own way. Luo Hong didn't want to explain too much, lest she infer that he had already known the situation in the ghost fog. "Oh, then Master, who is he? Should we go to find Senior Yuan later?" Luo Hong didn't want to say more, so Fan Mengai didn't ask more and consciously changed the subject. "This person was saved by my master. As for Miss Yuan, you don't have to worry about her. I have already made arrangements." Luo Hong was not going to look for Yuan Yeo. He planned to let her practice in the underworld according to the established trajectory. Whether the heaven repairing stone would work or not would still need to be verified after he returned to the human world. If it worked, he and Yuan Yeo would meet again in the human world, but it was impossible in the short term. After waiting for about half an hour, there were messy footsteps in the distance, and figures with torches approached quickly. "Master." It was obvious that they were not cultivators who were swept in. "I didn't expect that there were residents here." The ghost fog was so evil that Fan Mengai couldn't help but worry about the good and evil of these people. "It's okay, they are just mortals," Luo Hong said calmly. "Brother Ping, there is light over there. It seems to be a person." The shouter used the language of the Chaos Star Sea, and his tone was very surprised. "Don't panic, it's an outsider." After a pause, the team holding torches approached again, and Luo Hong soon saw their appearance. These people looked young, strong, and vigorous, both men and women, exuding a fierce aura. The leader was a strong man with 3 scars on his face. As soon as he approached the fish and shrimp pile, he ordered these young men and women to pack fish and shrimp in sacks and stand guard. Then, the scarred man led 2 men holding bone swords, and walked in front of Luo Hong. Halfway, he noticed Luo Hong's burning right hand and the gland in his hand. "Did you just kill a Yinming beast?" The 2 sword-wielding men were shocked when they heard this. They were just curious about why Luo Hong's hand was burned, but he was still fine, and they didn't think about the Yinming beast at all. After all, the Yinming beast is very powerful, and it is impossible for one person to kill it alone, at least in their cognition. Although they also saw the 2 people lying on the ground, it was obvious that the guy who couldn't even stand up was the meat on the mouth of the Yinming beast. So that monster is called the Yinming beast. Luo killed one. Luo Hong threw away the gland he was holding. These people brought torches, so he didn't need to use this method to illuminate. "Have you practiced martial arts?" The scarred man became excited and asked anxiously. "I have practiced for a few years, and have achieved some success." Luo Hong thought of the days when he practiced boxing under Zhuo Lao, and couldn't help but recall the acquaintances in Huangfeng Valley. Hearing Luo Hong's answer, not only the 2 sword-wielding men, but also the young men and women working around, all looked at Luo Hong in unison, their eyes full of surprise. "I'm Lin Ping, born in this Yinming place. Can you tell me your name?" The scarred man said generously with a bow. "Haha, I'm Luo Hong. As you can see, I'm an outsider." Although Luo Hong didn't know why, it was obvious that these people valued his identity as a warrior. The scarred man was about to say something when he heard a man next to him shout, "Brother Ping, it's awful." "Well, hurry back to the village. The Yinming beast is almost back to its nest." After Lin Ping gave the order, he turned to Luo Hong and said, "Sir, this place is dangerous and not a place to talk. Please come back to the village with us. I know that you outsiders have many questions at the beginning. I will answer them one by one when we get to the village. It seems that Brother Lin has dealt with outsiders like us many times. Luo is unfamiliar with the place, so I'm sorry to bother you. Han Lao Emma will take Meining to visit various villages soon to find Meining's brother. Luo Hong wants to meet him, and the best choice is to find a village to wait. Haha, don't bother me. Don't bother me." Lin Ping showed a happy expression and waved his hands repeatedly. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from above everyone's head, and a strong wind blew in the darkness. "Oh no, it's a howling beast." Everyone gathered together. Hearing the howling sound, Lin Ping's face changed drastically, and he shouted hurriedly. Luo Hong frowned, bent down and picked up 3 pieces of gravel as big as chicken eggs. After listening to the sound and determining the location, he threw a piece of gravel towards the source of the howling sound. This piece of gravel, with a terrifying strong wind, instantly shot into the darkness. In a moment, everyone heard a pop sound. The next moment, blood-red raindrops fell on everyone, and a black shadow fell to the ground. The Yinming beasts were brutal and knew no fear. The tragic death of their companions did not scare the remaining 2, but this only made Luo Hong throw 2 more stones. After a while, everyone came to their senses and realized that Luo Hong had easily solved 3 howling beasts that they would usually fight with their lives. "Your Excellency has unparalleled magical skills. Please accept me as your apprentice." Lin Ping invited Luo Hong with the original intention of letting him teach everyone martial arts after returning to the village. After all, in this Yinming land, only martial arts can play a role. But when he saw Luo Hong's amazing skills, he could no longer hold back his desire to learn art, and knelt down. "My master will not accept you." Without waiting for Luo Hong to refuse, Fan Mengai, who had just recovered her mobility, stood in front of Luo Hong. "Brother Lin, please get up and go back to the village first." Luo Hong did not agree, nor did he refuse immediately. Yes, I was reckless. We will set off immediately." Lin Ping nodded repeatedly, and after getting up, he stopped pestering Luo Hong and led people to pry open the skulls of the 2 howling beasts that fell nearby and took out a piece of green stone from them. As for the other one, because the body fell too far away, they had to give up. Soulstone, this is a good thing. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he gradually came up with an idea. Because they had to leave before the Yinming beast returned to its nest, on the way back, everyone was only concerned with hurrying on their way, and did not communicate much. After a while, everyone came to a cave entrance that was flashing with blue light, extinguished the torches in their hands, and went in one after another. Through the cave entrance, Luo Hong and the others finally arrived at the real Yinming land. The land was a dark yellow desert, desolate and rarely alive. The sky was full of dark clouds, and there were always blue flashes passing by, providing the only light for the Yinming land. Luo Hong looked back and saw that the place where they were originally was in the belly of a stone mountain. Similar stone mountains continued until the end of the site. It seemed that most of the other cultivators who were sucked in were scattered in various stone mountains. After leaving the stone mountain, the pace of the crowd slowed down, and the male cultivator who was rescued by Luo Hong finally had the opportunity to speak. "Senior Luo, thank you for saving my life." Luo Hong had not looked at him carefully before, but now he looked at him carefully. This man was dressed in black, about 30 or 40 years old, with a wooden and stiff face. Although he thanked sincerely, he could not see any sincerity. The cultivation method this man practiced was also strange, which could actually make people paralyzed. "Dao, there is no need to thank me, it's just a small effort," Luo Hong said indifferently. "Master, this dark place is so evil, can we still get out?" Fan Mengai said worriedly, holding a small fiery red sword. "You will know when you go to that village. I believe that there is always a way out. If we can get in, we can get out. It's easy to get out, but we have to stay for a while and collect more soul stones, Luo Hong secretly complained. Hey, I hope my sister is also in that village. The damn ghost fog can teleport randomly. Ninga must not be in trouble. The zombie face male cultivator sighed, his face still unchanged. Sister? Ninga? Could this guy be Mei Ning's brother? Hey, I saved Han Leo Mo's brother-in-law. Chapter 281 Test. While communicating with brother Mei Ning, Luo Hong was also observing Lin Ping and others. Seeing that they had no reaction to words such as fellow Taoist and monk, he had a preliminary estimate of the situation of Lin Ping's village. After traveling in the yellow desert for several hours, they finally arrived in front of a village surrounded by a high black stone wall. The stone wall was more than 30 feet high, and it was full of sharp wooden stakes. At a glance, one could feel a sense of wildness. There were many guards standing on the stone wall. When they saw Lin Ping and others return, especially the sacks on their backs, they showed excitement and shouted to open the door. With a boom sound, the huge stone door opened and everyone was welcomed in. After instructing the young men and women to deal with the fish and shrimp, Lin Ping came to Luo Hong excitedly and said, "Sir, please come with me to meet the elders of this village. The elders can answer all your questions about the Yinming land." Well, Brother Lin will lead the way. Luo Hong nodded slightly in response. Afterwards, Luo Hong and the other two were brought by Lin Ping to a black stone hall, where they met the elder. The old man had a kind face and a slightly fat body. When he saw the three people, he smiled and said, "It is not easy for the three of you to be alive here. Don't worry, since we are all human beings, I will do my best to help you if I can." Luo Hong did not rush to respond. He glanced around the hall and saw that in addition to the slightly fat old man at the top, there were two other men in their 40s or 50s sitting on both sides. The two men had dark skin, exposed veins, and muscles like cast iron. It was obvious that they were people who had practiced external martial arts to the extreme. One of them looked quite similar to Lin Ping. While Luo Hong was observing the three people in the hall, Lin Ping ran to the slightly fat old man and whispered a few words excitedly. Suddenly, the old man tightened his hand holding the stone chair and tremblingly stood up and said, "Are you a cultivator?" "The three of us are all cultivators," Luo Hong said lightly. Luo Hong had expected the old man's reaction. In this dark land, cultivators can only come from the outside world, and the ghost fog erupts at least every few decades, and not every time it will suck cultivators into the dark land. Therefore, it is very normal for the cultivators in the village to be interrupted. "That's not right, elder. Cultivators are all weak people. Before I came, I heard from Huzi and others that this little brother was a fierce man who killed the howling beast with a stone." "That's right, elder. Brother Luo must be a martial arts master who has practiced superior internal skills. He is definitely not one of those cultivators who fall down with a push. You know shit." The slightly fat old man suddenly got angry and roared without mercy, "Killing a howling beast with a stone, is that something that human power can do? That is a feat that can only be achieved by cultivators who have practiced body refining techniques and tempered their bodies like monsters. Your Excellency, am I right? I didn't expect that there was still a wise man in this village. No wonder he could be an elder." "The elder is right. I have indeed studied the body refining in depth. If the Yinming beasts are as fragile as the howling beasts you mentioned, I'm confident that I can easily deal with them. In addition, I can also repair your soulstone formation that is about to be damaged, and even improve it." Since this elder knows the power of body refining practitioners, Luo Hong can skip the step of showing off his strength and get straight to the point. Sure enough, our village is finally going to prosper again. "Are you also from Dajin?" The old man moved forward 2 steps excitedly and asked in a gentle voice. "Dajin? Elder, the last body refining practitioner who appeared in our village. Could it be from Dajin's cultivation world?" Luo Hong guessed from the old man's words. "That's what the stone tablet says. It is said that when that person was here, everyone in our village could live a happy life without worries about food and clothing. If you are interested, I can ask Lin Ping to take you there. But for now, let's arrange accommodation for the three of you." After the old man was helped back to the stone chair by Lin Ping, he was about to instruct the other party to arrange this matter. "Wait." Elder, Luo has not asked any questions yet. Luo Hong stretched out his hand to stop Lin Ping, who was about to walk out of the hall quickly, and said calmly, "Oh, look at my memory. If you ask, I will tell you everything I know." The old man slapped his forehead in annoyance. "Elder, do you know where the exit of this dark place is?" Although the other party's intention to keep him was very obvious, Luo Hong did not hide his intention to leave. The old man's eyes dodged, and he was thinking about how to reply, but heard a pop. Lin Ping's father smashed the armrest of the stone chair with a palm, and stood up aggressively. "Little brother, we rescued you, but we didn't let you be our boss." Seeing his companions attacking, another Iron Tower man also stood up with a fierce look in his eyes, and together with Lin Ping's father, he formed a double team against Luo Hong. "After all, we can't avoid it. You two can come together. The lifespan of mortals is too short." Luo Hong can understand the distrust of these two people. After all, they have never seen a body cultivator, and they probably haven't seen the stone tablets in the village. Lin Ping's father is not a person with a bad temper. He is just worried about the situation in the village, and is eager to test it. After he winked at his old brother who had been beside him for many years, the two of them stepped forward at the same time and punched hard. With the muscles and bones that these two have been tempered for many years, plus their strong internal strength, they can burst out a punch of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds with their combined strength, and even the terrifying cunning beast will be forced to retreat. However, Luo Hong seemed to be unable to see the power of the two people's combined attack, and still stood with his hands behind his back without dodging. With a dull thud, the fists of the two men hit Luo Hong's chest firmly, but he did not move at all. Just a slight shock, and the two men flew backwards and fell back on the stone chair. No need to make boring tests again. With Luo's ability, it is not difficult to take you out together. Even if you were born in this dark land, you should know that the living environment of the human race outside is many times better than here. Luo Hong did not look at the two rough men who flew backwards, but stared at the only fat old man who could make the decision. Luo Hong had to consider the possibility that Han Lao Mo did not find this village, so he had to know the location of the exit of the dark land. You don't know. Besides the fierce beasts, the dangers of the underworld are also the cold wind that can freeze people into ice. When the cold wind blows, the sky is dark and the cold is biting. Only by taking shelter in the Soulstone Array can you avoid freezing to death. Your body may not be afraid, but the two people beside you may not be able to bear it. The old man said slightly exaggeratedly, wanting to keep Luo Hong in the village. With this, "Are you still afraid of the cold wind?" Luo Hong reached into his arms and grabbed a small cloth bag, from which he pinched out a fiery red scale the size of a fingernail. Chapter 282 Dajin Buddhism. What is this? After the old man caught the fiery red scale thrown by Luo Hong, he immediately felt a heat enveloping his whole body, and soon he began to sweat. If he had this thing with him, he would not be afraid of the cold wind. This is the heart scale of the 7th level fire dragon, which has a strong cold repelling effect. There are hundreds of such fire dragon scales in this bag, and it is no problem for each villager to have one. Luo Hong knew the dangers of the Yinming land very well. He had long wanted to hitchhike, so he naturally made many preparations, and this fire dragon scale was one of them. Dragon scale, this is too precious. Sir, are you really willing to lend it to us? The old man not only dealt with the immortal cultivators on the stone tablet, but also in his youth. He knew that the immortal cultivators were not kind-hearted people for no reason, and he could not help but worry about Luo Hong's plot. Fan Mengai on the side was also very surprised. She knew the temperament of her master. He always takes good care of his own people, but he is quite indifferent to strangers. Fan Mengai is sure of this, just based on the matter of accepting a disciple that year. Elder, don't be suspicious. Luo is willing to help you out of trouble, because it is of course beneficial to me. How much do you know about the beast crystals, or soulstones, in the head of the Yinming beast? In order to dispel the old man's doubts, Luo Hong decided to tell his purpose. Those crystals contain the power of Yinming. With the help of the magic circle, they can be used to guard the village and resist the yin wind. They are necessary reserves. In order to obtain enough beast crystals, many people in the village die and are injured every year. The old man told the truth, wondering if the beast crystals have other greater uses. This green crystal is called soulstone in the outside world. It is a must for refining high-level puppets. It is an extinct resource, and is very precious. Since Luo Mao has come here by chance, he must take soulstones out, and the more the better. I believe the elders also know that we cultivators cannot use storage bags in the underworld. If we want to take a large number of soulstones out, we need enough manpower. That's right, Luo Hong wanted these villagers to take soulstones out in sacks so that he could complete the giant puppet plan that has always existed in his imagination. I see, Your Excellency. Can you allow us to discuss it? I will give you an answer tomorrow. The old man nodded slowly, but he was still hesitant in his heart. After all, this is a matter of life and death for the entire village. If he is not careful, the village will perish. Okay, elders, please discuss it. Luo Mao will go to see the stone tablet in the village first. Luo Hong turned and walked out of the hall. Lin Ping hurriedly followed and led the way. Brother Meining finally had the opportunity to speak and hurriedly asked, Elder, besides us, are there any new outsiders in the village? No, the people you are looking for have either been devoured by the Yinming beast or have gone to other villages. The old man replied nonchalantly. I see, thank you for telling me. Brother Meining's zombie face darkened, and he silently followed Luo Hong and his party who had already walked away. Master Lin, go and call all the village leaders. The old man's dim eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance, and he ordered without question. Under the leadership of Lin Ping, Luo Hong came to a corner of the village and walked into a dusty stone house that had obviously not been visited for a long time. Sir, the outsiders' relics are all here. You can dispose of them at will. I will go back to participate in the discussion. Lin Ping bowed respectfully and turned away, never daring to mention the matter of becoming a disciple again. Fan Mengai walked into the stone house with great interest and came to the stone tablets of different sizes and shapes standing in front of them and checked the contents recorded on them. After looking around, she was depressed to find that the contents on these stone tablets were engraved in several different languages, and she could only understand a small part of them. Moreover, even among the ones that she could understand, there were many unclear places, especially those place names that she had no idea about at all. Master, which fairy island is this Dajin? Why have I never heard of it? Dajin's Euxin realm is on a continent, thousands of miles away from the Chaos Star Sea. It is said that it is the most prosperous Euxin realm in the human world, and there are dozens of powerful sects like Xingdang, and there are even cultivators in the god transformation stage. While Luo Hong was opening his apprentice's eyes, he was looking for the stone tablet left by the previous body refiner. Xianan's Euxin realm was passed down from Dajin, so there was no need to worry about not knowing the characters. After scanning the circle, Luo Hong quickly locked onto a square stone tablet that was quite old. The inscription was written in ancient language, and anyone who was not a rookie in the world of immortal cultivation could understand it, which was different from most stone tablets. Ancient language involves talismans and formations, so almost every immortal cultivator knows it. However, due to sectarianism and regional differences, most immortal cultivators still choose to leave their own words in the world of immortal cultivation, or even secret text. Due to the erosion of time, the ancient text on the stone tablet has become somewhat blurred. Luo Hong spent some time and guessed before he figured out the content. It turned out that this body cultivator was from the Jinglian sect, one of the three major Buddhist sects in Dajin. He was a guardian arhat in the Jiandan period and practiced to levels of Mingwangju. His physical realm was neither high nor low, and it was not difficult to protect the safety of a village, but he was unable to go to Storm Mountain. The reason why this monk left the inscription was very simple, which was to ask the later generations to bring back a treasure he found at sea to the Jinglian sect, and that treasure was now on the stone tablet to gather dust. The dark land is filled with the aura of no spiritual power. No matter what treasure it is, it can't shine with a trace of spiritual light. In Luo Hong's eyes, there is a pile of ordinary, dusty animal skins on the stone tablet. Out of curiosity, Luo Hong shook off the dust and unfolded it. I saw that the animal skin depicted a picture of Buddha sitting on a lotus. The painting was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. What kind of treasure is this? It's not even qualified to be a decoration. Fan Mengai took a look and expressed his opinion. It should be some kind of visualization method related to the magical powers of Buddhism. Without magic power and divine consciousness, Luo Hong couldn't figure it out, so he could only guess based on experience. Following the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed. No, it's the goose that passes by and plucks feathers. No, it should be that, since you are here. Luo Hong folded the animal skins again and put them away. Fan Mengai followed suit and picked a small bronze sword. Brother Meaning was not as optimistic as the two of them. He was worried about his sister and had no intention of drawing a lottery. The next day, the three of them came to the hall again. This time, there were quite a few people sitting in the hall, men, women, young and old, all with red eyes. Obviously they didn't sleep well last night. Sir, we have discussed it. We are willing to fight. After the old man announced the decision of everyone in the hall knelt on the ground. Very good. Does the village have a stronger weapon? Preferably a long whip. The longer the better. Living in the ghost place of Yunming land is torture. It is natural for the villagers to make such a decision. Luo Hong immediately threw the cloth bag containing the fire dragon scales to the old man to show his sincerity. Chapter 283 Luo Hong Reunion. In the belly of a certain stone mountain, a giant ape that was more than 20 feet tall angrily hammered its chest, and the roar from its mouth could shatter a person's eardrums. Suddenly, its thick arm covered with black hair swung out, and its huge fist only hit a human with an ordinary body and not strong. The strong wind blew in his face, but Luo Hong was not panicked at all. He jumped up in front of the giant fist and landed on the back of the giant ape's hand. Then, his feet drew a seemingly messy step, and like a ghost, he quickly moved along the giant ape's arm and moved to its head. At this time, the giant ape also noticed the little bug on its body and swung another fist without hesitation, hammering at its head. Luo Hong dodged against swiftly, so the giant ape's punch did nothing except make him lose a few teeth. Taking advantage of the giant ape's confusion, Luo Hong turned over and jumped to the top of the giant ape's head, and then continued to fall and hit it hard with an elbow on the top of its head. With a loud crack, a large hole several feet in diameter was instantly sunken in the skull of the giant ape, and a large amount of red and white things were squeezed out of its eyes and nose. After standing still for a while, the Yunming beast, which the villagers called the Cunning Beast King, fell down inch by inch and died. Suddenly, bursts of wild cheers broke out at the entrance of the stone mountain. Luo Hong jumped off the corpse of the giant ape, glanced at the piled up Yunming beast corpses that almost covered the surrounding area, and walked towards the cave entrance without haste. Halfway, dozens of villagers, including Lin Ping, passed by him with joy and rushed towards the corpses of the Yunming beasts. Master, is this soulstone really so precious? It's worth Master's effort. Fan Mengai walked to Luo Hong with a bundle of bone whips stained with beast blood and asked doubtfully. She watched Luo Hong completely clear out the Yunming beasts inside and outside the stone mountain. Although these Yunming beasts were no match for the master, they were incredibly brutal, had no intelligence at all, and had no fear at all. There were so many of them that it was very laborious to clear out a stone mountain. Soulstones are the key material for refining high-level puppets. After I escape this time, I will prepare to advance to the nascent soul stage. If I'm lucky enough to form a nascent soul, I will have to seize a piece of land for future cultivation. I can't stay in one place forever. If I don't have enough remaining forces in the occupied place, I will be worried. Ignoring the villagers who were excitedly digging out soulstones and cutting beast meat, Luo Hong walked out of the cave and came to the outside of the stone mountain. There were also many corpses of Yunming beasts here, but they were all low-level fire scale beasts. After looking around at the endless stone mountains around, Luo Hong's heart moved, and he strode to the top of the stone mountain under his feet. Master, can I practice in the spirit room again? Fan Mengai recalled the years when she had made rapid progress in her cultivation on the Blood Moon Island. She couldn't help but get excited and followed Luo Hong's steps. Without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, even if I build a holy land for cultivation, I won't be able to protect it. You should practice with the elixir given by your Uncle Han first. After returning to Cheyenne, Luo Hong had already planned where to set up the 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array. Cheyenne was not like the Chaos Star Sea. Even if there was a spirit binding array to cover it, the strangeness of the array would be noticed by many cultivators. If there was no nascent soul cultivator in charge, it would be watched by many. Then it would be a matter of time before the magic of the five evils gathering spirit array was discovered. Before advancing to the late nascent soul stage, Luo Hong would be in trouble if this secret was discovered. With Master's ability, condensing the nascent soul is not a piece of cake. Fan Mengai had great confidence in Luo Hong. Thinking of her bright future, her steps became lighter. The two of them walked very fast, and after chatting for a while, they arrived at the top of the stone mountain. Looking around, there were more than one row of such stone mountains, which were so densely packed together that it was impossible to count them. Disciple, do you think these stone mountains look like the teeth of monsters? Luo Hong suddenly asked, after staring for a while. Fan Mengai's imagination was immediately interrupted. After a moment of stunned, she looked up and felt that these stone mountains did not seem to be naturally formed. She couldn't help but look up, and she felt a palpitation in her heart, as if another row of stone mountains in the sky would suddenly press down. Master, don't joke. If these stone mountains are really teeth, how big would this monster be? Yes, it's really unimaginably huge. Luo Hong's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he replied casually. In fact, he knew in his heart that this so-called dark land was the belly of the monster Luo Hong. This Luo Hong was an ancient true spirit, feeding on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and being able to travel outside the domain. It was definitely the most terrifying existence in the entire human world. Fortunately, this guy likes to eat and sleep and eat, and has no intention of stirring up trouble. Any true spirit is equivalent to a cultivator in the Mahayana period. This Luo Hong hides in the human world, probably to avoid natural enemies. After all, compared with the Luo Hong in the spirit world, the one in the human world is too small, and should be weaker among the true spirits. When Luo Hong handed the heaven repairing stone to Yuan Yao, he was in a hurry, and didn't think much about it. Now he thinks that he may get an opportunity because of it. Of course, it's too early to think about these things now. After standing on the top of the mountain for a long time, Luo Hong reached out to take the bone whip held by Fan Mengai, jumped down and said, let's go and clear the next stone mountain. Master, take me with you. I will fall to death if I jump down. Seeing Luo Hong's figure disappear quickly, Fan Mengai shouted anxiously. In the next month, Luo Hong would lead a group of young and strong villagers every day to clear the Yinming beasts in the stone mountain. The soul stones accumulated in the village were increasing. Finally, when he returned to the village one day, he heard the news that an outsider had visited. Brother, how are you? Han Li appeared at the entrance of the village, smiling and bowing to Luo Hong. Haha, junior brother Han, I knew you were fine. Could this Taoist friend be Taoist friend Ziling? As soon as Luo Hong saw the stunning girl next to Han Lao Mo, he guessed that the other party was the famous fairy Ziling. Elder Luo has a keen eye. I'm Ziling. I was afraid that my appearance would cause trouble, so I didn't show my true appearance. I hope Elder Luo doesn't mind. Ziling bowed and apologized sensibly. Calling me Elder Luo, it seems that Ziling's relationship with Han Lao Mo has made great progress these days. It makes sense. In this dark place, Han Lao Mo has no shortage of opportunities to be a hero and save the beauty. Dao Yao Ziling is a peerless beauty. I completely understand your behavior. Luo Hong waved his hand to show that he didn't mind, and then turned to Han Lao Mo and said, since you are here, come with me to hunt the Yinming beast tomorrow. I'm sure you know the benefits of this soul stone. Great, I was just thinking of telling you about this. Han Li had seen the soul stone in the body of the guard puppet in the Zushan Palace and roughly guessed its function. In addition, there were still several months before the space crack in the Storm Mountain opened, so he naturally wanted to collect more soul stones. Walking into the village, Luo Hong saw the scene of the reunion of Mei Ning and her brother and sister as expected. I wonder if the zombie-faced monk would change his face when he heard that his sister was taken advantage of by Han Lao Mo. The arrival of Han Lao Mo made Luo Hong's last doubt disappear, and he hurried to hunt the Yinming beast in the following days. Compared with his divine power, old demon Han mainly relied on the soul-crying beast to restrain the yin nether beast. After the two nascent souls, this beast was well nourished. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Return to Cheyenne. Somewhere in the boundless sea, there was no wind or waves, and the sea was dead and lifeless, with no sign of any living creature. But at this moment, a black fog spread out from the void, and in an instant it spread out over 100 feet. There was a faint sound of thunder and white light in the black fog. Suddenly, a bloated figure wrapped in lightning broke through the black fog, and then a huge spirit boat also flew out. After rushing out of the black fog, neither of them stopped, and flew away from the black fog quickly. It was not until they were 1,000 miles away from the black fog that they stopped. The lightning dissipated, revealing the figure of Han Li embracing the two women, while Luo Hong stood at the bow of the spirit boat, and Fan Mengai stood beside him. Luo Hong had forgotten which unlucky guy's storage bag he got this spirit boat from, but thanks to this boat, he was able to bring more than 100 natives of the Yinming land out. A few days ago, when they broke through the exit of the Yinming land, that is, Storm Mountain, the Yinming beast and the Yin wind could not cause them any trouble. Only the last bewildering white fog was a little difficult to deal with. However, Luo Hong's own soul was strong enough, and would not be confused by the illusion in the white fog. With him leading the way, and pulling everyone through quickly with animal tendons, the villagers had a splitting headache, but nothing serious happened. At this moment, they were all sleeping in the cabin. Luo Hong looked back at the still spreading black fog and knew that they were able to escape, because Luo Hao's target of eating was not them. For Luo Hao, they were just tiny dust particles that were sucked into his body when breathing. It didn't matter whether they came in or out. With a flash of lightning, Han Li also landed on the spirit boat. After putting down the two blushing girls in his arms, he said, "Brother, why do I feel so familiar with this place? I have only heard of one such Dead Sea area. We are probably already in the boundless sea." Luo Hong pretended to speculate. Han Li was startled at first, and then he was delighted. After a flash of light, he flew to the top of the sea, waved his hand, and summoned a flying sword, which swooshed into the water. After a while, a corpse of a sea beast about 3 or 4 feet long floated up. After seeing this beast, Han Li had no more doubts in his mind. After flying back to the spirit boat, he excitedly said, "Brother, we are back." It is understandable that Han Li was so excited about returning to Cheyenne. After all, anyone who is being hunted and hiding all day will feel bored and depressed. Now that he is back in Cheyenne, he can put all the grudges and hatreds in the Chaos Star Sea behind him, and he can finally act openly. Cheyenne? Brother Han, where is Cheyenne? How come I have never heard of it? Zealing looked confused and worried, fearing that she would just get out of the tiger's den and fall into the wolf's den. Master, is there a world of immortal cultivation here? With Luo Hong here, Fan Mengai was not worried at all about whether this place was a dangerous place, but only cared about whether there was spiritual energy to cultivate. Junior brother, you explain to them. I still have some things to do. Luo Hong did not forget that he had an important matter concerning Yuan Yeo. He left everyone and sat cross-legged to one side. After closing his eyes, Luo Hong released his powerful spiritual sense, holding his breath and concentrating to sense carefully. After a long time, he finally found a faint fluctuation in the void, which was a spatial fluctuation with a trace of his blood. Found it. The anchor point made with the Bushan stone is really useful. Luo Hong opened his eyes happily and nodded involuntarily. The absolute spirit in Luo Hao's body cannot eliminate the spatial ability of the Bushan stone itself. With its own power, it is enough to create an insignificant spatial crack in the place where it is located, that is, the Yinming land. Due to the blood ban left by Luo Hong, the exit of this spatial crack will be near him. Of course, although he took advantage of the spatial power of the Bushan stone, this connection also has its limits. If Luo Hao left the boundless sea, Luo Hong would not be able to sense it. At present, Luo Hong cannot do anything with this space crack, but when he advances to the nascent soul stage and his soul becomes stronger, he will be able to control the restrictions on the heaven repairing stone remotely, causing the space force in it to explode and tear a crack wide enough for a person to pass through. By then, it is possible to summon a female ghost at the nascent soul level. If all goes well, you and Yeo will be able to practice in the underworld and return to the human world from time to time. Although she will still become a female ghost, it is not so miserable at last. After sensing the space crack, Luo Hong finally put down the last big stone in his heart, and at this time, Han Lao Mo also explained the situation more or less. It turns out that Master and Uncle Han are both cultivators from Cheyenne. Then, are we going back to the Yellow Maple Valley next? Fan Mengai finally knew the name of the Master's sect that had only existed in Luo Hong's mouth. Haha, your Uncle Han was abandoned by the sect back then. He definitely doesn't want to go back. Luo Hong chuckled and stood up, then shook his head and said, your master was just a cannon fodder back then. Although from the perspective of those seniors in the sect, this arrangement is correct, but for me personally, it is really difficult to have any sense of belonging to the sect anymore. Brother, it's too early to talk about this now, let's hurry up and find land. Speaking of the past, Han Li was really a little depressed. He was used by the Linghu Patriarch back then. Well, the boundless sea is in the south of the sky. We will definitely find land if we fly north. Luo Hong nodded and said, at the same time, he urged the spirit boat under his feet, turning into a beam of light and escaping to the north. In this way, he flew for 4 months, and then a touch of green appeared on the horizon. After landing on the land, Luo Hong found a fertile plain with a mountain and settled the villagers. These people can survive in the underworld, so they can naturally do well in the human world, so Luo Hong doesn't need to worry too much. Afterwards, Luo Hong and other cultivators found a town and settled down temporarily in the suburbs of this town. After some inquiries, everyone knew that this place was the Z Kingdom, which belonged to the Cheyenne and Zeuxan realm. It was 1/3 smaller than the U Kingdom, where the Yellow Maple Valley was located back then, and was divided into 7 states. The state they are in now, called Minzhou, is the largest state in the Z Kingdom, but there are no good spiritual veins, so only small sects and Zeuxan families exist. During the days of inquiring about the news, Luo Hong taught Fan Mengai and other cultivators from the Chaos Star Sea the local language and writing of Cheyenne. At this time, they gathered in a bamboo house in the forest to discuss their respective destinations. Brother Han, Sister Meining, has already had physical contact with you, so what's wrong with taking her as a concubine? I think Sister Meining is willing, so don't refuse. Zealing grabbed the blushing Meining's hand and smiled. Luo Hong sat aside, leaning back in his chair, watching the show with great interest. Seeing Han Lao Mo frowning and looking at him, he coughed and looked away, not wanting to get involved at all. Fan Mengai directly gave her Uncle Han a congratulatory gesture and had already planned to drink at the wedding. After all, in her opinion, Meining was cute and lovely, with extraordinary looks, and was willing to be someone's concubine. Who would disagree? But she obviously didn't know that Han Lao Mo deeply agreed with the saying all those below the nascent soul are ants, and the matter of marrying a wife and taking a concubine before the nascent soul was not in his consideration at all. So Luo Hong heard a lot of excuses such as, Han is used to being alone, Han has a lot of enemies, Han likes to retreat, which made Zealing, who was actively acting as a matchmaker, very dissatisfied. Fortunately, Han Lao Mo had a lot of elixirs, so in the end, everyone did not leave in a bad mood. Having had enough of being controlled by others, Zealing had no intention of attaching herself to Han Li or Luo Hong. Meining was too embarrassed to follow Han Li after being rejected. So after a simple farewell, the 2 girls left with Meining's brother. At this time, only Luo Hong and his apprentice and Han Li were left in the bamboo house. Fan Mengai's opinion was irrelevant. Han Li sighed and said, brother, what are your plans next? Luo Hong adjusted his sitting posture and said in a serious manner, you and I have only reached the late stage of Jinden. The most important thing next is naturally to form a baby. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the place where the baby is formed has little effect on the success rate of forming a baby, it cannot be too bad. In the Cheyenne Xiuxin world, as long as there is a spiritual land, there will be forces occupying it. This is not easy to deal with. Well, I have been thinking about this these days. After thinking about it, I can only think of sneaking into the sacred mountain of the big sect and borrowing the land to form a baby. Harley frowned and said, "This move is not small." He wanted to hear Luo Hong's opinion. "It's a good idea, but we have to choose a sect with few nascent soul cultivators. In this way, even if something happens, as long as the nascent soul is successfully formed, they can only accept it with a pinched nose. If it fails, it will not be difficult to escape. Since you have been planning for a few days, you should have a goal." Luo Hong asked in a deep voice. "The Yunmeng Mountains in the territory of Z country have excellent spiritual energy. There are 3 sects, namely the Ancient Sword Sect, the Luohan Sect and the Baikyo Academy. The Baikyo Academy is famous for refining weapons, and I'm quite interested in it. However, which one to infiltrate can only be decided after we reach the Yunmeng Mountains." Harley said his plan and looked at Luo Hong with expectation. In his opinion, if senior brother Luo could go with him, it would be much safer. "Junior brother, you are quite thoughtful, but for some reasons, I prefer the Nine Nations Alliance," Luo Hong said lightly. "Nine Nation Alliance? It's very far from here. Why do you want to go far away? Besides, the Nine Nation Alliance is close to the Mulan grassland, and wars break out from time to time. It's not a place where people can practice in peace." Harley was very surprised by Luo Hong's decision. From Ziguo to the Nine Nation Alliance, it almost crosses the entire Cheyenne. Although it is not dangerous for senior brother Luo, there is no need to waste this time. What is the reason for senior brother Luo? Suddenly, Harley's mind moved, and he thought of a possibility. "Senior brother, do you want to go back to Huangfeng Valley? But didn't you say before that you no longer feel a sense of belonging to Huangfeng Valley?" "Junior brother, you are wrong. I'm going to Yan'yu sect." Luo Hong's thoughts suddenly came to his mind, and gradually his eyes showed nostalgia. This volume is over, and the next one is the 3 great magical powers. Chapter 285, Returning Home. Yan'yu sect? Hearing these 3 words, Harley's thoughts could not help but drift, remembering a dream he had by the water pond in the forbidden area in the past, and remembering several encounters with Nangan One. "Brother, if it is convenient, can you help me find out about the situation of a female cultivator in the Chindan stage in Yan'yu sect?" After hesitating for a moment, Harley made a request with a strange look on his face. "Brother Han, you want to know about the recent situation of Daoist Nangang in recent years, right? It's easy to say, I'll take care of it." Luo Hong's style in emotional issues has always been to cut the Gordian knot. After clarifying his true feelings, he doesn't care about anything else, and rolls up his sleeves to get to work. Seeing Han Leomo's hesitation like this, he felt very uncomfortable, so he directly pointed it out to him. "Ahem, how did you know it?" Harley was shocked. He didn't tell anyone about his relationship with Nangan One. Why did brother Luo call out Nangan One's name so confidently? Did Nangan One reveal it? "Junior brother, why do you think I'm in such a hurry to go to Yan'yu sect? I believe you also know that Yan'yu sect is from the Hehuan sect of the demonic path. The cultivation techniques practiced in the sect mostly rely on dual cultivation. Sometimes, whether to form a Taoist couple or not is not up to the disciples themselves. Junior brother, you can rest assured, but I can't rest assured." There was nothing to hide. Luo Hong directly said that he had a lover in Yan'yu sect. Nangang One was able to withstand the pressure and never form a Taoist couple with others because her cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds in the more than 100 years since Hanli left, and she became a cultivator in the nascent soul stage early. Even so, when Yan'yu sect was in danger later, she still became a sacrifice and almost married someone else. Senior sister's aptitude is good, but it is impossible to form a baby at this point in time without a miracle, so she is most likely still a cultivator in the core formation stage. Given the current state of the Moon Blanking sect, in order to gain a foothold in the Nine Nation Alliance, it is inevitable to form an alliance with the local immortal sects, so it is very likely that they will be forced to form a Taoist couple with others. If this matter is not confirmed, Luo Hong always feels that he will be shrouded by a green shadow. With this inner demon, there will be a few more chances of failure in forming a nascent soul. Han Li's face turned green when he heard this. After recalling the past, he found that he did not understand Nanganwan's thoughts at all. It is possible that the other party really only regarded the incident that day as a mistake and had long forgotten him. Thinking of this, although he was still very uneasy, Han Li decided to form a nascent soul first and then consider this matter. One is for the immortal way he has always pursued, and the other is to have more confidence when meeting Nanganwan in the future. Well, form a nascent soul first. If she doesn't want to, I will take her away by force. Luo Hong noticed the determination in Han Leomo's eyes and knew that he had made a decision, and most likely he would stick to his original choice. Brother, I still want to try to form a baby in the Yunmeng Mountains, the Yanyu sect. Don't worry, Brother Han, I will help you keep an eye on it. Since you and I are about to say goodbye, take these heavenly demon pills. With them, you can save several years of training your soul. Luo Hong's waist flashed with a rosy glow, and then he threw out 2 jade bottles. Then I thank you, brother. By the way, I have prepared the materials for the 9 curved infant pill. I will start refining the pill today. Brother, you may as well take the pill before leaving. Taking the jade bottle, Han Li's face was filled with joy. He originally planned to practice the Great Evolution Art to the 4th level before trying to form a baby. Luo Hong's heavenly demon pills were exactly what he needed. Well, that's what I meant. The matter of forming a baby cannot be sloppy. It is not too much to increase the success rate. Anyway, it has been 150 or 60 years since I left, so these 10 days are not a big deal. 2 months later, above Mortal Town, Luo Hong was thoughtfully scanning every corner of the city with his spiritual sense. After a while, his expression suddenly darkened, and he sighed and flew downwards. Fan Mengai, who noticed that his master was in a bad mood, suppressed his doubts and did not ask questions as curiously as usual. After landing, Luo Hong walked straight to a tall house, and Fan Mengai followed closely behind him. The 2 guards holding sticks behind the door seemed not to see the 2 of them, and their eyes did not linger on them at all. Even when Luo Hong opened the door and Fan Mengai closed the door, they did not notice it at all. There were many servants in the house, and no one noticed that 2 guests had come to the house. Luo Hong walked all the way to a house filled with incense, paused behind the door for a moment, and walked in. Although he had scanned it with his spiritual sense before, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart when he saw his parents' tablets with his own eyes. Fan Mengai also understood something at this time, and obediently took 3 incense sticks and handed them to Luo Hong. Although Luo Hong had regrets about his parents and relatives, he did not regret it to the extent of being overwhelmed. After all, he had known that he would leave Cheyenne, so he tried every means to fulfill his filial piety when he was in Huangfeng Valley, and made arrangements when he left. After burning incense and standing quietly for a while, Luo Hong recovered from his grief. As a branch of the Li family, Luo Hong had no special feelings for the Li family except his mother. Among the relatives with the surname Luo, only his cousin Luo Wang was familiar with him. Speaking of which, Luo Wang later married a member of the Li family. I remember her name was Li. Why is there no spiritual position? He and his wife should be mortals. Huangfeng Valley was very hasty when evacuating Yu State, and even adopted the method of gecko breaking its tail. It was absolutely impossible to take mortals with it. This is of course because the cultivators of Huangfeng Valley know that the demons will not do anything to the mortals in the newly occupied territories, otherwise they will not be able to digest them, even if they swallow them. Luo Hong frowned and thought for a moment, then put the matter behind him. After all, it had been 150 or 60 years, and the situation was so chaotic at the time that it was difficult for him to find out the truth. Perhaps Luo Wang's family really went to the Nine Nations Alliance, or perhaps they had encountered some kind of misfortune, and their spirit tablets could not be placed in the ancestral hall. Even if it was the latter, Luo Hong might be able to avenge them after 100 years. After all, the people who harmed them must have died of old age. After leaving the ancestral hall, Luo Hong felt refreshed and relieved of a worry. It's a pity that my parents didn't give me a brother or sister, otherwise I could be an ancestor now. The existing Li family and Luo family did not make Luo Hong feel any intimacy at all, and the previous spiritual sense also showed that there were no immortal cultivators or spiritual root people in the two families. This is good. Fan Mengai alone is enough for me to worry about. Luo Hong, who no longer had any worries in his heart, took Fan Mengai and turned into a beam of light, flying directly away from Shangyang City. After a few hours, the two arrived above Chiang Mountain. With a little sensing, Luo Hong discovered the existence of the ghost spirit sect monks. After all, he had killed many of them in the war that year, and was very familiar with their breath. Chapter 286. I'm here to find a Taoist companion. Master, is there any treasure here? Fan Mengai knew Luo Hong very well. He would stay in this desolate mountain, so there must be something attracting him. You are smart. There are treasures, but it's not the right time yet. Seeing his apprentice's eyes shining, Luo Hong couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and took her to fly away. The disciples of the ghost spirit sect who were stationed in Chiang Mountain were only at the initial stage of foundation building. Obviously, the ghost spirit sect did not know the secrets in the belly of the mountain and only regarded this place as an ordinary spiritual material mine. Once the affairs around Shangyang City were settled, Luo Hong did not stop along the way, except to buy a can of top-grade Kingston tea from the spiritual tea garden. Another 2 months later, Luo Hong finally arrived in the territory of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, where the 6 sects were located in the Daheng Mountains. After this journey from south to north, Luo Hong had a fairly sufficient understanding of the situation in the entire Xianan. It can be said that the Xianan cultivation world was not affected by him as a time traveler at all, and the general trend of the original timeline did not change at all. Due to the war between the Righteous Alliance and the 6 demonic sects nearly 200 years ago, the entire Xianan has completely lost the division of the immortal cultivation world based on countries, and has entered a situation of 4 separate powers that will eventually unite after a long period of division. Originally, the immortal cultivation worlds of small countries such as Yu and Yuan were merged into the Xiandao Alliance. In terms of the number of immortal cultivators, they are not inferior to the other 3 parties, but they are much worse in terms of quality and unity. After all, they have just formed an alliance for 100 years. The top combat power of the Xiandao Alliance is Long Han and his wife. Both of them are cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Because of their cultivation techniques, they can fight against great cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul when they join forces. Of course, when the old demon Han began to emerge, he and his wife had nothing to do. Although the Righteous Alliance and the 6 demonic sects annexed several countries in one go, their strength also suffered a lot. After 100 years of recuperation, they barely recovered and gradually converted the increased territory into strength. The 2 forces are respectively the late Yuanying Xiang Master and the Hehuan Old Demon. If the general situation does not change, the situation in Xianan will evolve into a confrontation between the 2 sides, and the other 2 sides will take sides. In this war, the most obvious beneficiary is the 9 Nation Alliance. Including the 6 sects of Yu State, the 9 Nation Alliance has absorbed a lot of immortal sects and independent cultivators who were forced away by the 2 paths of justice and evil. It can be said that its strength has increased greatly. However, immortal cultivation relies on resources. If the territory is not increased, the strength can only last for a few hundred years at most, and then it will gradually weaken. I believe that Wei Wuya, a late Yuanying cultivator in the 9 Nation Alliance, can see this clearly. The reason why he did not take this opportunity to organize the immortal cultivation forces of the 9 Nation Alliance to attack the 2 paths of justice and evil, which have been caught in internal struggles caused by the issue of interest distribution, or the newly formed Xiandao Alliance, is because the 9 Nation Alliance's great enemy since its establishment, the Milan people, suddenly sent a large number of reinforcement to the border. The massive attack of the Milan people has intensified the conflict between the Xianan Zhuxan world and the Milan grassland. The 2 sides have been fighting for the past 200 years, and it has not been settled until today. Therefore, before solving the problem of the Mulan people, the four major forces in China will not have a big fight. Of course, this good day is about to end, because Han Leomo has returned. Luo Hong, standing in front of the mountain gate of Yan'yu sect, secretly complained. At this time, there was no trace of Fan Mengai beside him. Although Yan'yu sect can only gain a foothold in Bilian country, which is the second to last in the Nine Nations Alliance in terms of Zeuxan and resources, and share the spiritual veins and mountains with the other 5 sects, it has completely lost the limelight of dominating the Lingshan in New country. However, it is a large sect with thousands of years of history after all, and the sect still has some foundation. At least there is no shortage of array masters. And if this mountain protection array is constantly watched and maintained by someone, it will be quite troublesome to sneak in quietly. Therefore, Luo Hong is ready to learn from Han Leomo, and pretend to be a key refining disciple to worship Yan'yu sect. With his cultivation, it would be no problem for him to deceive the elders of the Jiandan stage of Yan'yu sect, even the old monsters of Yuanying stage, but Fan Mengai couldn't do that. Fortunately, she didn't rely on spiritual energy to cultivate now, but on drugs. Luo Hong placed her in an unnamed green mountain near Yan'yu sect, and let her practice in seclusion for several years, so that she could break through the Jiandan stage as soon as possible and help him. It's open. It's open. Sister, come quickly, the fairy of Yan'yu sect is out. Awakened by the commotion of the young men and women in front of him, Luo Hong looked up and saw a blue stone path appearing out of thin air, extending to the stone pavilion where everyone was. Then, 7 or 8 female cultivators in palace dress walked out slowly, each with their chin slightly raised, with a bit of arrogance of disciples from a large sect. After these female cultivators in palace dress stood in front of everyone, 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, a man and a woman, walked out. The young men and women present were all casual cultivators, and they didn't have much experience. Just an illusion array made their eyes shine, and their yearning hearts arise. My fellow Daoists, I'm sure you all know the requirements for our Yan'yu sect to recruit disciples, so I won't go into details. Now, please come forward one by one to test your spiritual roots and cultivation. The 3 Daoists over there, you don't need to be tested. Yan'yu sect has no chance with you. The white-clothed male cultivator in the early stage of foundation building made a calm opening speech and suddenly pointed his finger, taking away the qualification of the 3 casual cultivators to take the test. Why? How can you, Yan'yu sect, bully people like this? The 3 people were originally full of joy and were about to come forward to take the test, but when they heard this, they immediately cried out loudly, "We have our own rules for recruiting disciples in Yan'yu sect. You 3 are not qualified." I don't want to say it for the 3rd time. The white-clothed male cultivator's face was stern, and he said in a cold voice, while releasing the manner of his foundation building period cultivator. The 3 were all casual cultivators in the key refining period. How could they withstand it? After a breath, they retreated with horror on their faces. After this incident, the young men and women who were originally very excited immediately became trembling with fear, in order to avoid offending the white-clothed male cultivator and losing the qualification for the test. Luo Hong stood behind the crowd in silence, but he knew the whole story. In fact, the disciples of Yan'yu sect had been waiting for an hour. They had been hiding in the illusion array to observe everyone and initially check the character of the testers. The 3 people just now were eliminated because of their unsatisfactory character and lack of patience. Seeing those palace-dressed female cultivators in groups of 2, offering the magic tools for the test, and everyone coming forward to take the test in an orderly manner, Luo Hong couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the past, the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom only recruited disciples from the immortal cultivation families. If a casual cultivator wanted to join, he had to participate in the immortal ascension meeting, where he risked his life. It was not as simple as it is now. Of course, unless the disciples recruited in this way are found to have amazing qualifications, they will not be able to get much training. The Yan'yu sect will probably only provide a good or bad practice, and then use them as much as they can. Before coming here, Luo Hong had inquired about it. This kind of recruitment of disciples would happen every few months. It seems that they are very short of manpower now. After looking at the test results of the casual cultivators in front, Luo Hong found that the requirements of Yanyu sect were quite low. As long as the qualifications are above 3 spiritual roots, they will not refuse anyone. However, there are few casual cultivators with such qualifications. Among those who have been tested, only 20% of them were allowed to enter the next round of tests after only testing their spiritual root qualifications. If the spiritual roots are not good, as long as the cultivation level is above the 8th level of key refining, and the age is not over 30, they can pass. For test takers under the age of 20, the cultivation level requirements will be reduced by 1 level for every 2 years younger. It can be said that cultivators who can concentrate on cultivation can basically pass the test, but even so, less than half of the casual cultivators can pass the test. After all, most casual cultivators are rolling in the world, and not many can concentrate on cultivation. Seeing that there are not many people who have not been tested, Luo Hong no longer waited and walked forward slowly. Dao, please place your hand on the center of the spiritual disc. When a few rays of light appear, you will have a spiritual root of the grade you have. The palace-dressed female cultivator in front of Luo Hong had a very pleasant voice. Although she had explained it many times, she still did not show any impatience. Yes. After a simple response, Luo Hong placed her hand on the disc made of spiritual iron, and as expected, 5 spiritual lights appeared. Haha, after practicing for nearly 200 years, my aptitude is getting worse and worse. Luo Hong had never experienced such an entry test, and found it interesting, and secretly made a joke to herself. Seeing the spiritual light on the spiritual disc, the palace-dressed female cultivator could not help but show pity in her eyes. If there were no spiritual roots, it would be fine for people to give up completely, but having spiritual roots, but being of the 5th grade spiritual roots would be the most painful. This is equivalent to giving people hope first, and then pushing them off the cliff. She is a kind-hearted girl. Grandpa Luo, who is nearly 200 years old, said to himself, Dao, please input your magic power into the SYNOPSIS with all your strength. Another palace-dressed female cultivator said casually, obviously no longer having any hope for Luo Hong to pass the test. Luo Hong didn't care, and stretched out his sword finger to point at the purple spiritual bead, controlling his cultivation level to the 10th level of key refining, and began to input magic power. Suddenly, the spiritual light of the SYNOPSIS shone brightly, illuminating the surprised faces of the 2 women. 10th level of key refining. You, a 5th grade pseudo-spiritual root, can cultivate to the 10th level of key refining. The cultivation level of the 10th level of key refining is not surprising, but coupled with Luo Hong's spiritual root aptitude, it is very puzzling. Among the casual cultivators who have been tested, those with 4th grade spiritual roots who look older than Luo Hong have a cultivation level of 10th level of key refining. Excuse me, I'm the cultivation level of 10th level of key refining. Luo Hong touched his nose and said. In fact, he didn't want to attract so much attention, and this was not something to be proud of, but if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to get in. May I ask what kind of skill you are practicing, fellow Taoist? Luo Hong's unusual success attracted the attention of the white-clothed male cultivator. He walked closer and asked in a deep voice, revealing a bad intention. Did they mistakenly think that I was practicing some evil skill? I'm practicing the very ordinary Xiaoshu Yuan Gong. Luo Hong said calmly. Then fellow Taoist, can you tell me how you usually practice? Qiu Changfeng said suspiciously. Although Xiaoshu Yuan Gong is simple to practice, this person looks only about 25 or 26 years old. With his qualifications, it is impossible for him to have such a level of cultivation. With the help of spirit stones and elixirs, Luo Hong said, as if it was a matter of course. He grabbed a mid-level spirit stone in one hand and took out 3 small jade bottles in the other. With the jade bottles blocking them, everyone could not smell the fragrance of the medicine and could not judge the quality of the elixir in the bottle, but the red mid-level spirit stone gave off a genuine spiritual fluctuation. This is equivalent to 100 low-level spirit stones. It's enough for me to save for 10 years. This is the first time I've seen a mid-level spirit stone. Today I've really opened my eyes. Seeing the obvious surprise in the other party's eyes, Luo Hong didn't wait for him to ask, and explained spontaneously, I have a skill. I'm good at using the little rain cloud technique, and my family has 10 acres of spirit fields, so I have a small fortune. Are you a spirit plant husband? The female foundation building cultivator in a pink skirt also came over and looked Luo Hong up and down. I can only grow spirit grains, so I can't be considered a spirit plant husband. A real spirit plant husband can't be a casual cultivator, Luo Hong denied. Where is your family's spirit field? Qiu Changfeng felt that Luo Hong was a little suspicious and asked. Of course it's in a secret place. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Luo Hong bowed and apologized. Qiu Changfeng was slightly stunned and nodded. There was nothing wrong with the other party's refusal to say, why don't you grow spiritual grains for your family instead of joining our Yan'yu sect? 1 mu of spiritual field can produce 300 kilograms of spiritual grains, and 10 mu can produce 3000 kilograms. 10 kilograms of spiritual grains are worth 1 spiritual stone, which means that you can earn about 300 spiritual stones every year. This is 100 more than what Qiu Changfeng can get from the sect every year. I'm here to find a Taoist partner. Luo Hong rubbed his nose and laughed. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Luo Hong became the only focus of everyone's attention. Puff. Dao, I was really honest, so you pass. The pink skirt female cultivator was the first to laugh out loud, and then her eyes flashed and said, my sister is 20 years old. If Dao can successfully join, I can introduce her to you. No need, my target is the elder of your family. Luo Hong thanked her on the surface, but thought to herself. Chapter 287, Something Wrong with the Evil Thoughts. After the first round of tests, Luo Hong and other qualified candidates were led by the disciples of Yan'yu sect to walk on the Bluestone Road. Not long after, everyone's eyes suddenly blurred, and a huge white jade carved pavilion appeared. These low-level casual cultivators who had little experience couldn't help but widened their eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. The Yan'yu sect disciples who led the way seemed very satisfied with everyone's performance, and everyone had a smile on their faces. Before entering, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan the white jade pavilion inside and out. There were only 2 old men in this building, sitting on 2 floors respectively. The old man on the first floor had the cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building, and the old man on the second floor had the cultivation level of the late stage of foundation building. After more than 20 people who passed the test were brought into the pavilion, Qiu Changfeng cleared his throat and turned to the crowd and said, wait a minute, you will come forward one by one. Master Emma will use a secret technique to detect your age. As long as it is not too different from what was explained before, you can enter the final test. After explaining, Qiu Changfeng and the pink-skirted female cultivator walked to the old man who was sitting cross-legged, bowed respectfully, and said, Master Remo, thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. What's the trouble? Come one by one. The old man was gentle. After finishing the transfer of the internal skills, he slowly opened his eyes and said, so there is this level. I was wondering why he just asked my age casually before. Someone is going to be unlucky now. Luo Hong glanced at a man and a woman in the crowd calmly. They looked pale and sweaty. It was obvious that they had something to hide. The measurements of low-level cultivators could not be hidden from Luo Hong. He had actually discovered long ago that the 2 seemed to have taken some strange elixir, which made them look like boys and girls of 16 or 17 years old, but their actual age might have been over 30. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a cultivator came forward and sat cross-legged on the cushion in front of the old man. Stretch out your hand. The old man said softly. The cultivator had no ulterior motives and stretched out his right arm calmly. The old man stretched out his right hand, pinched his palm and forearm a few times, and then said calmly, 21. Qiu Changfeng nodded slightly, confirming that the cultivator did not lie about his age, and then instructed a female cultivator in palace dress behind him, take him to the second floor. Because someone demonstrated, the tension of the others was greatly relieved, and they came forward one by one to be checked. It seemed that they felt that the old man's method was not very clever, and the fake couple finally plucked up the courage. Watching a young man slowly approaching, Qiu Changfeng's mind flashed with his information. Gule, from Fancheng, 4th grade spiritual root, 7th level key refining, 17 years old. The old man casually placed his hand on the young man's delicate right arm, pinched it a few times, and suddenly raised his head, with a fierce look in his eyes. With a click, the old man actually broke the young man's forearm. What's more strange is that his appearance changed dramatically during the young man's cry of pain, and in the blink of an eye he changed from a tender young man to a middle-aged man with rough skin. Spare my life. Senior, spare my life. His wife was shocked when she saw this and rushed out of the crowd, kneeling in front of the old man and kowtowed repeatedly for mercy. Humph. You dare to use such a lowly method. Get out. Qiu Changfeng felt that he had lost face and couldn't help shouting angrily. The 2 palace-dressed female cultivators behind him immediately sacrificed their flying swords, put them around the necks of the couple, and forced them to leave the pavilion. Listen to me, you can be punished for falsely reporting your age, but if you can't pass the 2nd floor's test of conscience, don't blame us, Yanai sect, for being ruthless. If you want to quit now, leave with the 2 of them. Qiu Changfeng glanced at everyone with cold eyes and warned solemnly. The remaining casual cultivators whispered to each other, but none of them really quit. Is it the secret art related to bone touching? I'm afraid he can't touch my bones. Luo Hong's eyes changed slightly, and then he strode to the old man and sat down. After the shocking change just now, the old man perked up a little, stretched out his hand, and pinched Luo Hong's finger bones, and immediately said HMM. Qiu Changfeng frowned, and said in a deep voice, old demo, this person is also problematic? Great, dare to look down on me like this? No, fellow Taoist, have you practiced the secret art of body refining? The old man asked, looking directly into Luo Hong's eyes. In order to practice the spiritual art of gold, I have specially practiced the Iron Cauldron Golden Body skill. Luo Hong smiled slightly smugly. Spiritual art? The old man asked suspiciously. At this time, the pink skirt woman timely explained it through voice transmission. Haha, so that's how it is. Daoist friend really has a sharp eye. Interesting, interesting. After learning the whole story, the old man burst into laughter and then turned to Qiu Changfeng and said, Junior brother Qiu, you can take this Taoist friend upstairs yourself. Yes, Master Reno. Qiu Changfeng responded respectfully. Dao Luo, please. Luo Hong nodded in response, stood up and followed Qiu Changfeng to the 2nd floor. Just after taking a few steps, he heard the old man's voice transmission in his ears. Junior brother Qiu, let senior brother Song ask about this person's identity. It was a bit cautious, but it was a pity that he ran into me. Looking at Qiu Changfeng who was calm in front of him, Luo Hong thought secretly. The 2nd floor of the Jade building had closed windows and was very dark inside. An old man with wrinkles all over his face and white hair and beard sat cross-legged in front of a yellow sunken wood table. There were only 2 candlesticks and a stack of talismans on the table. The dimly swaying candlelight illuminated the white-haired old man in a very gloomy and terrifying way. After Qiu Changfeng brought Luo Hong up, he communicated with the white-haired old man and conveyed Emoleo's intention. Got it, you go down first. The white-haired old man said expressionlessly. Yes, junior brother, I'll take my leave. Qiu Changfeng bowed and turned to go downstairs. After watching Qiu Changfeng leave, the white-haired old man picked up a talisman on the table and said calmly, this is a talisman for questioning the heart, which can make you speak the truth involuntarily. I will ask you a few questions later. If you can satisfy me, you will be my disciple of Yanai sect in the future. Please cast the spell senior. Luo Hong pretended to be happy and said without any guilt. The white-haired old man shook his wrist, and the heart-searching talisman was attached to Luo Hong's shoulder, and then it flashed with silver light. Luo Hong didn't feel anything yet, and the other party started asking questions. This talisman should be able to make people fall into a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, which is somewhat similar to the spell of bewitching, or a weakened version of the spell of bewitching. After seeing through this, Luo Hong deliberately drooped his eyelids and pretended to be tricked. The white-haired old man's questions were nothing more than Luo Hong's origins and the purpose of joining the moon shaking sect, as well as matters about the exercises and cultivation. Luo Hong answered them one by one according to the preconceived character setting. After a moment, the white-haired old man hooked his finger, and the heart-searching talisman on Luo Hong's shoulder flew back. The power of this talisman has not been exhausted yet, and it can be used 2 or 3 more times. Luo Hong cooperated with a gesture of waking up from a dream, and looked at the white-haired old man with confused eyes. Dao, it's okay. You can go down the stairs here. After a while, junior brother Qiu will take you to the master's hall. The white-haired old man said in an emotionless tone. Thank you, senior. Luo Hong stood up and saluted. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the white-haired old man speak again. Dao, you must know that wealth should not be exposed to others. Otherwise, even fellow disciples will have evil thoughts. I just took out a mid-level spirit stone, and it attracted evil thoughts. Luo Hong felt something was wrong. He looked at the white-haired old man who reminded him, and looked directly into his eyes. Chapter 288 A False Alarm. At this moment, the white-haired old man felt that the eyes of the key refining cultivator in front of him were as deep as the sea, and he unconsciously had the idea of exploring, and his mind quickly became confused. Who did that evil thought come from? After controlling the white-haired old man with the soul bewitching technique, Luo Hong asked softly, the second cultivator before you. The white-haired old man replied faintly. Where did it come from? Luo Hong continued to ask. This person showed strong hatred for you for having a large number of spiritual stones. The white-haired old man truthfully said the true thoughts in the other person's heart that he had obtained using the heart-searching talisman. Is this person greedy and wants to steal my spiritual stones? Luo Hong suspected that the other person was used to killing people and stealing treasures when he was a casual cultivator. Not so, the other party did not show greed. The white-haired old man's answer made Luo Hong a little confused. The other party was actually just hating the rich. This matter was indeed a bit strange. Luo Hong collected his thoughts and lifted the soul bewitching technique and walked towards the stairs on his own. With the sound of footsteps, the white-haired old man gradually regained consciousness. After being in a trance for a while, he calmly placed the talisman in his hand, as if he had completely forgotten the question and answer just now. After going down the stairs, Luo Hong came to the back hall. All the monks who passed the heart-searching gate were waiting here, and everyone had a happy face. Seeing Luo Hong coming, several young men dressed as rich sons came forward to congratulate him. Luo Hong pretended to chat with them, but actually locked the suspicious monk with his spiritual sense. This person had sallow skin, simple clothes, and a very cheerful personality. He had already become friends with several monks here. After using his spiritual sense to investigate this person from beginning to end, Luo Hong did not notice anything wrong with him. Although he could not figure out the cause of the other party's strange hatred, Luo Hong was not worried that this person would harm him. After all, he was just a cultivator in the key refining stage, and he could kill him with a thought. He was afraid that this person was a spy and would cause trouble during his critical period of forming an infant. After thinking for a while, Luo Hong was still worried. He pretended to walk past this person casually and secretly released a blood puppet flying ant that he had cut into very small pieces, letting it quietly drill into this person's sleeve. After walking away, Luo Hong's mind moved, and the small flying ant bit through this person's skin and drilled into the blood vessels. Then the flying ant softened and disappeared into the blood. The monk with sallow skin only felt a slight itch on his arm and did not notice anything unusual. Very good, with this flying ant in this person's body, I can sense it, as long as this person is still in the Yanyu sect. And although the power of this flying ant is insignificant now, it can grow slowly by silently devouring this person's blood and essence. In just a few months, I can make him die without anyone noticing. Of course, if this person does not come to trouble me, or does not affect me, I don't need to do anything extreme. After ensuring that he can completely control the situation, Luo Hong no longer pays attention to this person and waits quietly. After half an hour, the test of all the entry-level disciples was over. This time, there were more than 20 people who really became the disciples of Yanyu sect. Next, they went to the main hall of the headmaster to register everyone and assign them places. Qiu Changfeng sacrificed a spirit boat. After everyone boarded the boat, he vomited his magic power and flew to a fog wall behind the jade building. The spirit boat flew straight into the fog wall. Luo Hong immediately sensed that the fog was filled with powerful restrictions. If it were not for the token on Qiu Changfeng's waist, they would have been trapped by the restrictions. After breaking through the fog wall, it was the current residence of Yan'yu sect. The world inside the formation was vast, with 6,000-foot high green mountains standing tall. There were countless cultivators flying back and forth, or thriving scene. However, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan, and found that most of these cultivators were in the late stage of key refining, and the proportion of foundation building cultivators was very small. It seemed that after more than 100 years of recuperation, Yan'yu sect had not yet recovered its vitality. Of course, this had nothing to do with Luo Hong. He came here to borrow the land to form an infant, and then kidnap a giant and elder. Well, it shouldn't be too much. In the Master's Hall, the heads of each peak were already waiting. Most of them were female cultivators, most of whom were in the middle and late stages of foundation building, and they looked young. Among the 6 main peaks, Yan'yu Peak was where the core disciples of Yan'yu sect were trained. Only those with 2nd grade spiritual roots or above had the opportunity to be selected, and disciples with pseudo-spiritual roots like Luo Hong could only do hard labor in the other 5 peaks. However, for casual cultivators, having a place to take shelter, being able to earn spiritual stones steadily, and practicing with peace of mind, was already a very good treatment. So, after learning the results of the distribution, everyone looked overjoyed. As expected, Luo Hong was assigned to Linky Peak, which was the peak with the most spiritual fields and medicinal fields. After coming out of the Master's Hall, Luo Hong and 5 other disciples boarded the spiritual boat of the head disciple of Linky Peak. It is worth mentioning that the woman in the pink skirt was also a disciple of Linky Peak. At this time, she was talking with the head disciple with a beaming smile, and looked back at Luo Hong from time to time. After a while, the 2 girls laughed like silver bells. Hey, control the spirit boat well. Being teased by the 2 little girls like this, Grandpa Luo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. In order to avoid being embarrassed, Luo Hong took the initiative to say, to seniors, we have just entered the sect, and are a little nervous. Can you tell me what are the taboos on Linky Peak? The head disciple was a middle-aged woman with the temperament of a scholarly family. She spoke softly, and had no competitive spirit. Although Linky Peak had the most disciples this time, they were also the worst in quality. Except for Luo Hong who had a skill, the others could only do odd jobs, and had to learn miscellaneous knowledge such as alchemy and talisman making from scratch. Hearing Luo Hong's question, she immediately explained, you don't have to worry. My master, your grandmaster, is very kind, and will not assign you too many tasks, leaving you with no time to practice. As long as you work hard, your grandmaster will reward you at the end of the year. If you make great contributions, you can even get a foundation building reward. The 5 of you don't have to worry, because you haven't been exposed to miscellaneous studies such as alchemy and talisman making before. I will send you to Kiwei Hall to learn simple spiritual medicine knowledge later, and then arrange for you to help in various medicinal fields. In this way, you can receive 2 spiritual stones every month. Luo Hong and the 5 disciples listened with a smile, as if they had seen a bright future. Sister Zhao is right. Our Linky Peak is the most friendly spiritual peak in Yan'yu sect. Just be careful not to offend Uncle Yu's 2 juniors. They are still young, relying on Uncle Yu's love, and being a little naughty, but they are not bad. If you meet them, remember to be tolerant. The pink skirt woman nodded slightly and added, Uncle Yu. Juniors? Luo Hong's smile froze, as if he was under a spell. He forced himself to calm down, and asked in a steady tone, are those 2 fellow disciples the blood relatives of Master Yu? I'm not sure, but I heard that they once called Master Yu Grandma. The pink-skirted female cultivator answered casually. They even have grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Luo Hong's head buzzed, and he had the urge to sacrifice the Zhenhe Pearl and flatten Linky Peak. Junior Sister Huang, have you forgotten? Those two nephews were brought back from the secular family when Master went to Yu Kingdom more than 10 years ago. The woman surnamed Zhao said with a light exclamation. Junior sister Zhao, you can know this so well because you are Master Yu's disciple. Junior sister is not so lucky to serve Master Yu all the time. The pink-skirted woman did not hide her envy at all and puffed her cheeks unconvincedly. So that's it. I was scared to death. Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Sister Zhao, I have always had a question. Why does Uncle Yu go to you every 20 years? Aren't the 6 sects of the demonic path that occupy there are mortal enemies? The pink-skirted woman was in high spirits and asked the question that had been hidden in her heart for many years. I don't know the reason for this matter. Although Master always brings back a can of spiritual tea every time she comes back, she never drinks it. I think it's just a cover. Oh, this is related to Master's secrets. Let's not talk about it anymore. The woman surnamed Zhao's face changed with suspicion. She suddenly realized that it was not her disciple's doing to talk about Master behind his back, so she quickly avoided the topic. Spiritual tea. Luo Hong thought of the can of Kinkson tea in the Wanbao bag and the words she said before leaving. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sister is really devoted to me. During the conversation, the spiritual boat had already arrived at Linky Peak. The woman surnamed Zhao took off a token from her waist and gave it to the pink skirt woman, saying in a gentle voice, I will send these 5 disciples to Kiwei Hall, and you can take this disciple to meet the Master. If you want to manage a spiritual garden, you must get the Master's approval. The pink skirt woman was stunned when she heard the words, and then she saw the other party's meaningful eyes, and immediately reacted, and said happily, thank you, senior sister Zhao, for your kindness. Junior sister will definitely cherish this opportunity. As she said that, she offered a red gauze, and jumped on it, then turned around and said, Nephew Luo, come with me, I will take you to meet the uncle. Luo Hong was slightly stunned. It was a coincidence that he was assigned to the spiritual peak, where Yu Ruoxi was, but he didn't expect to meet her so soon. At this point, Luo Hong naturally would not shrink back, and immediately jumped on the red gauze, and was taken to the top of the peak. Not long after, the two came to a cool and elegant house. The pink skirt woman held the token, and took Luo Hong through the formation outside the house, and came to the door. Junior Huang Huaiying, I'm here with my new disciple, to pay respects to my uncle. After respectfully reporting, Huang Huaiying waited quietly. Come in. With a clear male voice, the door opened. Luo Hong and Huang Huaiying's faces changed at the same time, but they were thinking about their own things. Stepping through the door, the two of them came to the reception room without any obstacles. Sitting at the top was a handsome man with extraordinary temperament. He was in the middle stage of Jinden. Could his surname also be Yu? Just when Luo Hong was puzzled, Huang Huaiying bowed respectfully and said, hello, Uncle Qi, may I ask if Uncle Yu is here? My senior sister suddenly decided to go into seclusion today, and all the affairs of Linky Peak will be temporarily managed by me. After Qi Yangxiu finished speaking in a solemn voice, his expression suddenly collapsed, and he sighed. Senior sister, you are hiding from me like this. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 289, 3 Steps to Conceiving a Baby. On the red gauze, Huang Huaiying drove the magic weapon to fly towards the mountainside with a disappointed look on his face. After pursing and relaxing his lips several times, he couldn't help but complain, why am I so unlucky? I finally get to see Uncle Yu, but he happens to be in seclusion. I'm so angry. Huang Huaiying stomped his feet hard and sighed deeply as he thought about it. Senior Huang, that master is also a giant and stage cultivator. If you worship him as your master, wouldn't it be the same? Why do you have to recognize Master Yu? Luo Hong asked with a cold smile, seemingly just curious. Nephew Luo, you don't understand. Uncle Qi is the most promising giant and cultivator in our Yanyu sect in the past 100 years. He has reached the middle stage of Jinden before he is 200 years old. He is highly valued by the great elders and has a very high status in the sect. But it is said that Uncle Qi can cultivate so quickly because he relies on the method of dual cultivation and replenishment. In fact, all the disciples under his tutelage are his furnaces. I, Huang Huaiying, am devoted to the Tao. How could I be willing to cut off my future? No, I have to go to Linky Peak as little as possible in recent years. The farther away from Uncle Key, the better. Huang Huaiying was explaining to Luo Hong halfway, and then thought of himself again. He nodded twice, as if he had made up his mind. I see. However, didn't you say before that Master Yu has the cultivation of the late stage of Jinden, which is closer to the Yuanying stage? Why do you still need to use seclusion? To avoid the entanglement of Master Qi? This is a point that Luo Hong is more puzzled about. Why should a cultivator in the late stage of Jinden be afraid of a cultivator in the middle stage of Jinden? Uncle Yu has only advanced to the late Jinden stage in recent decades, and because of the cultivation method he has practiced, if he does not find a Taoist partner, it will be difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation in the future. Uncle Qi is so confident because he has received instructions from the Great Elder. If it were not for senior brother Qiu being the disciple of Elder Bihan of the Hidden Moon sect, I would not have known that the Jinden elders often have to do things against their will. I used to think they were very free. Huang Huaiying felt frustrated and depressed, as if her fantasy had been shattered. Haha, she is indeed Mangan One's senior sister, with such great ambitions. The great elder of the Yanyu sect made such an arrangement in order to increase the chances of senior sister and Qi to advance to the nascent soul stage. After all, with each additional nascent soul cultivator in the sect, the strength of the Yanyu sect will increase greatly. In order to achieve this goal, she is willing to use any means, including but not limited to coercion. The other party is a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and is the great elder of a large sect, with many treasures. Before I advance to the nascent soul stage, it is almost impossible to take my senior sister with me. Fortunately, my senior sister will be in seclusion for at least several years, so I don't have to worry too much. Luo Hong thought silently, and unknowingly arrived in front of an elegant wooden building protected by multiple layers of spiritual shields. After landing, Huang Huaiying threw out a sound transmission talisman, which flew through the layers of spiritual shields into the first floor of the wooden building. Soon, a door-shaped gap appeared on the spiritual shield in front of her. Luo Hong was led into the wooden building, and she knew with a glance of her spiritual sense that this was where the jade slips of the cultivation method were stored. Senior Sister Wang, this is a new disciple. I will bring him to choose a cultivation method. Choosing a cultivation method is a benefit for all new disciples of the Yanyu sect. As soon as Huang Huaiying finished speaking, the screen in front of her was removed by the ban, revealing the cold woman behind it. Even if someone came to visit, the woman's eyes did not leave the animal skin on the table, and she did not stop comprehending the strange words on it. Take it. The cold woman waved her hand without even looking up, letting a jade token fly to Luo Hong. Huang Huaiying didn't care about the cold woman's attitude, as if he had long been accustomed to it, and explained to Luo Hong, the restriction in this jade token can break the spiritual shield protecting the jade slip on the first floor, but it can only be used once. You have to choose it before taking it. Well, I understand. After Luo Hong bowed and thanked her, he glanced at the cold woman again, and then walked to the shelf on the first floor, looking around. The skills that would be placed on the first floor and only guarded by foundation building cultivators would naturally not be very good. Luo Hong was just pretending to be excited and planned to pick a decent skill later. Star Moon skill, Flying Dream skill. Haha, Ice Skin and Jade Bone skill is also there. Luo Hong's eyes wandered casually between the shelves, reading the simple introduction next to the skill Jade Slip, without any ripples in his heart. Suddenly, the introduction of a technique made Luo Hong's eyes change slightly, and he became a little interested. Ice Heart Art. This technique, when practiced to a high level, can erase the 7 emotions and 6 desires, cut off obsessions, and not fear the inner demons. There is actually a very rare state of mind technique. This is the foundation of the big sect, which always reveals inadvertently. Erasing the 7 emotions and 6 desires means having no emotions, which Luo Hong cannot accept. He cultivates immortality for longevity and to explore the truth, not to become a cold stone. However, this technique is not completely useless to me. Perhaps comprehending it can help me understand the inner demons more deeply. After years of research, Luo Hong has mastered the process of forming a baby. Putting aside some easy to solve details, forming a baby is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to break the pill. This breaking of the pill is not as simple as breaking the golden pill literally. It is the external manifestation of the mana climbing to the next spiritual level. According to Luo Hong's research, when the mana is concentrated to the level of the nascent soul, it will transform the simple form of transcending gas, liquid and solid into an energy form that is closer to the spirit particle itself. This is the fundamental reason why the nascent soul can perform magical powers such as teleportation. Once this form of mana is integrated with the yuan-shen, the resulting nascent soul will naturally gain some of the abilities of the spirit particle, the most typical of which is spatial movement. Since the breaking of the elixir is the external manifestation of the ascending spirit, the cultivator who is preparing to form the nascent soul must make the golden elixir as perfect as possible, and as close to the critical point as possible. Generally, cultivators who are preparing to form the nascent soul will take high-level elixir at this time, and use the power of the medicine to break the elixir, striving to break it thoroughly, and maximize the nascent soul level mana obtained in a short period of time. The 9-bend infant transformation pill is the best of this type of elixir. Most cultivators who fail to form the nascent soul actually fail in this first step. The insufficient breaking of the golden elixir will greatly affect the success rate of the second step. The second step is the fusion of the spirit in the spirit. When the mana is converted into energy, the binding force of the danshan on it will be greatly reduced. Only by integrating the yuan-shen with the mana at this time can the cultivation be preserved. Otherwise, the cultivation will be lost in large quantities. This is also the fundamental reason why the cultivators who fail to form a fetus will experience a great decline in cultivation. The difficulty of this step is that the yuan-shen cannot leave the Niwen palace for too long. From the moment the yuan-shen leaves the body, the inexplicable power of heaven and earth will begin to wear down the yuan-shen. If the soul and spirit cannot be integrated before the yuan-shen dissipates, the cultivator will be shattered and die. Many cultivators who must die to form a fetus fell here. Obviously, if you want to increase the success rate of this step, you can start from 2 aspects. First, in the first step, break the dan as thoroughly as possible. The more yuan-ing level mana you have, the faster the soul and spirit will integrate. Second, practice the method of strengthening the yuan-shen to improve the realm of the yuan-shen, which can effectively prolong the existence time of the yuan-shen outside the Niwen palace. The third step is to kill the inner demon. The inner demon is not a demon from heaven. It is a collection of negative emotions accumulated by the cultivators on a daily basis. It is a part of the cultivators, and can only be constantly worn away, not completely eradicated. After the inner demons are cut off at the time of forming an infant, new inner demons will appear when breaking through to the state of transformation. Chapter 290, The Inner Demon Problem. When the soul and spirit merge, the shape of the newborn nascent soul is the sphere of the soul itself. At this time, the personality hidden in the heart of the cultivator, generally known as the heart demon, will try to seize the dominant position. In the repeated process of refining the heavenly demon pill, Luo Hong found that the more sins a cultivator did, the more unhappy things he was depressed about, and the more regrets he hid, the stronger his heart demon was. But as long as the cultivator is not completely crazy, the power of his main personality is definitely greater than that of the heart demon. This is why the heart demon has always existed, but it does not come out to make trouble at ordinary times. The heart demon knows very well that coming out is to seek death. However, at the moment of the fusion of soul and spirit, things changed. Because the main personality occupies a dominant position, most of the impact generated by the fusion of soul and spirit is borne by the main personality. At this time, the main personality will lose its memory for a short time, making it easy for the heart demon to deceive the main personality and drag it into various environments, to wear down the power of the main personality and strengthen itself. If you can't wake up in time, you will encounter 2 tragic endings. One is that the power of the inner demon is stronger than the main personality and devours it. Depending on the different inner demons of each person, some cultivators have changed their temperaments and become extreme and abnormal, while others go crazy and die on the spot. Another is that before the inner demon devours the main personality, the outer demon invades and devours both of them, making the cultivator completely shattered. If it is the other way around, the cultivator can quickly see through the illusion every time, and the power of the inner demon will weaken. Even if the incarnation of the inner demon can be found in the illusion and killed, this level is basically passed. At this moment, the nascent soul transforms into a human form, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth replenishes, and the cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. For Luo Hong, there is no need to worry about the first and second steps of forming the nascent soul. With his current state of overflowing golden elixir, even if he does not take the 9-bend infant transformation pill, just let the mana in the 108 acupoints rush into the Danshan like a sea embracing hundreds of rivers, which can ensure that the Dan is completely broken. Not to mention the strength of the Yuanshan. But for the inner demon, Luo Hong's preparation is relatively not so sufficient. I'm not at ease with just the string of illusion breaking beads I got by chance. At least I need the help of elixirs. If I add the combination of exercises, it will basically be foolproof. Luo Hong thought to himself. As for the elixir, he had a plan before. The demon sect has always paid more attention to the inner demon than the righteous sect. The Yan'yu sect, which was born from the Hehuan sect, naturally has a relevant inheritance. Its unique elixir, the demon breaking pill, is the elixir that can restrain the inner demon. Although the effect is not as good as the dingling pill, it is enough. Now, it is an unexpected surprise to be able to get this Bingxinju. Luo Hong's mind moved, and the jade card immediately glowed. With a light touch, the spiritual shield protecting the Bingxinju jade slip melted, and a gap was created, enough for Luo Hong to reach in. After taking the jade slip of the exercise method, Luo Hong walked back to the cold girl and handed it over respectfully. Senior Wang, I have already chosen. Yes. The cold girl looked up reluctantly, took the jade slip, and took a look, and immediately showed surprise on her face. You have some vision, but you'd better stop practicing this technique at the second level. The cold girl did not explain the reason in detail, and silently took out a blank jade slip, and helped Luo Hong copy it. After a while, the technique was copied. After Luo Hong took the copied jade slip, Huang Huaiying urged her to leave the wooden building. Jumping onto the red gauze again, the two fled to the foot of the mountain. Huang Huaiying only needed to send Luo Hong to the spiritual garden he was responsible for, and her job would be completed. Senior Huang, why did Senior Wang warn me not to practice to the second level? Did I choose the wrong technique? In fact, Luo Hong could probably guess that this Bingxinju would obviously start to wear down the practitioner's emotions after practicing to the third level, so the other party warned her. However, he wanted to know what the disciples of Yan'yu sect knew about this technique, so he asked this question. Haha, my nephew has a good vision. This Bingxinju can be regarded as a small top-grade technique among low-level techniques. The reason why most disciples of Yan'yu sect don't know about it is because the effect of this technique is not obvious. But when you practice to the second level, you will find that it will be easier than before to comprehend the techniques and spells, and it will be faster to enter into a state of concentration while sitting in meditation. The speed of practice has been improved. It can be said that there are many benefits, and it is very suitable as a supplementary technique. But don't practice it in the third level, the gain will not make up for the loss. It is very normal for new disciples to worry about gains and losses after choosing a technique. Huang Huaiying answered without thinking too much. Luo Hong nodded silently, and he had already had some understanding of Bingxinju in his heart. After an incense stick, Luo Hong was brought to the sky above a spiritual garden with its back against a cliff. Relying on the token obtained from the man surnamed Qi, the two successfully passed through the formation. After handing over to the disciple who originally managed this place became Luo Hong's territory. Standing on the top of the cliff, after watching the two go away, Luo Hong looked down at the spiritual field of more than 100 acres in front of him, watching the green spiritual seedling swaying in the wind, and felt extremely calm. After taking a deep breath, Luo Hong sighed. It's a familiar old business. His residence is located in a cave on the vertical side of the cliff. The layout inside is very simple, and the disciples who live there before have kept it very clean. First, hollow out the belly of the mountain, and then set up the soul binding formation inside. As long as there is no big noise, even if the elder flies over my head, I won't be able to notice it. After muttering to himself, Luo Hong sacrificed several magic weapons and got busy. After a few hours, Luo Hong dug out a stone chamber in the belly of the mountain, which was basically a replica of his previous cave. The next step is to set up the soul binding formation. When the formation was set up, it was already noon on the second day. Luo Hong opened the formation, and after confirming that it was correct, he fled to the sky above the spiritual field and performed the little rain cloud technique. With Luo Hong's current cultivation, the little rain cloud art he performed was completely different from the previous one. As soon as the spell was cast, it was as if it was really going to rain. Clouds and rain covered the sky above the entire Lingshan garden, and the water spirit in the garden was filled with clattering energy. Although the mortals in the garden witnessed this scene, they did not realize how powerful Luo Hong was, because they had no way to compare and could not sense the spirit energy. They just watched the excitement for a while and then got busy again. After casting the spell, Luo Hong returned to the secret cave. He did not intend to create a myth of producing 1,000 kilograms per mu here. Apart from acting, casting the spell once every half a month was enough to get the job done, and there was even a large surplus. Although the output of the demon breaking pill was small, there were even fewer people who needed it. As long as the luck was not too bad, you would always meet it if you went to the trade fair a few more times, so there was no need to rush. At the moment, the most important thing was to comprehend the ice heart art. Putting the jade slip on his forehead, Luo Hong read the technique and the accompanying cultivation experience from beginning to end several times without changing his expression. Good fellow, the person who created this technique must have suffered too much from love. This technique is not aimed at removing the inner demons, but purely at cutting off emotions and desires. To be honest, Luo Hong was very disappointed. If this ice heart technique was only practiced to the second level, it would only suppress some emotions, make people less irritable, prefer calmness, and be able to concentrate more easily. It can dissolve a little bit of the inner demons, but it is not very meaningful. What Luo Hong wants is the effect of reminding him when he is bewitched by the inner demons. From the third level, the degree of emotional detachment has increased significantly, and desires have decreased significantly, including the desire to practice and become stronger. Luo Hong's jade slip only contains the first 3 levels of the ice heart technique, but he knows with his heels that the latter levels cannot be practiced at all, because the practitioners will no longer have the idea of continuing to practice. Snakeskin technique. Luo Hong threw the jade slip away and estimated how high the success rate would be with only the broken illusion pearl and the broken demon pill. The Beretta pearl and dingling pill used by Han Lao Mo are better than mine. He almost got lost when he tried to break through the heart demon pass. If I don't think of other ways, I'll be gambling with my life. Just by making a simple comparison, Luo Hong came to his senses. He couldn't be lucky in this matter. He had to come up with a foolproof plan as much as possible. However, the heart demon belongs to the spiritual intelligence. Luo Hong had not done much research before, because the human race itself is a race with extremely high spiritual intelligence. The way of heaven is really fair. The demon race has a strong body, so there is a transformation thunder tribulation. The human race has a high spiritual intelligence, so there is a heart demon tribulation. After some hard thinking, Luo Hong's eyes gradually moved to the jade slip of Bing Xinju. Of course, he didn't want to practice this technique. Using Bing Xinju to resolve the heart demon is simply a loss-making business of killing 100 enemies and losing 10,000 of his own. However, an inspiration just flashed through his mind, as if there was something that could be used for the flaws of Bing Xinju. Thinking about it, Luo Hong couldn't help but compare the heart demon personality with the ice heart personality. The inner demon personality is an extremely chaotic existence, a collection of desires, and it wants to devour the main personality all the time. The ice heart personality is an extremely cold existence, a collection of rationality, and only has the underlying logic of maintaining survival. Apart from that, it will not take the initiative to do anything. The two are extremely opposite. If they meet, the inner demon personality will definitely choose to devour the ice heart personality in order to strengthen itself, and the ice heart personality will immediately engage in rational confrontation in order to survive. Even if there is a gap in the power of the two, due to the special nature of the ice heart personality, the inner demon personality cannot effectively devour and digest the other. In short, the inner demon personality cannot effectively take power from the ice heart personality. There is a lot of room for operation. Got it? My inspiration just now was, since the ice heart personality is extremely cold and rational, like a cold weapon, why not use him as a weapon? I want to create an ice heart personality to deal with the inner demon. It's really a crazy inspiration, but it seems that it is not impossible, such as using that secret technique. No, there is another question. What about the paradox of practicing the ice heart technique? If that secret technique is used, the paradox of practicing the ice heart technique will become the biggest obstacle. Wait, there is a way. Who says that you have to practice the exercises? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Initial Refining of the Incarnation. All the secret techniques that use the meridians can be analyzed to produce talismans with corresponding effects. This is theoretically feasible, but it takes a lot of time to actually operate. Normally, the effort is not proportional to the reward, so Luo Hong has never tried it before. However, after Luo Hong's initial understanding of the Bingxinju, he found that the meridian circuit of this technique is not complicated, and there is still room for deletion, and the workload is within an acceptable range. After all, Luo Hong only needs the effect of Bingxinju to eliminate emotions, and does not need the part of it that cultivates mana. As long as the latter is separated from the former, Luo Hong can get a secret technique to eliminate emotions. This is not a complicated operation for Luo Hong, because the meridians used to cultivate mana will inevitably connect to the Danshan. He only needs to reverse and experiment at the same time, and he can complete the separation quickly. In this way, I will be able to develop the corresponding talisman in about 3 or 4 years. By then, the external incarnation will be almost ready. Whether it can achieve the effect I expect now, we will know after a try. At some point, another green jade slip appeared in front of Luo Hong. It was the one that recorded the Great Sun Green magic art and a group of magic secrets. In order to create a Bingxin personality that can be used by himself, Luo Hong can only think of the secrets related to the external incarnation. The secret art of the external incarnation recorded in the green jade slip is called the 6 combinations burning blood method. It is a secret art at the Jiandan level. When practiced to perfection, it can differentiate into 6 external incarnations. However, due to its evil and bloody refining method, the refined 6 combinations blood servant cannot be cultivated and improved, and due to the limitation of materials, it can generally only refine the 6 combinations blood servant equivalent to the initial stage of foundation building. If that's all, this magic secret art is useless. After all, no magic cultivator in the Jiandan stage is willing to spend a lot of resources just to refine 6 incarnations at the initial stage of foundation building. The real effect of this secret technique is that when the cultivator uses the secret technique that consumes blood and essence, he can draw the blood and essence of the 6 combination blood servants instead of using his own. And because of the peculiarities of the 6 combination blood servants, it is much easier for them to replenish their blood and essence than the cultivators, and they are not afraid of pollution and backlash. In short, this is an auxiliary secret technique, not a real incarnation of the great supernatural power. Luo Hong doesn't care about this. He just wants to get a method from this secret technique that can make the split spirit have the spiritual wisdom of the main body. After so many years of research on the primordial spirit, Luo Hong has basically mastered the 2 major elements that constitute the primordial spirit. One is the spiritual consciousness, which can also be said to be soul power. The other is spiritual wisdom. Without spiritual wisdom, the spiritual consciousness cannot be gathered, and without the spiritual consciousness, the spiritual wisdom cannot exist. The 2 complement each other and have an inseparable relationship. The secret technique of splitting the soul mainly splits the spiritual consciousness of the primordial spirit, and the connection between the spiritual wisdom is not cut off. Therefore, after refining the split spirit, the cultivator will gain the ability to do many things at the same time, instead of feeling that he has become several people. The core of the incarnation secret technique is a true division of the soul, which completely turns the cultivator into 2 or even more people. Such a thorough division can ensure that Luo Hong himself will not be affected by the ice heart technique. He is just forging a tool. After confirming that it is feasible, Luo Hong quickly formulated a plan for the next 3 to 5 years. He decided to refine the prototype of the incarnation first. The Luo burning blood method mainly serves as a reference. Luo Hong did not intend to really refine a blood servant. He has a better and more convenient method to refine an incarnation. In fact, only 2 conditions need to be met. One is a body that can protect the soul, and the other is a soul that perfectly replicates one's own intelligence. As long as the requirements are not high, the body is everywhere, and Luo Hong can just grab a disciple of the moon shaking sect. Of course, Luo Hong will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He immediately summoned the giant blood puppet flying ant that he accidentally found in the Zushan palace. The power of this giant ant has reached the level of nascent soul. If it were not formed by the condensation of thousands of blood puppet flying ants, and these flying ants were all covered with the forbidden magic left by Luo Hong, it would have betrayed Luo Hong long ago. There is no doubt that the existence of this giant ant is a huge hidden danger for Luo Hong. He must take this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger. As soon as the giant flying ant appeared, it wanted to spray out a blood-colored thunderbolt with great ferocity, but was suppressed by Luo Hong with the help of the restriction, causing blood-colored arcs to jump all over its body. Die. Luo Hong pinched the magic formula on his hand and activated the forbidden magic restriction on the giant ant. Immediately, the giant ant twitched and screamed, and the fierce soul in its body melted quickly like white snow in the scorching sun. According to reason, once the forbidden magic is triggered, the forbidden person should immediately be shattered, but there is an essential gap between Luo Hong and the giant ant, so that it can still resist a little. Suddenly, the giant ant seemed to have broken through some restrictions, and instantly broke through Luo Hong's suppression. It immediately sprayed out a blood-red thunderbolt with all its strength, trying to kill Luo Hong. If it were any other means, Luo Hong might still suffer, but the thunder-like magical power could only feed the purple sky divine thunder. As expected, the blood-red thunderbolt was absorbed by the purple veins between Luo Hong's eyebrows, and he only felt a slight numbness. A fierce look flashed in Luo Hong's eyes, and then silver light shot out from his pupils, and countless needles pierced the giant ant's evil spirit. After a shrill scream, the evil spirit in the giant ant's body completely disappeared from this world under the combined attack of the silver spirit pupil and the forbidden magic. Luo Hong was a little confused about the unexpected attack just now, suspecting that the giant ant's evil spirit had developed intelligence at some point, and the arcs that just jumped on its body surface were some means to weaken the influence of the forbidden magic. As a result, this evil spirit hid and waited until I was careless before launching a thunderous attack. Now that the evil spirit is dead, this matter is destined to remain a mystery. Luo Hong did not think too much about it and looked at the blood-colored thing on the ground that had lost its giant ant shape. Blood marrow can protect the soul and is even more immortal. Currently, only the law-breaking sound thunder can restrain it. It is an excellent incarnation shell. After confirming that there is no giant ant residual soul hiding in the blood marrow, Luo Hong used the secret technique in the Luo burning blood method to separate the split soul that he had separated when he practiced the first level of the Great Evolution Dew. After nearly 200 years of growth, this split soul has the same spiritual power as a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Even if it accidentally loses control, it will not cause any trouble. After a burst of severe pain like cutting flesh and breaking bones, this split soul completely became independent. Luo Hong could no longer control it directly through the soul, and could only use indirect methods such as spiritual consciousness and prohibition. After a pause, Luo Hong drove the split soul out of the Niwen Palace, and into the blood marrow that was spread out like mud. At this point, this external incarnation has been initially refined. From now on, as long as Luo Hong's memories and emotions are copied through secret techniques, another Luo Hong will be born. Chapter 292 Wang Kinking, not an outsider. Linky Peak, Fusheng Cliff. Nearly 1,000 key refining disciples sat cross-legged on the stone steps cut from white rocks, staring at the dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators sitting cross-legged on the cliff, revealing a look of joy and expectation. Luo Hong was not only among them, but also had the honor of sitting in the front, because he was notified in advance that he would go on stage to receive the reward later. Good guy. It was like a year-end commendation meeting. Feeling a little ashamed, Luo Hong secretly complained in his heart. In fact, this annual blessing meeting is really a year-end commendation meeting in a sense. Luo Hong was both unfamiliar and familiar with the blessing meeting. He had heard of such sect activities when he was in Huangfeng Valley, but at that time, as a cultivator of the Li family, rewards and punishments were managed by Li Huoyuan, so he was never forced to participate. Hey, I hope it won't be too boring. When Luo Hong, who had a deep shadow on the conference, sighed silently, the woman surnamed Zhao, who was sitting in the middle of a dozen foundation building cultivators, suddenly spoke loudly. The time has come, and the blessing will begin. The air will turn into mist, and the moon will come out, and blessings will come. The disciples sitting on the white rock sang in unison. After the opening with a sense of ritual, the blessing conference officially began. Dozens of figures in white clothes flew up from all directions and gathered in the air between the disciples and the foundation building manager. In the misty air, fairy music started, and the fish and dragons danced. Dozens of beautiful female disciples in white clothes danced together, which was really pleasing to the eye. Luo Hong was unconsciously attracted by their gaze. The advantage of Yanyu sect in organizing such activities is that it is great. It's not bad to relax occasionally. Isn't the leader of the dance Miss Wang from the Gang Forward building? I didn't expect Miss Wang to be so cold and quiet at ordinary times, but she dances well. After a while, the immortal dance ended, and the lady surnamed Zhao and several managers beside her spoke politely one by one, making the disciples on the white stone platform drowsy. This may be culture. After several hours, the blessing meeting finally came to the last process, and the disciples became energetic. This last process is to commend the disciples who have performed well and made contributions in the past year. The rewards these disciples received are endless, including magic tools, elixirs, and of course, spiritual stones. Seeing these good things in the hands of others, the disciples were envious and jealous, except for those older disciples. Everyone was stimulated. Luo Hong seemed to see their working spirits burning. Soon, it was Luo Hong's turn to step forward. After the lady surnamed Zhao handed the 2 jade bottles and a small bag of spiritual stones to Luo Hong, she encouraged him in a warm voice. Master Luo, you have worked hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. I just cast a few spells. Luo Hong had only been a disciple for 7 months when he was able to receive this honor. This was all because he had planted well, and the yield of spiritual grains was several thousand kilograms more than in previous years. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I will definitely work harder in the future. Luo Hong said polite words, but in his heart he was thinking, I should be given a banner with the words little farming expert written on it. Not long after returning to his seat, the blessing meeting finally ended. A group of disciples set up flying magic tools and flew away in groups or alone. Luo Hong was also among them. He was not ready to return to the spiritual farm at this time, but wanted to go to Kiwi Hall to buy some spiritual medicine. In the past 7 months, Luo Hong has been making preparations for the formation of the infant step by step. The 2 things of refining the external incarnation and analyzing the Binksinju are progressing steadily. He bought the spiritual medicine this time to make wine, using the 8th level demon pill to make wine. That's right, in these 7 months, Luo Hong found time to improve the recipe of the Bian wine. It was so easy because Luo Hong didn't need to brew the original Bian wine. He only needed to learn how to purify the demonic energy into spiritual energy and blend it into the wine. The demonic energy, spiritual energy and demonic energy that cultivators often talk about are actually the same in essence. Demonic energy and demonic energy are just spiritual energy in different forms. Compared with spiritual energy, demonic energy is very turbid. If cultivators absorb it directly, it will bring many consequences. but there are many ways to purify it. It's just that, when it comes to the 8th level demon pill, that is, the level of yuanying, the methods that can be used will be greatly reduced and are rarely known. It takes a long time to brew wine with the 8th level demon pill. Luo Hong plans to start brewing now. The main ingredients of the improved wine recipe, the 1000-year sea soul stone and purple gold coral, are all in Luo Hong's treasure bag. Most of the auxiliary materials are also in his bag. The remaining 10 or so spiritual medicines are not rare, and I think they can all be bought. Just when he flew the flying sword, Luo Hong sensed that someone was approaching him quickly. Huang, who are we eyeing? What did she want to do with me? Did she want to borrow spiritual stones? The person who came was the female cultivator surnamed Huang, who had introduced Luo Hong to the sect. You have only been in the sect for a few months, but junior brother Luo was able to receive an award at the blessing meeting. You will definitely have a bright future. Huang Huang smiled and spoke well of him as soon as he arrived. Haha, Senior Huang is too polite. I'm just trying to do my best for the sect. Luo Hong replied with a smile, waiting for the other party to tell her intention. Tell me how much you want to borrow. I will agree to it within 100 yuan. After listening to what Senior Sister Zhao said just now, I realized that there are still so many things that need to be improved in our Linky Peak. We have a lot to do. What do you think, junior brother? Huang Huang looked Luo Hong up and down and felt that, although the other party looked ordinary, he still had some skills. You actually listened to it. You are really motivated. Luo Hong looked at Huang Huang in surprise and replied sincerely, she dances very beautifully. Junior brother Luo, I'm not joking with you. You have to answer properly. This is related to your lifelong event. Huang Huang's face became serious and he scolded. Lifelong event? This is not good. Luo Hong realized that something was wrong. He probably guessed the reason why the other party was so strange. He couldn't help but twitched his mouth and said, Senior, please speak directly if you have anything to say. Junior brother, don't be nervous. It's a good thing. Hasn't junior brother always wanted to find a Taoist partner? I have persuaded my sister to agree to meet you. However, if junior brother wants to please my sister, he can't just care about the things in Lingxian. He must actively participate in the affairs of Linky Peak, understand? Huang Huang looked like he was advising a junior, which made Luo Hong speechless. The other party had not shown up for 7 months. He thought that the other party's words on the day of his entry were a joke, but he didn't expect that he was waiting for him here. If he had known this, he would have used the little rain cloud atlas twice. Luo Hong wanted to refuse, but unfortunately, his current personality made him agree cheerfully. Even so, Luo Hong was not afraid of turning a fake into a real one. He was still somewhat confident that the woman would not like him. Just after he and Huang Huang agreed on the time and place to meet, Luo Hong heard a quarrel, and the voice of one of the parties was very familiar. Looking for the sound, he saw that the female cultivator surnamed Wang, who had led the dance before, was being harassed by a male cultivator with oily hair and powdered face. Luo Hong didn't care about this matter, but what was strange was that the male cultivator was only at the 12th level of key refining, but he dared to smile at the female cultivator surnamed Wang in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and even had the intention of making a move. Humph. Key Yeming, this guy is harassing senior sister Wang again, and senior sister Zhao doesn't care. Huang Huang said angrily, seeming to be quite disgusted with the male cultivator with oily hair and powdered face. Another key. For no reason, Luo Hong frowned slightly, and was also a little dissatisfied with this man. Why didn't senior Wang send him away? Once the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator is revealed, how can a key refining cultivator resist it? Hey, nephew Luo, you don't know that Key Yeming is Uncle Key's nephew. He has a fire spirit body and extraordinary talent. Uncle Key usually takes good care of him and loves him very much. He simply regards him as a successor. And with his current cultivation level, plus the resources provided by Uncle Key, it is only a matter of time for him to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Most of the foundation establishment disciples in the sect dare not offend him, let alone Sister Wang, who has a special status. Huang Huaiying shook his head and cursed the uncle and nephew for being birds of a feather. Oh. What is Sister Wang's status? Luo Hong asked curiously. Although he couldn't stand it, he didn't mean to take action. Senior Sister Wang is the disciple of Uncle Yu, and she is not just an ordinary disciple, she is a direct disciple. Speaking of this, Huang Huaiying could not help showing an envious expression, and continued to explain, although Uncle Yu has many disciples, the only one who was really taught the cultivation method that she cultivated, was Senior Sister Wang Qingqing. I wondered why this woman's temperament was so similar to that of Senior Sister. It turned out that it was because they cultivated the same cultivation method, so she was not considered an outsider. Hey, this key guy really dared to take action. Seeing that, Qi Yeming suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Qingqing's forearm. Luo Hong was furious and subconsciously wanted to treat the other party to a dark green seed. But after thinking about it, Luo Hong still endured it. The formation of the infant is the most important. Having said that, since there is this identity, Luo Hong can't just ignore it. Thinking of this, Luo Hong flew over with his sword. Nephew Luo, what do you want to do? Huang Huaiying was stunned when he saw this, wondering if he had not made it clear just now. When he came to his senses, it was too late to stop him. Qingqing, don't be so cold. Uncle has given me 2 foundation building pills. I will go into seclusion later. When I come out of seclusion, I will be a cultivator in the foundation building stage. You can propose marriage to me immediately. Qi Yeming was not so presumptuous on weekdays, but after seeing Wang Qingqing's graceful dance today, a fire seemed to be burning in his heart, and he just wanted to get close to the beauty in front of him. Let me go. Qi Yeming, please respect yourself. Wang Qingqing did not expect the other party to be so bold to entangle. She struggled hard, and with the strength brought by her cultivation, she did not let the other party take advantage further. She took a step back and looked at Qi Yeming with anger. At this time, although Wang Qingqing wanted to teach this scoundrel a lesson, she could only bite her silver teeth and endure it when she thought that if she acted impulsively, it might cause her master to be forced to agree to Uncle Qi's marriage proposal. Hey, Qingqing, I was wrong just now. You are not hurt, right? Qi Yeming thought he would be slapped for this, but he didn't expect that the other party would choose to swallow his anger, and immediately took a step closer and said, Ahem, Senior Wang, we should go to Kiwei Hall. Luo Hong suddenly spoke up and invited him with a cupped hand. Chapter 293 Buying Medicine. The air suddenly became quiet, and Wang Qingqing was smart enough to say, since I promised my nephew in advance, I will not break my promise. Let's go now. After that, Wang Qingqing summoned a blue flying sword and cast a spell to make it grow to a length of several feet. She stepped to the tip of the sword, and then her eyes moved slightly, signaling Luo Hong to stand up as well, obviously wanting to use the speed of escape to get rid of Qi Yeming. As if she could not see Qi Yeming's angry expression, Luo Hong stood on the flying sword with a normal expression, keeping a certain distance from Wang Qingqing. Qingqing, you can find me if you need elixirs. Qi Yeming had only said half of his words when Wang Qingqing controlled the flying sword and turned into a blue escape light, rushing straight into the sky. The beauty disappeared, and Qi Yeming's face immediately became ferocious, and he was very angry at Luo Hong for ruining his good deeds. Senior Song, you are an old man of Yan'yu sect. Do you know the origin of the disciple just now? Although Qi Yeming has a bad character and often bullies others, he is not a fool. He especially does not want to be the one who is bullied. Therefore, even though he is angry now, he intends to find out the origin of the other party first. At some point, an old man in black with an abnormally ruddy face stood beside Qi Yeming and said with a sinister smile, this person is just a foreign affairs disciple. He has been a disciple for less than a year. Because he knows a few spiritual arts, he can manage a spiritual garden. It is said that he has a lot of wealth. The old man in black deliberately used emphasis when he said he had a lot of wealth, obviously coveting him. Qi Yeming understood immediately. The anger on his face disappeared, and a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Huang Huaiying, who was in the air in the distance, saw the two people conspiring loudly, as if no one was around, and her eyebrows couldn't help but frowned. After hesitating for a while, her expression dimmed, and she flew quietly to the cave. While flying, he muttered, "A good marriage is not worth it, but he has to wade into this muddy water. Is this lazy toad wanting to eat swan meat? In this way, the blind date should be cancelled." Luo Hong looked down at the sword and thought silently. "Nephew Luo, no matter what your plan is, thank you very much for this." Wang Qingqing had been wondering why Luo Hong dared to offend Qi Yeming. With his identity and cultivation, Qi Yeming had plenty of ways to deal with him. Where did he get the confidence from? After thinking about it, Wang Qingqing couldn't think of any other explanation except for an answer that troubled her. In order to dispel the other party's unrealistic idea as soon as possible, she said in a cold tone, "Hey, this way of speaking is exactly the same as that of senior sister. I really didn't help the wrong person. However, this favor is not in vain. If Senior Wang wants to express his gratitude, you may as well give me the last 3 levels of the Ice Heart Sutra." Luo Hong had wanted to analyze the meridian circuit corresponding to the 3rd level of the Ice Heart Sutra, and then find a way to get the skills for the last 3 levels. Now that he had the chance, he naturally let it go. "You have already practiced the 3rd level? Didn't I warn you that you can only practice the Ice Heart Sutra to the 2nd level at most?" Wang Qingqing frowned slightly, turned around and looked at Luo Hong. "No, I have only practiced the 1st level. The reason why I asked for the skills is that I think this skill is quite magical, and I want to take a peek at the whole picture and satisfy my curiosity. If it weren't for accurately measuring the meridians, Luo Hong wouldn't even practice the 1st level. Just curious. Extend your hand." Wang Qingqing found it hard to understand. It was hard to believe that the other party wasted the favor of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building on curiosity. Therefore, she wanted to verify it. Luo Hong calmly stretched out his right arm and let Wang Qingqing's two jade slender fingers rest on the meridians on his wrist. Afterwards, Luo Hong felt a cool magical power flowing into his body, and after traveling through his meridians, it returned to Wang Qingqing's fingers. It was true. Could it be that he didn't want me to feel like I owed him a favor, so he deliberately asked for a technique that I couldn't practice? Wang Qingqing had worked in the Kangan building for many years and was familiar with all kinds of techniques there and knew their advantages and disadvantages. She was even more impressed by the special technique of Bingxinju. Although she made such a judgment, Wang Qingqing did not develop a good impression of Luo Hong. The trend of dual cultivation was prevalent in Yan'yu sect. Wang Qingqing's identity and appearance were both excellent. She had long been accustomed to the various methods of her pursuers, so she was not touched at the moment. "Since you want the technique, come with me to the hidden technique building." Wang Qingqing turned around and was about to control the flying sword to change direction, but heard the person behind him say, "Senior Wang, don't worry. What I said before was not entirely an excuse. I really want to go to Kiwei Hall to buy some spiritual herbs." Wang Qingqing frowned slightly, worried that Qi Yeming would follow him to Kiwei Hall, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, Luo Hong was a low-level disciple, and going to Kiwei Hall was just to buy 1 or 2 spiritual herbs, which would not waste much time. Half a quarter of an hour later, the two arrived in front of Kiwei Hall, passed through the formation used to identify the identity of Yan'yu sect disciples, and entered the medicine hall. There were many low-level disciples in the hall who were busy, either refining spiritual herbs, or watching the fire to refine pills, and there was no time to spare. Luo Hong had just looked around when an old man with grey hair and grey beard came over. He smiled and bowed to Wang Qingqing, and said enthusiastically, "What does this senior sister need?" After a casual glance, Luo Hong saw that he had the cultivation level of the initial stage of foundation building. He looked quite old, and he was afraid that he would never have the chance to break through to the middle stage of foundation building in this lifetime. He wants to buy medicine. Wang Qingqing raised her chin towards Luo Hong and said coldly, "Oh, then what does my friend need?" Although the grey-haired old man still had a smile on his face, he obviously lost his enthusiasm just now. "Do you have a 300-year-old Polygonum multiflorum?" Luo Hong tentatively reported a spiritual medicine. If Kiwei Hall couldn't even take out this, he would have to consider trying his luck at the trade fair in the near future. "Yes, but The grey-haired old man looked at Wang Qingqing hesitantly, and after seeing the latter nod slightly, he continued, "The price of 300-year-old Polygonum multiflorum is 180 spirit stones. Did you bring enough?" Wang Qingqing and the grey-haired old man's little tricks naturally could not be hidden from Luo Hong, but he could probably guess that there should be restrictions on the purchase qualifications of high-year spiritual medicines. According to the age, the price of spiritual medicine can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Spiritual medicines under 100 years old are generally worth dozens of spirit stones. Those from 100 to 500 years old are priced between 100 and 300. Those from 500 to 1000 years old are priced at an average of 6 or 700 spirit stones. Those over 1000 years old are basically unavailable. The price given by the grey-haired old man is not only fair, but also slightly lower than the market price. With a flip of his palm, Luo Hong took out 2 intermediate spirit stones to prove his financial strength. "Okay. Please wait a moment, my friend." When the grey-haired old man saw the spirit stones, he was so happy that the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, and he was about to go to the medicine store to get the medicine. "Wait, senior, this is just one herb. I also need you condensing grass that is over 200 years old, fengyangzi that is over 200 years old, and black frost flower that is over 300 years old." Luo Hong listed the 6 spiritual herbs she needed in one breath, and finally added, "Senior, don't worry about the spiritual stones. I have brought all my wealth here today. I admire your determination to go all out. These spiritual herbs are in stock in the hall. Please wait a moment. I will be back soon." The grey-haired old man bowed to Luo Hong regardless of their seniority, and then walked excitedly to the medicine store. If this deal goes through, he can also make a fortune. Chapter 294, Eliminating the Inner Demon. Wang Qingqing was really surprised by Luo Hong's generosity. However, she was a disciple of a giant unstage cultivator after all, so she had some experience and her expression did not change significantly. The level of the alchemists in the sect is average. If you want to find them to make alchemy, you still need to think twice. The juniors are not buying these spiritual medicines for alchemy, but to brew spiritual wine, which is the ancestral skill of our Luo family. Luo Hong was very satisfied that he could successfully collect all the spiritual medicines for brewing wine, and he was looking forward to the taste of this spiritual wine. Seeing that Luo Hong had his own plans, Wang Qingqing did not persuade him anymore. The two waited for about a quarter of an hour before seeing the grey-haired old man return, but at this time, his face was gloomy, and he had lost his joy at all. Luo Hong frowned, and immediately guessed something. "Coming so soon. That kid surnamed Qi is really vindictive. My friend, it's really unfortunate that Master Qi needs fengyangzi and black frost flower. You can only try your luck elsewhere." The grey-haired old man handed over a storage bag containing 5 other spiritual medicines. "Humph, they just tuck away the 2 rarest ones. It's obvious that they were targeting me." Luo Hong understood it very well. "Thank you." After paying the corresponding spiritual stones, Luo Hong put away the spiritual medicines. He didn't care much about the 2 missing ones. After all, they were not particularly rare spiritual medicines. If you put in some effort, you can always buy them. Luo Hong didn't intend to pursue the malicious seizure of the spiritual medicines, but the mastermind behind the scenes didn't intend to stop his revenge. "Oh, isn't this Brother Luo? It turns out that Qi stole Brother Luo's spiritual medicines. I'm really sorry." Qi Yeming and the old man in black walked out of the medicine store together, deliberately speaking loudly, fearing that Luo Hong didn't know it was his doing. "However, these spiritual medicines of Qi are all prepared for my uncle. Junior Brother Luo will not bear a grudge against me for this, right?" Qi Yeming set a trap for Luo Hong with ulterior motives. "Of course not. It's just 2 spiritual medicines. Luo can always buy them. There's no need to rush. Senior Wang, let's go." Luo Hong chuckled. "It's just 2 lives. There's no need to rush. Qingqing, where are you going?" Seeing that Wang Qingqing was going to travel with Luo Hong on the sword again, Qi Yeming's face suddenly turned as hen, and he suppressed his anger. Wang Qingqing naturally ignored him, and turned away indifferently. "Damn it." With Qi Yeming's shouting, the old man in black brought a gust of black wind and went around in front of the 2 of them, stopping them. Qi Yeming, do you know that, if you kill your fellow disciples, you will be expelled from the sect? Wang Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore. Anger appeared on her cold and beautiful face, and she shouted sternly. Haha, Qingqing, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything to junior brother Luo. I stopped him, because I hadn't finished my words yet. Qi Yeming spread his hands to show Wang Qingqing his innocence, and then looked at Luo Hong with a provocative look and said, Junior brother Luo, I feel guilty for robbing your spiritual medicine. Let's go to the Dragon and Tiger Arena and have a fight. If you win, Fengyang's He and Black Frost Flower will be presented to you by me, but if you lose, all the spiritual medicines in the bag must belong to me. Junior brother Luo, don't agree to him. You only have the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refining, so you can't win. Wang Qingqing knew that Qi Yeming had 2 powerful magic weapons, and it would be difficult for her to win, even if she fought him herself. Luo has no intention of fighting. Luo Hong responded directly. After that, he walked around the old man in black in front of him, and prepared to leave. Qi Yeming did not ask him to stop him, but said in a sarcastic tone, it is not surprising that junior brother Luo would make such a choice. After all, you are a disciple of Linky Peak, and your style of doing things is inevitably similar to that of Master Yu, who is in charge of this peak. When my uncle takes over Linky Peak, I must persuade him to change the style of the disciples of Linky Peak. Hearing this, Luo Hong and Wang Qingqing stopped at the same time. You dare to insult my master? Wang Qingqing turned around suddenly and released the manner of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, wanting to make the other party suffer. However, at this time, the old man in black also released his mana, and his cultivation in the late stage of foundation building made Wang Qingqing fall into a disadvantage. Just when Qi Yeming wanted to disgust Wang Qingqing, Luo Hong's voice came to his ears. No need to go to Lang Hute. What does junior brother Luo mean by this? Qi Yeming was stunned when he heard this, and did not understand what Luo Hong meant. According to the sect rules, a fight between Qi refining disciples only needs to be witnessed by 2 or more foundation establishment cultivators, and it can be carried out anytime and anywhere. The sect rules that Luo Hong mentioned are true, but there is another one at the end, that is, the property damaged in the fight shall be borne by both parties. Therefore, few disciples will use this sect rule. Haha, junior brother Luo is so brave. This senior from Kiwei Hall, please be a witness together. Qi Yeming symbolically bowed to the grey-haired old man, then turned to face Luo Hong, stretched out his hand and said, please. Seeing that he had agreed, Luo Hong strode out of Kiwei Hall. He was going to destroy this inner demon today. Junior brother Luo, don't fall for his provocation. It's not too late to regret now. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Qingqing quickly put away his breath and chased after him to persuade him. This kid, why does he look even angrier than me? I can't help it. I've been tricked. If I don't fight, I'm afraid I'll develop a demon in my heart. Senior Wang, don't always suppress yourself. I've heard that Master Yu is not a weak woman. She definitely won't let you, a disciple, compromise for her. In the future, if he wants to bother you, you can just put the sword on his neck. Luo Hong said half jokingly. Wang Qingqing was a little absent-minded for a moment, and couldn't help but feel that the other party seemed to know the master better than she did, as if he was her elder. As the two walked out of Kiwei Hall, Qi Yeming was not in a hurry at all. While walking slowly, he said to the old man in black beside him, Old Song, my junior brother Luo seems very confident. Are you sure you have investigated his background clearly? This kid's cultivation level, when he first entered the sect, was only the 10th level of Qi refining. This is correct. Even if he has improved in the past few months, it is at most the level of Qi refining 11th level, which is still a big gap from you, young master. In addition, this person has also practiced the body refining technique. Although it is impossible for him to be very strong, young master should try to avoid close combat with him. The old man in black's evaluation of Luo Hong can be said to be quite cautious. He always follows the principle of leniency in predicting the enemy, but unfortunately, what he can see is only what Luo Hong wants him to see. Body refining technique? Haha, is there anyone who practices such a stupid and foolish technique now? Okay, I know it in my mind. Qi Yeming sneered, and no longer had any worries in his heart. He only thought about how to deal with Luo Hong later. Not far from Kiwi Hall, there is a forest, and in the middle of the forest, there is a pool formed by the water of the waterfall. The pool is relatively empty, and Luo Hong is standing here at this moment, waiting for Qi Yeming. Brother Luo, the witnesses are all here, and our fight can begin. Qi Yeming said confidently. In his opinion, he will definitely win this fight. Since it is a gambling fight, you should take out the gambling money first. Senior, please keep these spiritual medicines for the time being. Luo Hong bowed to the gray-haired old man, took out a storage bag, and threw it to the other party. Qi Yeming's eyes stared at the storage bag, revealing a strong greed. He knew very well that the spiritual medicine in the other party's storage bag was worth nearly 1,000 spiritual stones. Haha, that's it. After throwing out the two spiritual medicines in his hand, Qi Yeming said to the gray-haired old man, Senior, you will give the order to start. The gray-haired old man looked at Luo Hong with a complicated expression, sighing that the other party was too young and energetic. The fight begins. Before the gray-haired old man finished speaking, Qi Yeming offered a scarlet gem. With just a push of his magic power, he released a scarlet spiritual shield to protect him. Then, Qi Yeming used several spells at the gem at a very fast speed, which immediately made it emit a blazing fire. It was obvious that it was extremely powerful. What a powerful magic weapon. I can feel the burning heat even from such a distance. It's not just the power of the magic weapon. This senior brother Qi has the body of Luo. Any fire spell or magic weapon in his hands will be greatly increased in power. The senior brother on the opposite side who dares to fight should not be an unknown person. How come I have never seen him before? Qi Yeming was very pleased with the constant flattery in his ears. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he couldn't help but feel proud. It's almost time. The Luo Pearl will be offered to attack the enemy. Humph, that Luo dares to go against me. This time, at least one of his hands must be cut off. Thinking of this, Qi Yeming subconsciously raised his head to see Luo Hong's panicked expression. However, the place where Luo Hong originally stood was empty. Qi Yeming was about to look for her when he heard a voice in his ear. Are you looking for me? Qi Yeming was horrified and turned his head to see a golden fist that easily penetrated his body shield and grew larger in his field of vision. With a pop sound, Qi Yeming's jaw was obviously dislocated and blood and broken teeth spurted out of his mouth. The whole person slammed into the pool like a stone thrown by Luo Hong. In a series of pops, Qi Yeming bounced several times on the water surface and finally sank and was carried by the water flow in the pool into the next waterfall. Master. From Qi Yeming offering the magic weapon to Luo Hong approaching and punching, only a short breath passed. No one present, whether it was Wang Qingqing, the old man in black, or the Kiwitang disciples who were watching the fun, expected that this fight would end so crushingly. The old man in black was stunned for a long time before he jumped into the pool to save people. Is this the feeling of beating up the inner demon? Comfortable. Luo Hong only felt it for a few breaths before his body began to sway in a fake manner. Ouch. No, my secret technique has caused me serious damage. I can't stand. Just act a little, don't scare them. Just when Luo Hong was ready to welcome the green grass, a figure floated over with a fragrant breeze. Chapter 295 Accidental Death. Take this pill. Wang Qingqing grabbed Luo Hong's left arm and prevented him from falling to the ground. Luo Hong was startled and looked back quickly. Seeing that the other party did not blush and was still cold, he felt relieved. No matter how brave he was, he would not dare to nibble on the grass near his nest. Did he really think that his senior sister's sword was not good? After taking the pill handed over by Wang Qingqing and swallowing it, Luo Hong sat down cross-legged with difficulty and practiced Qi Yeming. After a while, the old man in black carried Qi Yeming, who was unconscious and had a swollen cheek, out of the pool. He stared at Luo Hong, who closed his eyes and practiced breathing, with a murderous look. But at this time, Wang Qingqing opened her hand and a long sword with a vast cold air fell into her hand, confronting the old man in black. Humph. This matter must be settled like this. Forced by the rules of the sect, the old man in black finally just said a harsh word and flew away with Qi Yeming. Wang Qingqing put away her sword, frowned slightly, and sighed imperceptibly. After practicing for 2 great cycles, Luo Hong slowly stood up, politely thanked the gray-haired old man, and took the elixir he handed over. Let's go. Strangely, seeing that Qi Yeming had suffered a great loss, Wang Qingqing was not happy about it. After offering the flying sword, she said lightly. Luo Hong didn't care, and jumped on the flying sword. I thought it would be a silent journey, but unexpectedly, after flying for a while, Wang Qingqing suddenly said, Nephew Luo, the revenge of the Qi family will come soon, you should prepare early. I'm just a foreign affairs disciple who manages the Lingshan garden. As long as they don't take my life, other revenges are irrelevant. Luo Hong chuckled. If the Qi family dared to secretly attack Luo Hong, it would really help him a lot. Luo Hong promised that he would make him disappear without a trace. Uncle Qi may not take action due to his status, but Qi Yeming will definitely take action against my nephew. I think after he recovers from his injuries, he will take medicine to build his foundation. By then, he will be a cultivator in the foundation building stage. Even if my nephew is proficient in the art of body refining, he will not be his opponent. I can't do much. Take this set of formations, and try to leave Lingshan Garden as little as possible in the future. After Wang Qingqing spoke a long paragraph, he put his right hand on his waist, and took out a set of formation instruments. Thank you for your concern, senior. I will be honored. Luo Hong thanked him, and took the set of formation instruments. With his current status, he should follow Wang Qingqing's advice, and live in Lingshan Garden in the future, but he hasn't bought the demon breaking pill yet, so he will have to leave the sect several times in the future. Fortunately, Luo Hong had already made some arrangements during the duel, and Qi Yeming's threat will soon disappear. Boy surnamed Qi, when you build your foundation, it will be your death. It turned out that the moment Luo Hong decided to take action, he had no intention of letting Qi Yeming live. When he threw that punch, he had already let a small blood puppet flying ant drill into his body. When Qi Yeming took the foundation building pill, he took the opportunity to let the flying ant bite his danshan. Once the danshan was broken, the sudden increase in mana would surely cause the danshan to explode, and Qi Yeming would definitely die. And this kind of death would only be considered as a failure to break through, and would not be related to Luo Hong at all, which could be said to be unknown to the gods and ghosts. After making arrangements, Wang Qingqing said nothing more, and the two arrived at the hidden power building in silence. After getting the complete copy of Bingxinju from the other party, Luo Hong did not stay for long, and bowed and said goodbye. Watching Luo Hong go away, Wang Qingqing's eyes moved slightly, and after a while, he whispered to himself, what a strange disciple. A year later, at the mountain gate of Yanyu sect, the moon was bright in the sky. It was the time for the shift change. The team of gatekeepers who had just arrived stood still. One of the female disciples said with great joy, have you heard about it? Qi Yeming from Yanyu Peak died when he broke through the foundation building realm. I've known it for a long time. But this is the first time I know that breaking through the foundation building realm can kill people. It's really scary. The female disciple opposite her immediately echoed. Generally speaking, failure to break through only loses some vitality. However, I heard that this senior brother Qi often bullies others, so he has a very heavy inner demon, which is why he was backfired when he broke through the realm. Yes, I heard about it too. Just as the female disciples were discussing the unexpected death of Qi Yeming, a figure flew over. Senior sisters, junior brother wants to go out. Please open the formation and let him go. Compared to a year ago, Luo Hong's appearance has not changed at all. Junior brother, please report your name and the spiritual peak you belong to, and hand over your disciple card. A female disciple holding a jade pendant said with a smile. Luo Hong, Linky Peak. Luo Hong said truthfully, while taking off the white jade token from his waist and throwing it to the other party. The female disciple put the jade pendant on her forehead, and after a moment, she opened her eyes and said to her companion holding the token beside her, check the misunderstanding. This junior brother has not been out for 2 years. Well, it's just a regular outing. You need to return within half a month. Junior brother, don't delay, otherwise you will be punished. The female disciple raised the token in her hand and infused it with magic power. Then a beam of magic light shot out, and the spiritual shield covering the mountain gate disappeared without a trace. Luo Hong took back his disciple token, thanked him briefly, and flew out of the mountain gate. After flying 10 miles away, Luo Hong released his spiritual sense to confirm that no one was following him. He immediately collected the magic weapon, turned into a blue escape light, and flew south at an astonishing speed. As the initiator, Luo Hong knew the most about Qi Yeming's death. This guy actually died 2 months ago, but Qi Yangxiao had been hiding it and secretly investigating the matter. He even once sneaked into the spiritual garden, where Luo Hong was. Unfortunately, he did not sneak into Luo Hong's cave, otherwise senior sister would not have to worry about him. Luo Hong went out today to participate in the large-scale trade fair organized by Huangfeng Valley. Such a trade fair only happens once every 10 years. Huangfeng Valley can become the organizer because of the face of Linghu Patriarch. After all, this former ancestor of Luo Hong is the most experienced Yuanying stage cultivator among the 6 sects. He is also good at forming alliances and has good relations with all sects. The Huangfeng Valley Trade Fair is very famous in the current Billion Kingdom's cultivation world. Luo Hong heard about it when he first arrived in Billion Kingdom 2 years ago. Huangfeng Valley and Yanyu sect are located in the same mountain range. Luo Hong flew at full speed for a day and arrived at the venue of the trade fair. Dujian Peak is an extremely steep spiritual peak. The mountain body is almost vertical like a sword body, which is enough to deter any mortal, but it cannot stop the cultivators who can fly into the sky and hide in the ground. With the trade fair approaching, Dujian Peak has become very lively, with disciples from Huangfeng Valley flying around everywhere. Since it is a high-end trade fair, all the people who come here are cultivators above the giant stage, and everyone in Huangfeng Valley attaches great importance to it. Master, is this your original master? Fan Mengai looked at the scenery on Dujian Peak like a girl who had been cooped up at home for a long time. This is just the venue of the trade fair. Huangfeng Valley is above the spiritual vein in the east. When answering, Luo Hong had already used his spiritual sense to scan all the disciples of Huangfeng Valley on Dujian Peak, but did not find his old acquaintance. With a sigh of disappointment, Luo Hong fell to the giant pavilion on the top of the peak. Fan Mengai followed closely. After 2 years of drug taking and cultivation, she has reached the late stage of foundation building, and her Dayanju has also improved. She is not far from reaching the 2nd level of Yan. Master, it's lively there. Chapter 296 Trade Fair. Luo Hong glanced around and saw that a group of low-level disciples from the Yellow Maple Valley were bullying a young disciple. The methods were nothing more than quarrels and fights. This was the case in the entire cultivation world, nothing new. The trade fair is about to start. Put on the mask that your master gave you. Luo Hong was too lazy to care about the disputes between low-level cultivators. After giving an order, he increased his speed. In a short while, the two arrived at the entrance of the giant pavilion. After stepping on more than 10 layers of white jade steps, a middle-aged man with a square face and a gentle temperament came to greet them. I'm Dong Zulong, the head of the Yellow Maple Valley. May I ask if you have an invitation? Head? Luo Hong looked at the other person carefully and found that he did have the head of the Yellow Maple Valley. But he was no longer the person he remembered. I have never heard that an invitation is required to attend the meeting. Luo Hong said in an unhappy tone. Senior, you have misunderstood. We in Huangfeng Valley welcome all high-level cultivators from Xianan. However, if you do not have an invitation, you can only sit in the scattered seats in the trading hall. Because cultivators above the giant stage have lived for hundreds of years and have cultivated their own skills, their tempers are more and more strange. In order to prevent these people from conflicting and disrupting the trading fair, Linghu Patriarch specially arranged suitable seats for these people. Pick a quiet place for me. Luo Hong understood Dong Zulong's meaning and stated his request. Okay senior, please follow this disciple in. Dong Zulong bowed his hands in response. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful female disciple walked out from the side and bowed slightly to Luo Hong with great courtesy. Yes. Luo Hong nodded slightly, and under the guidance of the female disciple, he came to a square table on the west side of the hall and sat down. Looking around, the cultivators of the same level around him were drinking by themselves, and no one was chatting and laughing. It was indeed very quiet. Then, Luo Hong looked up at the private rooms on the second floor, and saw that only 4 of them were lit up with forbidden brilliance. This indicated that there were only 4 Yuan stage cultivators participating in the trade fair. This was not surprising. The chance of a treasure worth a Yuan stage cultivator appearing at the trade fair was too good to be true. If they were not really free, no Yuan stage old monster would be willing to come and try their luck. Of course, if there really were such treasures, Patriarch Ling Hu would have advertised it before the trade fair, and more Yuan stage old monsters would have come. The trade fair that Luo Hong participated in was just an ordinary one. He retracted his gaze and waited for another half an hour, and the trade fair finally began. What surprised Luo Hong was that the host turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. When he was still in the foundation building stage, he had participated in several trade fairs hosted by the other party. Unexpectedly, he was able to break through to the giant stage. He must have encountered a great opportunity. After a simple opening speech, the other party took out the first item for trading. Perhaps to stir up the atmosphere, this first item for trading was very important. A purple-red flying sword floated quietly on the jade plate. Its sword body was translucent, and purple spiritual flames would ignite from time to time. The spiritual fluctuations emitted were amazing. This was actually a magic weapon that had not yet recognized its master. Needless to say, the preciousness of the magic weapon was rare, and judging from the appearance of this sword, it was definitely a rare treasure among the magic weapons. Most of the giant stage cultivators in the hall were excited. However, in Luo Hong's opinion, this flying sword was just average. He could tell at a glance that this flying sword was a kind of magic weapon that went straight and did not change much. If this kind of magic weapon could not reach the pinnacle in one aspect, such as the fastest escape speed, or the sharpness of cutting through everything, its performance in the battle was far less powerful than ordinary people imagined. In layman's terms, this flying sword was just good looking. Just as Luo Hong was making a comment in his heart, Fan Mengai's voice rang in his ears. "Master, have some tea." Luo Hong didn't take the teacup, but stared at Fan Mengai's face for a while, and then whispered, "Don't think about it, it's not suitable for you, it's not good enough." "Master, I don't ask for much," Fan Mengai said pitifully. "Your life magic weapon, your master has already planned it, you just need to focus on breaking through the giant stage." Luo Hong arranged the corresponding treasure refining plan after the infant formation, and he had prepared the spiritual materials. "Understood, master." Fan Mengai just wanted to make sure that Luo Hong didn't forget what he promised her, but he didn't really like the flying sword on the stage. She knew very well that the magic weapon that suited her must be a complete set of flying swords. This magic flying sword named Xiang Sword was finally sold at a high price of more than 40,000 spirit stones. The subsequent transactions were not so precious, but with the preparation of Xiang Sword, the prices sold were generally higher than the market price. During this period, Luo Hong made 3 moves and successfully bought 3 spiritual materials that he had never collected. Because the grade of these 3 spiritual materials is not high, they are just relatively rare, and the total cost of Luo Hong is only 5,000 spiritual stones. 2 hours later, the first half of the trade fair was declared over, and the next part was the main part of the bartering session. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal cultivator, the less dependent on low-level spiritual stones. So at the level above the giant stage, the form of bartering will occupy the mainstream of transactions between immortal cultivators. It can be said that most of the giant stage cultivators present came for this second half. As soon as the announcement began, 3 figures rushed to the high platform, and finally a figure wrapped in the breeze stood on it first, turning into a skinny old Taoist priest. To Taoist friends, I'm Fu Yunzi, thank you for letting me. Fu Yunzi bowed to the 2 figures who rushed halfway and said proudly, "Humph." One of them snorted lightly, and the other said nothing, but they all sat back silently. After all, this trade fair was personally presided over by Ling Hu Patriarch, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, so how could a mere giant stage cultivator dare to cause trouble? Seeing this, Fu Yanzi flipped his palm and took out a wooden box covered with prohibitions. He peeled off the talisman paper on the lid of the box, and the lid opened automatically, and a jade slip surrounded by red fire clouds floated out. Luo Hong had never seen such a strange jade slip before, and he could not help but release his spiritual sense to investigate it, but he accidentally found something wrong. 100 feet away from Luo Hong's seat, 3 giant cultivators wearing painted masks seemed too excited. One of them even sent a voice message to the other 2, "That's Langshang. Shut up, don't forget where this is." Before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by another person in a stern voice. All this happened after Fu Yanzi took out the jade slip, and everyone was attracted by it. Except for Luo Hong, no one noticed the abnormality of these 3 people. Interesting, could this jade slip hide some big secret? Luo Hong couldn't help but become more excited, ready to listen carefully to the introduction of Taoist Fu Yanzi. "I went to get vaccinated today. Everyone should hurry up and get vaccinated. The new coronavirus has mutated badly recently." Chapter 297 Level 7 Dragon Scale. My fellow Taoists, the origin of this jade slip is not small. It was obtained from a Mulan master killed by our sex ancestor King Su. It records the spiritual arts practiced by this master, which are quite powerful. Fu Yanzi held his long beard and boasted with great joy. "Haha, if it is really powerful, how could the Mulan master be killed? You are so cunning." The cultivator who just failed to grab the first place did not give Fu Yanzi any face and directly ruined the show. Fellow Taoists, you don't know that there were 3 Yuanying stage cultivators besieging him at that time, which made this person suffer. If you don't believe it, you can go to Linghu Patriarch for confirmation. Fu Yanzi was not angry and bowed to the box above. The man who ruined the show immediately shut up and sat back with a depressed look on his face. This jade slip has been banned by the Milan people. Although some means can be used to forcefully read the contents, it will also destroy the jade slip, so the entire 9 Nations Alliance has only 1 copy. Haha, I want to exchange it for a high-level earth-based spiritual object. Is that not too much? After Fu Yanzi said this, he looked at the crowd below the stage with expectation. However, the giant and stage cultivators just talked about it, but no one was really willing to bid. High-level spiritual arts? This is an extremely unpopular thing. Luo Hong is not unfamiliar with spiritual arts. The Zhuanju that I practiced is a kind of spiritual art, but it is a low-level spiritual art. In fact, the profession of spiritual plant husband was basically passed down from the Milan grassland. The resources for cultivating immortals in the Milan grassland are very scarce, so there is enough motivation to create spiritual arts that can increase the production of spiritual medicines and spiritual grains. Even low-level spiritual arts are daunting to practice, let alone high-level spiritual arts. The master of the Milan people is a Yuanying stage cultivator. If you want to exchange for the spiritual arts practiced by such a strong man, you must take out a very precious spiritual object. After paying such a high price, you can only get a spiritual art that is difficult to practice. It is no wonder that all the giant and stage cultivators are not interested. Seeing this situation, Fu Yanzi, who was just looking very proud, immediately collapsed. He did not expect that the extremely shrewd Yuanying old monster would be interested in spiritual arts, so he tried hard to say, fellow Taoists should know how much the Milan people value their spiritual arts. It is really a coincidence that one of them can be circulated this time. If you miss it this time, you may never see it again. Fellow Taoist, take a look at the things in the box. As soon as the voice fell, a green wooden box flew towards Fu Yanzi. Without any surprise, it was one of the 3 wearing painted masks who made the move. Although these 3 people covered their faces, there were many cultivators in the hall who did the same. So after everyone cast a curious look at them, they quickly moved away. Fu Yanzi's face flashed with joy, and he exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, blowing away the spiritual talisman on the lid of the box. When he opened it, he saw a yellowish stone in the box, with veins on the surface, that looked like tree roots. Spirit-bearing stone. After recognizing the object in the box, Fu Yanzi sighed slightly and said disappointedly, my fellow Taoist, although your spirit-bearing stone is also a rare treasure, it is far from what I need, and the quality is not enough. Please take it back. After putting the talisman back in place, Fu Yunzi threw the green wooden box back with a flick of his hand. Ahem, I'll be frank. I'm exchanging spiritual objects with you for refining a protective magic weapon, so if there are any Taoist friends who are interested, please take out the corresponding spiritual objects. You busy? Don't be too greedy. Our 6 sects are often fighting with the million people now. Even if there are high-level spiritual materials that can be used to refine protective magic weapons, they will only be kept for ourselves. The monk who just ruined the show appeared again. Although his words were quite impolite, they made sense. Many people in the hall nodded silently after listening. Just when Fu Yunzi thought that he had come here in vain and was about to leave the stage, Luo Hong suddenly spoke. Dao, take a look at what's in my box. An ordinary jade box flew out of Luo Hong's hand. After Fu Yunzi caught it, he opened it and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened. He trembled and pinched out a piece of earthy yellow scales. The surface of the scales was glowing with a faint yellow spiritual light, and the spiritual energy it exuded was surprisingly thick. In order to make sure that this was the spiritual object he recognized, Fu Yunzi opened his mouth and spit out a sword beam of the khaki scales. After the two collided, the sword beam did not even leave a trace on the khaki scales. Fu Yunzi immediately exclaimed, "This is at least the scale of a level 7 earth dragon." What? It's a level 7 dragon scale. My fellow Taoist, I have a bottle of Gyuan pill, which can improve the cultivation of a giant unstage cultivator. Please trade with me. Everyone in the hall suddenly became agitated and stood up excitedly one after another. Haha, everyone, don't forget the rules of the trade fair. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, a kind voice came from the box. This voice was very magical, and it calmed everyone's restless hearts and returned reason to their brains. There was no need to guess. The speaker was Linghu Patriarch. After Fu Yunzi confirmed that the box contained the scales of a 7th level earth dragon, he was overjoyed and hurriedly threw the box containing the jade slips of spiritual arts to Luo Hong, as if he was afraid that the other party would regret it. After putting away the box, Luo Hong continued to drink tea with a normal expression, as if the commotion just now was not caused by him. The moment Fu Yunzi stepped down from the stage, more than 10 figures in the hall rushed to the platform together. In the end, a purple-robed monk was more skilled and stood on the platform before everyone else. The other monks sighed heavily, as if they had lost a treasure. Although they were unwilling, they could only retreat due to the power of the Linghu Patriarch. This time, I brought a 1000-year-old cold marrow Ganoderma, which is also in exchange for high-level earth-based spiritual materials. Are you interested? Although the purple-robed monk said this to everyone, his eyes were always fixed on Luo Hong, clearly asking Luo Hong to quickly exchange the dragon scales for his spiritual medicine. Unfortunately, due to his unique cultivation method, Luo Hong had little demand for spiritual medicine, and had no intention of taking this extremely rare 1000-year spiritual medicine. Seeing that Luo Hong was unmoved, the purple-robed monk frowned in dissatisfaction, but did not say much. After rejecting the two monks who wanted to exchange for the 1000-year spiritual medicine, he took out 2 spiritual objects of lower grade for trading, but neither of them was sold, and he finally left the stage empty-handed. After that, everyone who came on stage was like the purple-robed monk. They first took out an extremely rare spiritual object and wanted to exchange it for the remaining level 7 dragon scales in Luo Hong's hand. But none of them could arouse Luo Hong's interest, and no one got what they wanted. Dissatisfaction gradually accumulated among the crowd. Luo Hong was still calm, but Fan Mengai was already a little restless. As expected of Master, his ability to attract hatred always exceeds my imagination. Fortunately, there are always very few monks with valuable spiritual objects. When more than 10 people failed and left the stage, the transaction gradually returned to normal. After drinking a cup of tea, a female cultivator in red palace dress floated to the high platform and took out a magic weapon in the shape of a ring to exchange for pills. Since her magic weapon had been recognized by a master before, others could only exert 70% of its power at most, so not many cultivators were interested, and the transaction was not concluded in the end. Just as she was about to step down from the stage in disappointment, she heard the voice of the Taoist friend who had affected the entire trade fair. My Taoist friend, do you have a demon breaking pill? Demon breaking pill? Of course I have it, but the female cultivator in palace dress was an elder of the moon shattering sect, and this demon breaking pill was prepared for her to form a baby. Although she was still a long way from forming a baby, she didn't want to trade it out easily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Conditions for Obtaining the Elixir and Linghu Patriarch. I'm willing to exchange it for 20 level 7 dragon scales. Luo Hong opened the price before the red-dressed female cultivator finished speaking. In China, high-level monsters have long been extinct, and only those extremely dangerous secret realms and magic lands have survived. The materials of the level 7 dragon are a temptation that no Cheyenne cultivator can refuse. Dao, are you serious? The red-dressed woman asked in surprise. She had never thought that she could exchange 4 dragon scales. So many precious spiritual materials just now did not impress this person. How could such a good thing fall on my head? Wait, this person is willing to exchange for the demon breaking pill at such a cost. Is he preparing to form a baby in the near future? After the red-dressed female cultivator had this guess, she couldn't help but extend her spiritual sense to explore Luo Hong's cultivation, but she only got a hazy feedback. This result made the red-dressed female cultivator more certain of her guess. She didn't dare to raise the price at all, and just said good. Luo Hong's spiritual thoughts moved, and he took out another jade box and threw it to the red-dressed female cultivator. After the other party checked it, he threw out a jade bottle. Luo Hong took it and looked at it, confirming that it was indeed the demon breaking pill. After the transaction was completed, Luo Hong drank tea peacefully again, but at this time he could no longer feel those dissatisfied eyes. The demon breaking pill is also a well-known kind of elixir. At least the giant and stage cultivators who are closely related to it all know it. There is only one kind of cultivator who is eager to obtain this pill, and that is a cultivator who is about to prepare for the nascent soul. For a giant and stage cultivator, resentment against a cultivator who may soon break through the nascent soul is purely asking for trouble. The class division in the world of immortal cultivation is so clear. Dao, didn't you want to exchange elixirs just now? I'm willing to exchange the Gyuan pill for the 7th level dragon scales in your hand. Sorry, I want to take these dragon scales back to my sect and hand them over to the Great Elder for disposal. The red-dressed female cultivator refused without thinking. If she took the dragon scales back to Yanyu sect, she would not only get another demon breaking pill, but also other rewards, which is much better than the Gyuan pill. After completing the main goal of this trip, Luo Hong's mood suddenly relaxed. According to the current progress, he will be able to complete the plan and try to form a baby in 2 years. The trade fair continued, but there was no more things that Luo Hong was interested in until one of the 3 monks wearing painted masks stood up. These 3 guys should be Milan people. They took a huge risk to go deep into the 9 Nations Alliance. It was definitely not just to participate in the trade fair. There must be a huge conspiracy. Luo Hong looked at the painted monk who walked up to the high platform calmly and secretly became alert. I brought a half-refined magic weapon called King Hua treasure hairpin. I want to exchange it for 30,000 spirit stones. To Luo Hong's surprise, the painted monk who came on stage just took out an extremely ordinary trading item. There was nothing wrong with it, except that the price was much higher. The Xiang sword at the beginning was only sold for 30,000 spirit stones. His half-finished magic hairpin was not worth so many spirit stones, so none of the giant and stage monks were interested. Just when everyone thought that the painted-faced monk would be disappointed and step down, a slightly weak voice sounded, "I really like this magic weapon of yours, but 30,000 spirit stones is too much anyway. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I didn't refine this treasure completely just to catch up with this trade fair. If you are interested, you can go back to the mansion with me and wait for me to refine this treasure before trading." The painted-faced monk suggested happily. "Let me think about it." The man just said this and stopped talking. But Luo Hong who noticed something was wrong at the beginning, found that the man's fists were clenched tightly at this moment, as if he was making a dilemma. He kept this matter in mind silently. When the trade fair was announced to be over half a day later, Luo Hong found that the strange monk followed the three painted-faced monks and walked out of the giant pavilion. After frowning and thinking for a while, Luo Hong decided not to get involved in this muddy water. It would be troublesome if there was a Mulan master behind these Mulan people. Just as Luo Hong was about to take Fan Mengai to avoid this group of Mulan magicians and return to Yanyu sect, the head of Huangfeng Valley, Dong Zulong, came over and bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, our sect's Linghu Patriarch wants to see you." "What does Linghu Patriarch want to see me for?" This was within Luo Hong's expectations. He was not panicked, but asked with a little caution. "Don't worry, senior, our sect's patriarch just wants to chat with you and has no ill intentions." Dong Zulong knew that the senior in front of him was about to form a baby, and he could not treat him the same as an ordinary giant and stage cultivator. He bent his waist even lower and said, "Then lead the way. In order to deal with some things after the formation of the baby, it is indeed necessary to meet with Linghu Patriarch now." Luo Hong nodded in response. "Thank you, senior. Please follow me." Dong Zulong smiled with relief, stretched out his hand, and led the way. After a while, Luo Hong was brought to a private room on the second floor, where an old man with white hair and a youthful face was sitting quietly. Luo Hong and Linghu Patriarch had met once before. His appearance had not changed at this moment, and his appearance was not much different from that of the past. However, Luo Hong was only a cultivator in the foundation building stage back then. Although he was a disciple of Li Huoyuan, how could he be in the eyes of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul? Therefore, when Linghu Patriarch saw Luo Hong, he did not recognize him. "Senior Linghu, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today, I see that your reputation is well deserved." Luo Hong greeted him politely. "What can I look up to when I'm about to die? May I ask where you are from, and are you planning to form a nascent soul in the near future?" After laughing at himself, Linghu Patriarch looked at Luo Hong and asked, while secretly using his spiritual sense to explore. When he found that he could not see through Luo Hong, he nodded with satisfaction. "I'm Luo Hong, a casual cultivator, and my master has long passed away. As for forming a nascent soul, I have just started preparing, and I will not try it easily for decades." Luo Hong thought to himself that he was an old fox. Others may not know, but he must know. Although the lifespan of Patriarch Linghu was approaching, he was good at keeping in good health, so it was not difficult for him to live another 100 years. Casual cultivator? Haha, in this case, I will not beat around the bush with you. I hope you will join my Huangfeng Valley. Although Patriarch Linghu felt that Luo Hong's name sounded familiar, he did not think much about it. The issue of the lack of Yuanying stage cultivators in Huangfeng Valley had been weighing on his mind for many years. If it was not resolved, when he went west in the future, Huangfeng Valley would inevitably be divided up. This is the norm in the world of immortal cultivation, where the weak are preyed on by the strong, and good and evil are not distinguished. To avoid this, there must be a Yuanying stage cultivator in the sect. So without waiting for Luo Hong's response, Linghu Patriarch couldn't wait to say, "As long as you join the Yellow Maple Valley, all the preparations for the formation of the infant can be handled by the sect, and I can also personally guide you. As long as you succeed in forming the infant, I can immediately make you the Supreme Elder. And I'm sure you also know that my lifespan is not much. When the day comes that I sit and die, the Yellow Maple Valley and the treasures I have collected in my life will all belong to you." Linghu Patriarch's conditions are generous. He is simply going to give the entire Yellow Maple Valley and himself to Luo Hong. Although the actual lifespan was concealed, it was also to ensure that Luo Hong was not a person with ulterior motives, which is completely understandable. "But I'm sorry, you really don't know as much about the formation of the infant as I do. I would like to thank you for your kindness, but I have my own plans for the nascent soul formation. If I can form a nascent soul in the future, I will definitely consider settling down in Huangfeng Valley first." Even Dong Zulong and Fan Mengai were so excited after hearing the conditions of Linghu Patriarch, but Luo Hong did not think about it and declined. Linghu Patriarch was obviously shocked by Luo Hong's decisiveness. He was stunned for a long time before saying, "Then I will wait for good news. Goodbye." Luo Hong bowed and walked out with Fan Mengai without any reluctance. "Grandmaster, why don't you persuade me again?" Dong Zulang saw it and was anxious in his heart. As a foundation building cultivator, although he was the head of the sect, he did not know the true situation of Linghu Patriarch. He really thought that Huangfeng Valley would encounter a disaster in a few years. Every cultivator who can cultivate to the stage of false infant is a person of strong will. I have said everything I should say. Since he refused, he must have another opportunity to form an infant outside. Eldling who pinched the corner of his eyes tiredly and then said, "Go and check the name Luo Hong. I always feel familiar with it." "Oh, yes." Dong Zulang sighed and took the order and left. Outside Dujian Peak, Luo Hong had turned into a light and wrapped Fan Mengai in the direction of Yan'yu sect. Because he was kept by Elder Linghu for a while, he could no longer see the figure of the immortal cultivator near Dujian Peak. However, he had only been flying for half an hour when his consciousness sensed the breath of 4 giant unstage cultivators. It was the 3 painted-faced cultivators and the cultivator who seemed to be injured. Luo Hong didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he was on the way and wanted to know the plot of the million people. To ensure that these guys would not affect his infant formation, he helped Fan Mengai to restrain his breath and approached. On the nameless mountain, 3 monks with painted faces stood on a huge rock, looking at the monk who was standing on a sharp rock, as if they had the upper hand. "What did you do to her?" The man suddenly pulled off his bamboo hat, revealing a sharp face, and said angrily and anxiously, "The traitor is not dead yet, but if you can't give us what we want, she will die soon." The red-faced monk in the lead shouted sternly, "I want to see her." The monk in black covered his right chest and said unwillingly, obviously he did not trust the 3 people opposite, "Humph. You are not qualified to negotiate terms. Hand over the things. Otherwise, both of you will die." The monk with white face had the most impatient temper, and he let out his breath while talking, as if he was going to take action immediately. Seeing this, the monk in black took out a small teleportation talisman to guard against the opponent's sudden attack. "Don't be anxious, brother. It's okay to let him see it. Take it." The black-faced monk on the side patted the white-faced monk on the shoulder and threw the half-finished magic jade hairpin over. Chapter 299. Quick kill and last words. The black monk nervously took the jade hairpin, attached the small teleportation talisman to his left shoulder, and used his free hand to cast a spell. "Yanran, you must not be in any trouble." This magic jade hairpin was made by the black monk himself for a Mulan woman. Although his identity as a spy was discovered before it was refined, it also incorporated the essence and blood of the Mulan woman, and he could use its induction to see the other party's state. After the magic light column hit the jade hairpin, a layer of light golden forbidden light film emerged and then shattered into light spots. Before the black monk could figure out the cause of this abnormality, he saw a flash of blood on the jade hairpin, and the next moment it shattered into pieces. "Kill her now." The black-clothed man let out a cry like a cuckoo crying blood, and looked at the 3 people with bloodshot eyes. "Haha, such a traitor. We will naturally kill him as soon as possible. Don't you care about the information I stole?" The black monk roared in disbelief, and at the same time he felt a lot of regret in his heart. If he had risked his life to return to the moon-shaking sect, Yanran would not have died tragically. With his lover dead, the black-robed monk had no more worries and was about to activate the small teleportation talisman to escape. However, as soon as he activated his magic power, a strong feeling of dizziness made his body shake. "You spies from the 9 Nations Alliance have always kept intelligence in your heads. Do you really think we would believe in something like the intelligence jade slip that doesn't exist?" These 3 painted-faced monks came from the 2nd tribe of the Milan people and were responsible for punishing spies. They were extremely experienced. They were not comparable to an unqualified spy who fell in love with a woman in the enemy camp while performing a mission. At this time, the black-robed monk had no time to listen to the other party's ridicule. He shook his head twice, trying to get rid of the dizziness, but it undoubtedly ended in failure. The huge despair made him understand something. He looked down at the hand holding the jade hairpin and saw that the meridians were all black and the flesh was almost necrotic. 10 deadly poisons. You guys really think highly of me. The black-robed monk smiled miserably. Knowing that there was no cure for the 10 deadly poisons, he immediately gave up the thought of living and sat down on the ground dejectedly. However, just when the 3 painted-faced monks thought that their mission was accomplished and were about to destroy the body, a command arrow suddenly shot out from the back of the black-robed monk and shot straight into the sky hundreds of feet high. With a loud bang, the command arrow exploded into a huge emblem of the Yan'yu sect. When the 3 painted-faced monks saw this scene, they knew that they could not stay here for long, but the red-faced monk in the lead seemed to have noticed something wrong. The double pupils under the mask emitted a spiritual light, and when they swept towards a white cloud, they actually illuminated 2 figures. The 3 were all shocked and suddenly realized that everything they did and said was actually seen and heard by these 2 people. It's really unlucky that red-faced monk actually cultivated a rare spiritual pupil ability. Seeing the 3 people coming aggressively, Luo Hong secretly groaned. He was not afraid of them, but he was afraid that the people from Yan'yu sect would arrive soon after the command arrow sounded. Fortunately, the other party was also afraid of being caught by the monks of Yan'yu sect and wanted to fight quickly and decisively, which coincided with Luo Hong's idea. In order not to let Fan Mengai become a burden, Luo Hong swooped down to meet the 3 people with flower faces. Sensing the manner of Luo Hong's late giant stage, the 3 people were not careless, but they were not afraid of it. After all, the red-faced monk in the lead was also in the late giant stage, and the other 2 were in the middle giant stage. With such strength, it is certain that a late giant cultivator will be killed. The other party dared to meet him head-on, probably to protect the female foundation building cultivator beside him, and secondly to delay time and wait for the support of the high-level monks of Yan'yu sect. Go all out, don't let him stall for time. The red-faced monk thought he had seen through Luo Hong's plot and immediately ordered. So, the 3 of them pinched their magic formulas and transformed into a fire tiger with wings on its ribs, a cold snake with a white body and red eyes, and a black eagle covered with iron feathers, and then pointed at Luo Hong at the same time. Suddenly, the 3 beasts transformed by spiritual magic flew towards Luo Hong at the same time. Tigers pounced, snakes bit, and eagles attacked, and their coordination was perfect. But before these attacks fell on Luo Hong, he flashed white light around him and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already close to the 3 people, in a flying kicking posture, and rushed straight towards the black-faced monk. In a flash, the black-faced monk only had time to infuse magic power into his own protective spiritual shield, and Luo Hong's right leg was already wrapped in a layer of black light. Then, with a bang, the black-faced monk's body exploded like the command arrow just now, and was kicked in the air by Luo Hong's violent force that was enough to subdue the dragon. After killing the black-faced monk, Luo Hong immediately twisted his body and swung his arm, and a black bead flew out and flew straight towards the white-faced monk. The fear of his companions being blown into blood foam still lingered in the heart of the white-faced monk, so when he saw that he had become Luo Hong's next target, the spell in his hand changed immediately, and a huge ice crystal shield covered with frost condensed in front of him. At this time, the Zhenhe pearl, which was only the size of a baby's fist, flew over, and in an instant it expanded to the size of a house, filling the white-faced monk's vision. No, the white-faced monk only had time to let out a scream, and the huge ice crystal shield in front of him was crushed into powder and smashed on his body. Luo Hong didn't look at the Zhenhe pearl that was falling straight to the mountain below. His eyes were full of murderous intent and he fixed his eyes on the red-faced monk, who was leading the group. Silver light gradually appeared in his eyes. However, just before he used the silver spirit pupil, the red-faced monk suddenly turned into a beam of fire and fled into the distance. Although they only fought for a few breaths, the red-faced monk had already recognized the gap between the enemy and us. The tragic death of his 2 companions made him realize that, if he stayed to fight, he would fall in an instant. Only escaping would have a chance of survival. The speed of escape of the late giant and cultivator was extremely amazing, not to mention that the opponent also used spiritual arts to increase the speed of escape. Luo Hong frowned and turned into a blue escape light, sometimes flying and sometimes teleporting to chase after them. After the two left, Fan Mengai slowly floated down, stretched out her hand, and took the storage bags of the two dead Mulan masters into her hand. After staring at the storage bags for a few breaths, Fan Mengai couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook her head, saying, "Master, you'd better form a baby quickly. This is too bullying." After sighing, Fan Mengai flew to the black-robed monk who was lying on the ground and dying. Out of caution, she didn't get too close. At this time, the black-robed monk was already black all over, and the poison gas attacked his heart. He could die at any time. It seemed that he noticed Fan Mengai approaching, and he struggled to spit out 4 words: "Sacred beast. Treasure mirror." As soon as the voice fell, a large amount of poisonous blood gushed out of the black-robed monk's mouth. He clutched the poisoned jade hairpin tightly and died. Such a strong poison, even the soul was not left. Fan Mengai retreated several feet in fear to avoid being infected with this terrible poison. At this time, several loud noises and several spiritual lights of different colors came from the distant sky, but they soon subsided. Fan Mengai waited for a moment and saw Luo Hong suddenly appear beside her. After just a glance at the black-robed monk and confirming that he was dead, Luo Hong grabbed Fan Mengai's shoulder and turned into a streak of light and flew away. After escaping for 1,000 miles, Luo Hong finally landed in a small market with Fan Mengai, hiding their cultivation and staying in an inn. "Master, storage bag." As soon as they were safe, Fan Mengai handed over the storage bag she had received with both hands. Luo Hong accepted it expressionlessly and asked in a deep voice, "Did the black-robed monk say anything in the end?" "Yes, he said sacred beast and treasure mirror." Luo Hong's eyes narrowed immediately. The trouble level of this matter was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 300, The Attack of the Milan People. The so-called holy beasts of the Milan people are demon beasts in the spirit world. Their main body cultivation has not been combined, but has also been refined. Their supernatural powers are far beyond the imagination of the immortal cultivators in the human world. The reason why such a powerful demon is willing to protect the human race in the human world is of its own purpose. Generally speaking, it is to avoid the heavenly tribulation. In the spirit world, those with a cultivation level above the refining level have to go through a great heavenly tribulation every 3,000 years, and each time they go through the next great heavenly tribulation, they will be much stronger and will also increase with the growth of strength. The highest record of the number of times the human and demon races have gone through the great heavenly tribulation is 20 times. In order not to die under the great heavenly tribulation, a small number of demon beasts will choose to let their external incarnation sneak into the lower world. In this way, even if the main body is dispersed by the great heavenly tribulation, as long as the external incarnation is still there, it is not considered completely dead, and there is still a chance to cultivate again. But this is difficult to ascend, and it is even more difficult to go to the lower world. Without the cooperation of the creatures in the lower world, it is basically impossible. From ancient times to the present, the Milan people have gone through countless efforts, but have not yet welcomed the external incarnation of the holy beast to the human world. It can be seen how difficult it is. But once they succeed, the benefits they will gain will be incomparably huge. There is no problem for this kind of holy beast incarnation to cultivate to the realm of transformation. Of course, this takes a very long time. In addition, the holy beast incarnation also has immediate benefits. The soft one is the magical secrets from the spiritual world, and the hard one is that more power can be borrowed from the holy objects. It is equivalent to having a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the clan, and the magical power is far superior to that of the same level. So if this matter is about the Milan holy beast, it is about the war between the Milan people and the Cheyenne and Zeuxan world in a few decades. And this war is about the life and death of the Milan people. Luo Hong believes that the other party is willing to pay a huge price, even if it is to bring out the Milan Godmaster. Thinking of this, Luo Hong hurriedly checked the storage bags of the 3 Milan magicians, fearing that there would be any tracking marks left. The result was unknown until one checked. Once checked, one was shocked to find that each of the 3 people had a round stone glowing with blood in their storage bags. Luo Hong hurriedly collected the few valuable things in the bag, grabbed Fan Mengai, and sacrificed a 4-elephant moving talisman. After a flash of 4-color light, the two were teleported to an underground safe house hundreds of miles away that Luo Hong had built in advance using the Earth escape technique. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged Confucian scholar appeared in the guest room where Luo Hong had stayed. He first glanced around with a gloomy face, and then released his spiritual sense to check the situation within 200 miles around. In the end, the middle-aged Confucian scholar frowned and took the storage bags of the three who are lions, and his figure disappeared silently. In a manner dozens of miles away from the small market, the figure of middle-aged scholar gradually appeared. Three figures sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. One of them, a magician in a red robe, asked, "Master Zhang, have you caught the monk who killed the three people of my tribe?" This person discovered the blood-stained stone in the storage bag in time and decisively used space-related magical powers or talismans to escape. When this master arrived, the spatial fluctuations were already very faint and could not be tracked. The middle-aged scholar frowned and shook his head, looking distressed. This person is so cunning. The red-robed magician gritted his teeth and said that the three dead magicians were the elite of his tribe and had a great chance of advancing to the master in the future. Unexpectedly, they all died in a moment. From the speed at which the soul lamps of the three clansmen of Master He went out, they must have been attacked by a Yuanying stage cultivator. Master Zhang, do you think our plan has been known to the Nine Nation Alliance? The skinny old man among the three did not care about the life and death of the three giant unstage mages, but only cared about their plan that they had painstakingly worked on for decades. When this master arrived at the scene, he did not meet any cultivators from the Nine Nation Alliance, and the spy who stole the information was already dead. Therefore, the unknown Yuanying cultivator is the only one who may know our plan. That means the Nine Nation Alliance knows it. The red-robed mages clenched their fists. Haha, I don't think so. The last of the three was a woman with large earlobes and a blessed face, who actually smiled at this time. Oh. What do you think, Madam Yang? Master Zhang asked with great interest. In the matter of hunting down the spy, we have never shown up, and the Yuanying stage cultivator who attacked and killed people absolutely could not have known of our existence. Judging from the incident at the inn, the other party only discovered the tracking mark after leaving the scene of the incident. Therefore, this person fled from the scene of the incident to the inn, not to avoid us, but to avoid the cultivators of the Yanyu sect. In other words, this person is not only not a Yuanying stage cultivator in the Nine Nation Alliance, but has a grudge against the Nine Nation Alliance. If this is the case, then this person may not have deliberately attacked, but happened to pass by and saw the scene of three members of Master He's clansmen poisoning the spy. Out of curiosity, he stopped for a moment, but was discovered by Master He's clansmen. Master He, I remember that there is a magical power of the all-seeing eye in your tribe. Has anyone among your three clansmen practiced it? After the big-eared woman gave a clear analysis, she turned to the red-robed mage and asked, "My clan member Feng Yu is gifted and has indeed cultivated the all-seeing spirit eye, but it was not a sneak attack." When the three of them found out that the other party was a Yuanying stage cultivator, they either fled in separate places or sent letters for help. How could they be killed one after another in a short period of time? Could it be that the Yuanying stage cultivator restrained his aura at the beginning, which made the three of them misjudge and decide to kill him to silence him? The red-robed master thought more and more that this was the case, because according to the big-eared woman's inference, this person had a rift with the Nine Nation Alliance, and it was very likely that he restrained his aura and acted low-key in its territory. If this was true, then it was really bad luck. You all know how fast the 10 absolute poisons take effect. As long as the unknown Yuanying stage cultivator did not intend to save people, the spy should have died before he finished dealing with Master He's three clansmen. Therefore, I think it is very likely that the spy did not leak the information. The big-eared woman concluded confidently. Her inference was not wrong. Luo Hong did not have time to talk to the black monk, but she ignored the existence of Fan Mengai. Fan Mengai did not make a move from beginning to end, so there was no trace of her breath. In the final analysis, I'm still not 100% sure. The skinny old man still said worriedly. Our plan this time is related to the lower world of the Holy Beast and the life and death of the Mulan clan. We cannot give up, as long as it is possible. Master He, order your spies to monitor the actions of the Yan'yu sect. If there is no change, we will act according to the plan. The Zhang surnamed master made the final decision with a scorching gaze. The nameless green mountain, where the black monk died, now only had a set of clothes and a pool of black poisonous blood. The surrounding area was full of disciples of the Yan'yu sect, including many elders in the Jiandan stage, and Qi Yangxiu was among them. After a while, a beam of white light flew from the sky, and after reaching the sky above the nameless green mountain, it transformed into a beautiful woman with a veil. It was Nangang Wan, who had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. Uncle Nangang. The Jiandan elders who were present came forward to greet him. What's the situation? She had already known what happened through the sound transmission talisman, so Nangang Wan was asking about the results of everyone's investigation. 2 people died here. One's body was shattered everywhere, and the other was smashed into a meat paste by a giant. No storage bag was found. In addition, a few miles away, we also found a headless body, and the storage bag was also taken away. The storage bag of the disciple who was poisoned is still there, but there is nothing valuable in it. Fairy Nishan flew to Nangang Wan and reported in detail. Then she changed her tone and said suspiciously, Senior Ling Hu arrived before we arrived and is now drinking tea on that hill. Ancestor Ling Hu? Nangang Wan frowned. The appearance of Ancestor Ling Hu made the already confusing situation even more confusing. She decided to meet him in person. Nishing, take your people back to the sect first, and I will go to see the old senior. After receiving Fairy Nishan's response, Nangang Wan flashed and landed on the hill, where Ancestor Ling Hu was. She saw that the other party had built a stone pavilion with magic, and was drinking tea leisurely. Nangang Wan felt a little unhappy, but walked closer with a normal expression and said, Fellow Daoist Ling Hu, you got here first. Do you know what happened here? Can't fellow Daoist Nangang see? It's just a murder and treasure grabbing behind the scenes. Ling Hu Patriarch said with ease. If fellow Daoist Ling Hu wants to test, there is no need. Using the 10 deadly poisons to kill people and grab treasures is really a luxury for treasure grabbers. The monk who was poisoned was an insider planted by our sect among the Milan people. If there is no important information, he will never act rashly. This matter concerns the Milan people, and fellow Daoist Suangfeng Valley is also involved. If you know anything, please tell me frankly. Nangang Wan's eyes condensed, and she said neither servile nor arrogant. The Milan people are our great enemies, and I will not joke about such things. I just arrived one step earlier than your disciples, and I don't know more than your disciples. But, Ling Hu Patriarch changed his tone, and looked directly into Nangang Wan's eyes and said, I can roughly guess who killed the 3 Milan mages. Have you ever heard of Luo Hong, Daoist Nangang? The high-level cultivators who have appeared in this area recently are most likely participants in the trade fair. Among them, there are only a few participants who are capable of killing 3 high-level mages with considerable strength. And the ones that Ling Hu Patriarch is familiar with will not cause the current movement. After excluding them, the only one left is Luo Hong, the false infant cultivator. Luo Hong? Nangang Wan thought about it thoughtfully, and suddenly a shameful dusty memory was opened. She remembered a name she had seen when she was investigating Hanli, and her expression changed. She really knew. The heart of the old ancestor Ling Hu sank. He had to pass this place when he was going from Dujian Peak to Yan'yu sect. He suspected that Luo Han was a cultivator secretly cultivated by Yan'yu sect, so he waited for Nangang Wan here. The result of the test really made the old ancestor Ling Hu feel uneasy. The current elder of Yan'yu sect was an ambitious person. If there was another Yuanian cultivator in the sect, his life in Huangfeng Valley would be difficult. In an instant, the old ancestor Ling Hu had considered whether to unite with the Jujian sect and other sects to deal with the future oppression of Yan'yu sect. I only know one cultivator named Luo Hong. In the past, there was a disciple of Elder Li Huayuan of your sect with this name. Nangang Wan looked at the old ancestor Ling Hu strangely, doubting the other party's intention of asking such a question knowing the answer. Is it a disciple of my sect? The old ancestor Ling Hu was shocked. For a moment, all the plans in his mind were invalidated, and he immediately lost the desire to talk to Nangang Wan. We'll talk about this later. He left only these words and hurriedly fled towards the Yellow Maple Valley. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.